And we are live. Hello, everyone. It's Tuesday night's main event. No opening today. It's just going to be a cold opening. It's too big of a deal. We've only got Jake the Viking here for about 10 minutes or until Ryan says something offensive enough for him to leave. But either
Wait, you ain't
way,
playing nothing? I'm freaking shoving my mouth full of carrots. I'm thinking you're playing an intro.
he's like, no opening tonight. Cold opening. James like,
yeah, but usually he plays like one video, like not the normal opening or whatever.
I mean, I could play something if you'd like.
How embarrassing.
So you like me to? Okay, my bad, guys. We're gonna do an intro tonight, and it's an intro to make Jay look good.
Canadian bear. I'm a Canadian bear. We're harmless Canadian bears. I'm a Canadian bear. I'm a Canadian bear.
You gonna play that in front of Jake and embarrass me in front of my friend? Like, he has no idea what's going on. He's like, what the heck is that?
You still got that around?
No, George. No.
You remember?
No, George.
George famously dropped a $500 super chat just to get you to.
I'm not even gonna say a number. Yes, I do have it. I just got clean too.
Oh, that's even better.
It needed to be clean after wearing it at the Boston Fan Expo all day. You could probably. You probably,
that thing.
Probably cooking some bacon and eggs inside that thing. It was so hot. Oof. Can't even imagine. But yes, we are here. Tuesday night's main event. We're live. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot of people here. We'll have some more joining us later on. But of course, as always, Ryan from RKKK Outpost, as Yellow Flash says in his super chat.
I'm going to start that channel soon.
Can we just drop all that nonsense?
I think we got to start over because Jay's still eating.
Well, I was like, whatever now. It's like, I got
eating carrots?
Yeah.
My God, man.
It helps your skin, man. It makes your skin look soft.
Yeah,
what?
It makes your skin look soft.
I've heard really old people say carrots help your vision, and they're all fucking wearing glasses, so I don't know what they've been eating.
I'm not wearing glasses, but
real
it does
quick,
make your skin soft.
Before
God.
Sorry. Private chat.
All right, before Ryan goes, Jake, you've already been memed. There you go. So that's in our.
I'll take it. I'll take the fun. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's over in our locals live chat right now. The memes are pretty insane over here.
What is that?
It's a little out of control. I'm scared to scroll, to be honest with you. I'm scared.
Hey,
like,
you might not want
to. There's Mike.
Look at that one.
There's Mike. Mike looking good right there. Mike, how you doing?
Because his face is blurry.
What the fuck? They were doing so good, and then they just threw his face on there.
It's so bad.
Low effort meme right there.
It's so bad. Anyway, yes, Ryan. Go ahead.
I'm doing great, just grinding away, doing our thing. It's nice that we're going to be home for a stretch, like that we're not going to be traveling around for a while. So I'm actually getting back to the grind, which is good. And yeah, there's a lot of shit to talk about. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. And yeah, Ryan, I did. I don't know if there was an error on it, but I definitely did. So,
well, we'll see. I'll
set
it up.
Yeah, see if you can set it up. But Epic Mike. Hi, Epic Mike. Fresh off of being angry on Mario Kart. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I was on a stream on Monday. I was actually hanging out with Carrie Smith, and people were like, wow, it's really weird to see you so serious and not like screaming at things. I prefer this, in fact. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. But then whenever I'm serious on Mario Kart, people are like, dude, what's the matter? Why aren't you screaming right now? So I can't win for losing, I guess.
You can't. I mean, his yelling is kind of out of control at this point.
Out of control for someone who consistently finishes between 10th and 8th place.
Listen, bitch, I got second fucking place with Jeremy. Okay?
You mean in one race?
Game. You don't even play the game. No, I finished. I got a fucking trophy. I got 2 trophies last week.
Well, Jeremy was saying a few weeks ago that you
Bitch.
cheat. I thought you cheat.
Yeah.
Is that how
No,
you?
Jeremy cheats, but I figured out what his Game Shark codes are and I use them on mine.
Mike,
I
I
got so
don't.
mad when I
You're
won.
right, Mike. I don't play, and all it would take is me to come in for one round. I wipe the fucking floor with you, even though you've been practicing. Like that's sad for you.
I don't
bro.
fucking practice. I don't know what you're talking about.
Every fucking Sunday, I hear you screaming your head off.
Yeah. Is that practice for playing Mario Kart?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Me screaming apparently makes you better at Mario Kart. Well, I'm gonna keep doing it then.
No, you're playing. Fucking retard. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm playing. Okay.
Even I
That's
said
your,
that.
that's your practice.
Oh, okay.
We're talking
My
about
weekly
practice. We're talking
Yeah.
about
Not a
practice.
game. Not a game.
Not a game.
Not a game.
Not a game. Drunk 3PO after stuffing his face with carrots. He's finally ready to start the show. Good to have you here, buddy.
I feel the same way. It's like we've been traveling. It's like it's weird. I'm gonna be home for a month, and then it's right back at it again. So
Yeah,
October,
you've been
November,
traveling.
December, and then I think after that, I get a break January through March. I think so, something like that. But yeah,
Good to have you.
cool.
Good to have you back. You
Good to
stood
be
me up
here.
on Fortnite last night, but that's okay.
I
So,
wanted to play so bad, and then I just fell asleep in my chair.
bro. You missed a legendary carry by Rolo. You missed it was 2 teams. Rolo was all alone, had no shields. All he had was 100 energy. He beat 2 teams by himself and got the dub. It was insane. So
that's
yeah,
good.
it was a hell of a carry. So yep. George, he's back finally. George the Giant Slayer
I
in the
didn't
house.
finish, but that's
How you doing, my friend?
Hey, good man. Yeah. Was that Jay saying
I'm a little disappointed. I'm still waiting for
Okay.
Jay to become Canadian Bear.
What do you mean? Look. I wore that freaking outfit like in Boston for 2 days straight and took pictures with people.
Okay.
And like people like,
Well, maybe
I'm
people
giving this
here
one
wanna
away
see
to
you.
my channel members. That's probably why I'm losing members on the rip. But sorry.
Win that, I'm out.
Yeah.
So it's great to
That's
be here. Great to see you all.
Yeah, you notice how during George, who hasn't been here in weeks, and Jay decides to hijack George's intro to promote his channel member
What the
giveaway.
freak? I'm just saying, like,
I mean, what
didn't-
the hell, man?
I know.
You know,
He
like,
asked
and it
me
was
about-
subtle. It was subtle. Like it was subtle, and he had it on. He's like, "Oh, well, by the way, I'm
Right
doing."
Yeah, he had it ready
this."
to go. He's been waiting all. He was waiting all stream. He was like,
It's
"Oh
because
well,
it was
I mean,
laying next to me.
I got this freaking picture laying around. I didn't
Listen,
have it
if
ready
I
to
don't
go.
put things in arm's length, I'll spill it. Reaching, trying to like go.
Oh, we
get
know
it.
how
Can
much
confirm.
stuff, that's for sure.
Yes, we're going to talk about that one, Jake, for sure. We've got Krista Nova.
I got
Hi,
long
Krista.
Hi.
Oh, no.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. Happy to be here.
And we got My Nerdy Home. Hi, Steph.
Hi, I'm still riding on a high for my first Mario Kart win. The very first
Oh.
one.
Fucking
The
bullshit.
very first
Way
win.
to
The very first
go.
race. And I'm very proud
She
to
flexing.
practice Mario
Yeah.
Kart. I do practice. I practiced right before the stream. That's right. I
Who'd
did.
you
Mike was
beat?
so
Who'd you
angry
beat?
that I won.
Who'd you beat, Nerdy?
I beat
Everybody, she won.
Everybody.
Yeah.
I was
He beat
leading.
you?
I was
Oh my
leading,
God.
and the blue shell came right before the finish line, and then
Wow.
chaos
Big
happened. It
ups
was
to
bullshit.
Jay
It
for
was
that blue
bullshit.
shell. It wasn't
Wow.
bullshit.
Yeah, I hit the blue
Still.
shell and knocked
Yeah.
everybody off the map, and then she just
Yeah.
scooted her little booty right on in.
Yeah.
I
Boom.
did.
Just
You
like
were-
normal, Jay was
I
in
had a
last place
mushroom.
and got a blue shell. So
But I'm excited
man.
because Jake the Viking is here.
Okay.
we do for the first time here on the Geeks and Gamers channel. Thanks to Jay being not as big of a disaster as you would think. He actually does make good connections for us.
People like me, I guess.
Jake the Viking. Hello, Jake the Viking. Welcome. It's a pleasure. Welcome.
Dude, I'm excited. Thanks for having me, guys.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, man. We're gonna have to get you on some gaming streams too, man. I know you've been gaming it up over on
All right,
Twitch
hold
a
on.
lot.
He can't
little
play
bit.
Fortnite. He can't play Fortnite. The last time he was playing
Why?
Fortnite, he was all serious. I was watching him,
No.
and he literally just fell off the cliff and died. And then he zoomed in on his face, and he ended like he ended the thing. He literally walked off the side of the mountain and died.
I
Like
thought I was gonna land in the river and I missed it. I misjudged it, died. I was in what, third, fourth place?
I think it was like 36, but you know, it was,
Okay. I can pull the clip right now, Jay. I know it's a number you've never seen in Fortnite, but
Wow, dang.
Damn.
I mean,
maybe.
look, to be fair, Jay has never seen a bot lobby he couldn't dominate on
That's
Fortnite.
true.
Okay, it's
I have all those clips too.
Oh man, yeah, but I mean, look, there's a ton of games coming out there. Like, I'm hyped for Splatoon 3. I'm hyped for Modern Warfare 2. There's gonna be some great multiplayer games, and obviously Fortnite's like crack, though, man. I made fun of this game for as long as it's been around until they added no build, and now I can't stop playing it. Like Jay remembers, I used to call him up and just judge him harshly for playing Fortnite. I would just constantly just making fun of him.
And I kept saying, you don't understand. You just got to play it once. And it was freaking G.I. Joe. I was able to like at least get him to like
with Snake Eyes. Yeah. But yeah, Jake, so how you been, buddy? You doing good? You got anything going on these days? Anything other than your huge channels and huge social media followings and all of that?
All right. Anyway, mowed the lawn today. No, I'm kidding. Going good. We are excited. We're going down to Halloween Horror Nights for Friday for media night, and Shelby and I are big horror fans. As you can see, little Michael Myers back here hanging out.
Nice.
So we're super stoked about that. Hopefully, get to see Jay while we're down there.
So Jake, who doesn't run a theme park channel, gets called and says, "Hey, we're gonna give you these special passes where you don't have to wait in line, where you're allowed to record inside, where you're allowed to do all these things." And I'm like, "Can I get the same thing?" And they're like, So
you're the guy that wears it.
So while he's there, I'm gonna be there the same day. I'm gonna go live from Park Hopping that Friday, but just I can't get the same access that Jake has, so he'll come out and wave at me.
I'll wave to you from the inside.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you how it is. I'll let you watch the video back.
Yeah, Universal's done such a good job in the last few years, and I really love what they're doing. We have a lot of fun at Universal and everything they're doing. Plus, I mean, they're adding Super Nintendo World very soon. What is the time frame on that, Jay?
It's going to be open in California in February. So me and Lee and a few others, like we're going to pick some tentative dates where we just want to go out there in February for its opening, maybe a week after, and spend a few days there and just kind of do this whole California, because I've never been to Disneyland either, but it's like definitely going to do Super Nintendo World for a few days. And anybody that's in that area that wanted to come hang out, it'd be awesome to see us. So looking to do that in February.
We got to get you to Disneyland at some point. Although
I just want to ride the Indiana Jones ride and be done. Like
Disneyland's fucking trash. You want to go there?
It's really not that good. I mean, it's.
Don't they have an Indiana Jones ride?
The Indiana Jones ride is cool.
But we know someone in there that's like, if you show up, Jay, we'll just sneak you in the back door. So
yeah,
it's like, all right. So,
yeah, shockingly enough, I don't have to kiss up to Disney to get special access there.
Wow.
Crazy, isn't it? Crazy.
Universal Hollywood's not the greatest either.
Yeah, it's really small from what I heard. I've never been to Universal Hollywood, but I've heard it's really small compared to Orlando.
Oh, it's very. I went out there for a I Prevail music video, and they put me in a hotel like literally across the street from it. And I was like, well, I can't just not go. So I went, and it's very small. Very small.
I saw Super Nintendo World's going to be epic. So
what's wrong, Ryan?
I'm fixing all the shit.
That's what he does. That's what he does. Go ahead with the Super Nintendo World comment you were gonna make.
Yeah, no, the Super Nintendo World will open, and they're gonna have like the major attractions there, which is the Mario Kart ride where you can, I guess, hit other riders, and like the Super Nintendo World restaurant and a couple other things as well. That's gonna be open February, which is a good month. February is a good month to go to theme parks because everyone's in school and all that stuff. So it might not be as packed. And so just looking forward to it. We were scheduled, and Jeremy will tell you, we were trying to get to Japan for Super Nintendo World, but the lockdowns hit like right in the middle of our talk. And we were just like, well, and then they didn't really open it till like almost 8 months afterwards. So, Drunk 3 you should live stream Halloween Horror Nights. I am. But the problem is it might like bump into Friday Night Tykes a little bit, but it'll be on the channel nonetheless. So it'll be there.
I told you. Go ahead.
This Friday. I'm going this Friday. I'll give Jake the camera and he could just walk in with the live stream while I'll just wait at the exit.
That shit's starting already. Halloween Horror Night starts already.
Starts
They
Friday.
bumped it up a week. Yeah.
Yeah, they typically get started early just because it's such a huge event. I mean, I've only been to Halloween Horror Nights one time. This was several years ago, and I didn't really do anything because every line felt like it was like 2 or 3 hours long. Now this was like 6 or 7 years ago, so I don't know if they've improved it or
it's still bad. If you go,
yeah.
you need to get the was it the line skip or whatever the fast pass?
Fast pass.
Yeah,
pay another fucking $400.
Hey, but it's honestly their fast pass. Everything that Universal's doing is better than Disney's system. Disney World again used to be a place I used to love going to, and they have made it so complicated to go to Disney World now. It is so complicated. You have to plan every aspect of your day out. You have to plan where you're going, where you're eating, what ride you're riding. Like everything is controlled and organized to where it doesn't even feel like you're there to relax. It feels like you're going there to continue to work. You know what I mean? It's very frustrating. So
when does Nintendo World open up in Florida? 2024. Another year.
What's the other part they're opening?
Epic Universe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have Nintendo World, Epic Monsters, How to Train Your Dragon. This is Ryan's first Halloween in Florida, isn't it?
Yeah, I need to well, I guess I was here last year, but I'd like just moved in, so I need to actually find a day where we can go. I don't know if we're all gonna go like during the October meetup time frame or what, but I gotta
closer to Halloween, the bigger the crowds.
Yeah, can't wait.
So.
Yeah, Jamie's like, oh, everything Universal's doing better than Disney. It's like, yeah, I can't wait to pay $400 for a fast pass to wait in a less long line. Like, hey, yeah, instead of getting fucked in the ass, you're getting fucked in the ass with lube.
But you'll be scared.
Yeah, I mean, you will. You'll be terrified.
Hey,
listen, we all know how scared you got during, was it Phasmophobia, Krista?
That was scary, though.
Find the clip, Krista. Find the clip, Krista. We got to find that one. That was good.
Is that stuff actually scary? I mean,
they do a great job.
I personally, so when it comes to video games, like you can actually like psych yourself into being terrified in a video game if you own the moment and right. I mean, like I can't. Resident Evil 4 terrifies me when I play that game because I zone in, or something like what's the one, Outlast? Holy shit, you know. And but huh?
You have to let yourself get immersed, and then it's terrifying.
And to that extent, when you bring it to the theme park element, like if you bring your mind into it, like I get more scared of horror movies at home than I do in a cinema. In a cinema, I don't feel threatened. I don't feel worried. But if I'm at home and I have the lights off and it's silent and I'm watching like a scary movie, I can really kind of get my mind into that.
So you let go. You just let go.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, it's like anything else. You know what I mean?
The only thing is, and I won't keep this on theme park stuff, but what Universal does, like they have Michael Myers this year, and they recreate the entire movie that you remember. So like they recreate the house and you walk through the house. So it's like you're literally like walking through parts of the film, and then you get like the jump scares. Like they remade Crystal Lake for Friday the 13th. I just think that they really go all out, especially when they use the IPs. So the Alien one was wild, man. Like when they recreated Aliens.
Well, last year they had the Haunting of Hill House, and they had the actual house there.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
So if you like those films, like it's really neat just to like walk through those. Yeah, they should do a Last Jedi horror house. That would be.
We're gonna talk about the
scariest thing ever.
Proud of it though.
Yeah, well, and that's exactly what we're gonna talk about here. But first, can somebody share that link that Krista shared? The YouTube links, is my YouTube videos are, I guess it's not translating properly. Oh yeah, Ryan gets to share it.
I'll do it.
So this was Ryan playing Phasmophobia. This was awesome right here. I'm not sure how was I in this call? I can't remember. I think I was dead at this point in time in the game. I think.
I don't know if you were playing.
Let's see. Maybe I was watching. I can't remember.
What happens if I click this? Nothing.
Oh, you're there. All right, John Wilson. I've got EMF level 3 in here. John Wilson. Oh my God! Oh my God! Run! Oh my God!
No, it's okay. It's just me.
What the hell?
That was like
Wow.
That was so funny.
I was like
You've
How
never
long
ago
was this?
as you're not playing it right.
That was
was
like
so
back in the day
scary.
when Ryan used to stream on his own. He was the only one on camera.
Ryan
That's
deserves a lot
miserable.
of credit for that. He used to be the only guy on Mario Kart when we were all in Discord, so he would get memed to hell because he was the only one making faces. It's so funny. But yeah, I like how Mark's like, oh, just me, Mark the Cyborg. You know, like so on point with Mark the Cyborg. But yeah, that was really good. So. Okay, so as Jake just brought up, some of the big news today is that Rian Johnson has talked about The Last Jedi once again, which, hey, he's the director. I'm sure, he's proud of it, as he has said, but most of us are not proud of it. So we're going to talk about Rian Johnson's latest comments here. And it's on Empire, and it says Rian Johnson is even more proud of Star Wars The Last Jedi 5 years on. And this is an exclusive from Empire. And he's basically just talking about it. And it says, in a major new Empire interview, Rian Johnson looks back on The Last Jedi for its 5th anniversary, reflecting with a few years distance on his episode of the Skywalker saga. I'm even more proud of it 5 years on. When I was up at bat, I really swung at the ball. The film, he says, is not just a Star Wars movie. It's a movie about Star Wars and what it means to be fans, himself included. That is not what Star Wars is about. That has nothing to do with Star Wars. The fact that you're trying to incorporate real life shit into it's telling George Lucas's story. That's what Star Wars is about. This is insane, but this should not surprise anyone. But since we have Jake here for the first time, I saw you tweeted about this, Jake. What are your thoughts on Rian Johnson's comments, and what do you think about The Last Jedi?
Oh God, I don't even know where to start. Like, I saw it on because IGN tweeted it, and looking back, like I think all of us agree, Star Wars The Last Jedi left you with, what the hell did I just watch? Because it ruins so many moments, especially with Leia flying through the air like Superman. You have no idea how she's doing that. They have a huge, massive plot hole where they use the ship to jump into light speed to blow up the bigger ship. My biggest problem was the whole fact that inertia doesn't exist anymore. We're running out of gas in space. They're chasing us. Okay, they're gonna keep going.
Yeah,
like it doesn't matter. And it's just, to me, it's a problem because it's Rian Johnson's like inability to look at what the audience is saying about his movie, and it's just him being so egotistical and just big headed that he's like, I'm still proud of it. It's still a great movie, but it's not. The people who pay to go watch it don't like it. So I think he's like spitting on people basically over saying how proud he is of it, even though everyone's saying it's a bad movie.
Yep, 100%.
I'm like reading it right now, and it's just like it's like throw away the past and embracing. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what are you even talking about?
It's insane.
The part where he says, like, the part where he says it's also about being a Star Wars fan. That's the most ridiculous thing, because if you really want to take a look at what Rian Johnson did and like take a step back from it, like as a standalone movie, whatever, this is someone trying to get as far away from being a fan as possible. Yeah. It's like, what if everything was just terrible? What if this person that you looked up to as a hero was actually trash? What if all of this? That's more what Rian Johnson was trying to tell. It's a deconstruction of Star Wars, which you can't do as part 8 of a 9-part saga, right? That's
Luke's already been deconstructed.
Like
you know what I mean? Like, and this is classic Hollywood. They always like how many deconstructions and finding himself stories is now Thor on? Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Was it like the 3rd time he's found himself, or the 5th, or whatever? Like the fact that you think Luke Skywalker needs to be deconstructed is insane. Luke Skywalker has been on a journey, and not a meme that I always say, but the hero's journey. Like he is the definition of the hero's journey, and that has already been explored. And he has faced some of the most difficult things anyone would face, and he proved himself time and time again. And the galaxy was a better place because of Luke Skywalker. And at that point in time, the fact that we're now trying to deconstruct Luke Skywalker at that point in his life because an arrogant Hollywood director thinks that that's what needs to be done is insane. And again, 5 years later, it's obvious that it destroyed the fandom. It destroyed Star Wars. And most of the projects that they wanted to move forward with have not moved forward because of that movie. That is the legacy of The Last Jedi. George, what do you think?
I think it's, once again, Ryan is out probably to push some film, or it's the fact that he's just proved that at some point in his life he was actually a fluffer on a porn set. You know, I've never seen anybody suck their own dick this much. I mean, this guy goes around literally to piss everybody off. And remember, he's the first director, at least in my lifetime, that I've ever heard. Remember when he gave that interview a few years ago, and he stated, I wanted to divide the audience in half.
Yes.
Half of the people that hate it, and half the people that love it. Who does that? Like,
Yeah,
that right there tells you you're not a fan of the franchise.
Yeah,
Yeah, 100%.
And it's hard to suck your own dick too when you're still got this like trilogy that's been promised that we have no update on in the past 5 years. Nothing moving forward with Rian Johnson's trilogy.
Speaking of that, he is quoted, I think, in that article saying, "It would break my heart if I were finished." Rian Johnson still wants to make a Star Wars trilogy. He says it would break my heart if I were finished.
Broken.
Maybe if he was a gay creator of color, then maybe they'd think about doing it. But I don't think. Well, I mean, he probably is gay, but I don't know if they're going to do it for a white man like Rian Johnson. I don't think they feel like.
I mean, he's famously said after he signed that the 3 film deal with Lucasfilm, he famously said he wanted less white dudes directing Star Wars. After the white dude signed on for 3 Star Wars movies, that's his quote. You can look that up. But I mean, look, at this point, the Rian Johnson's trilogy was agreed upon and announced before The Last Jedi released.
Yep.
And 5 years later, nothing has happened. That should tell you everything you need to know about the legacy of The Last Jedi. You know, there's people online that say, oh, the people loved it. Lucasfilm loved it. Everything worked. It was perfect. It made $1.3 billion. It was a success. Nothing has moved forward. None of the projects that were there prior to The Last Jedi have moved forward post Last Jedi. That's the legacy of the movie. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, nothing's moved forward except for these ridiculous Disney Plus shows. I mean, what's Rian Johnson going to do? That I actually destroyed my own career and killed a franchise that people love? You think anybody's going to remember? If Rian Johnson didn't remind everybody about The Last Jedi, how many people would actually remember it today? I mean, truly.
Yeah.
I think he killed Luke Skywalker to be remembered as the director that killed Luke Skywalker. So I think that because his name, like we're talking about him right now, so it's like his name will always be forever linked for it will like negative or positive, it'll always be linked with the destruction of Luke. And that just began, at least for me in my own eyes, this whole lazy writing thing from Hollywood where they just tear down characters that have already built up to boost up their own. And it's a constant, at least in Star Wars right now, it's a constant theme. They tore down Luke to build up Rey. They tore down Boba Fett to build up Mandalorian. And it just goes on and on. Like, you could just pick and choose. So it just goes on and on with their series. They tore down Kenobi, to build up Reva. So it's like it's just
Hulk to build up She-Hulk.
Yeah. It's just a constant theme that goes on over there in this quick writing where they're just trying to like, look at our new characters. They're better than what you used to like. So let's just show you.
But that's what they have in writers' rooms. I mean, they're spending what I found out now about 6 weeks before a production goes in. They're not spending months anymore. They don't get to refine it and get to bring it back and forth and get to use people as sounding boards. They have these people who are activists in their writing. You're not talking about actually creative talent.
No,
you're not. I mean, and it's the reason. There's a reason Ripa can go out there and make $3.5 million off of the Ripaverse, because people are just looking for heroes to watch them go on a journey, not with any agenda or see them actively tear something down. And if you're going to create a new character, you need to create a reason for people to want to go see these characters or to have some investment in their story. And without Hollywood and storytellers in the comic industry just tearing things down constantly, the market isn't opened up for someone like Ripa. And now that the market has opened up, he's taken full advantage of it. And that's why. And people are just tired of seeing the same song and dance over and over and over again. Tired of it.
Yeah.
And
well,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, there's also a very big answer. I think Disney gave kind of their own answer to what they actually thought of The Last Jedi in a movie called The Rise of Skywalker, where they tried to retcon half the fucking movie. And they were like, oh, no, we love The Last Jedi. We love what Rian Johnson did, but we're going to also bring back the director from the first movie and then try to completely retcon everything that he did in that movie because, I mean, and at the same time, Rian Johnson can talk all day like how he wants, but if you actually watch the movie, it spends like the first 2 acts talking about deconstructing things, and at the very end literally says, no, we're not deconstructing anything, it's all basically the same in the first place. He goes from calling them resistance to the rebels. He like calls Rey the last Jedi. Like he's still like he didn't actually say anything. Rian Johnson's really fucking good at that. If you listen to his interview, he doesn't really say anything. He just uses words that he thinks like make him sound like a good fucking writer, but he's not. Like, you know, kudos to him for directing the best episode of Breaking Bad, but like, okay, congratulations. Like, you know,
but some people are meant for television. Some people are meant for television. Some are for movies.
Well, I still, and I know that gets referenced a lot, and I reference it a lot too. It comes down to that. Just shows you the leadership of Vince Gilligan. You know, I mean, Rian Johnson is a competent director. He's a competent filmmaker. If he has the right leadership overseeing him, and Vince Gilligan, who's clearly a man who cares about the universe he's created and cares about that craft, and so he had a vision, he oversaw it. Rian Johnson did a great job of, you know, carrying out, like carrying out what Vince Gilligan wanted, and I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, what's the movie he did with Joseph Gordon? Looper. Looper is not a great movie. It's definitely not a bad movie either. It's fine.
But did he write any of that?
No.
Like that, we're talking about directors and like people crafting the story, right? So
well, yeah, but that's my point. He, like I said, that's the point of me saying he's a competent director, though. You know, with someone else kind of overseeing it. So
he wrote Looper too. You know, but I mean, but he's not. I mean, you know, just like you can be a decent director and a decent fucking writer. I mean, the thing is, like, he took a pre-established story and then decided to put his own fucking spin on it. You know, if you write your own shit, you can write your own. You can write your own shit and put your own themes and payoffs into it. But that's the thing. He wanted to deconstruct Star Wars.
This is, but this is. Go ahead, George.
No, go Jay. Go Jay.
All right, this is Rian Johnson though. Can you share my screen? He's a freaking troll. This is the stuff that he deleted. It still might be out there, but he was posting this when like bigger people were complaining about The Last Jedi. Like he was tweeting people the middle finger. When Star Wars Theory was crying, he trolled Star Wars Theory about having tears after watching something on TV. Like he did all these things. Like he's just a constant like troll. And like he was like, oh, when I saw Luke drink that milk, I had tears flowing from my eyes. When all that Star Wars Theory, Pablo Hidalgo stuff was going on like a few years ago. And he's just he just constantly trolls people because he thinks it's funny. That's the issue with Rian Johnson. It's like you couldn't criticize his film because he does have his loyal. I mean, he's got people that think The Last Jedi is the greatest thing ever, you know, and so he just feeds into them all the time, you know, and you know, for whatever it's worth. But he constantly trolls. He was trolling people hard after The Last Jedi for a good while.
I just think that you have some people who sometimes get they're one-hit wonders. Who was the director who did Chronicle? Do y'all remember that about those kids?
Josh Trank.
But then he went on to do Fantastic Four.
Lost his fucking mind in that.
And it was obliterated. I mean, you have Johnson who did, was it Looper was his first one?
Yeah.
Okay. The same thing. I just think that there are sometimes some people have one book in them, one song in them, one movie in them, and that's it. I think he's just, you know, like a director you find out of a university, someone who should go back to making the wedding videos.
Listen, Ryan,
that's the famous tweet right there. The man babies.
Yeah.
What we talk about when we talk about man babies on social media. A few unhealthy people can cast a big shadow on the wall. But over the past 4 years, I've met a lot of real fellow Star Wars fans. We like and dislike stuff, but we do it with humor, love, and respect. We're the vast majority. We're having fun and doing just fine. That's fine. But then why are the fans always being painted as a toxic group of people if that the heavy majority of them are wonderful people? Why do we ever have to hear about the 2% out there that you say are toxic? That's not the narrative that Lucasfilm or companies, you know, push against fans. And that's why fans have had such a problem with it up to this point. Look, I clearly have no love lost for Zack Snyder, but you know, the Snyder movies, you had a ton of criticism with Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman. Zack Snyder never came out and said anything about it. You know what I mean? A ton of hate.
No, fuck
and
the
he never
fans.
came out and said anything
the
about
fans,
it.
at least.
About the
yeah.
fans. Yeah, he never said
No.
anything about the fan reaction. It was divisive as hell. But he never said anything about it. You know, he just, you know, they move forward. And why did Lucasfilm have to paint a narrative about fans? And this started with The Force Awakens when they started to say that racist people were going after John Boyega, which there was no evidence to support that anybody with any credibility was saying anything about John Boyega. The only thing that we saw was that people were confused because a black stormtrooper kind of went against everything that a lot of people believed in terms of what stormtroopers were, you know, the clones.
It was people that were really fucking stupid. It was people that were ignorant.
But that's the majority of people that are going to watch a movie is the general audience that don't know the deep inner workings of the lore. So they took, you know, the general audience being confused, and then they go, oh, they're racist. It's like, no, they're just not smart enough. They're not intelligent enough to understand how the inner workings of Star Wars goes. That doesn't mean they're racist. And then they found like 1 or 2 comments from a person with like 3 followers that said something racist, like, look at the racist Star Wars fandom. You're like, good Lord, man.
Yeah, in the same way that people are talking about House of the Dragon, where you have Corlys Valerian, it's obviously been race swapped. Like it's not because all of a sudden there's a black person in Game of Thrones. Spoiler alert for that actor. There's been rich black people in Game of Thrones before. I don't know if you actually watch. I don't know if you actually watched the first 8 seasons of Game of Thrones. There's been rich black people and no one cared. But
we need to talk about House of Dragon too, because I don't think it's bad at all. I think it's actually decent, but I can't get Game of Thrones season 8 out of my mind. It's so hard to
think about the dragons. Just think about the dragons.
Look, man, like I see it, and I see a blonde-haired white girl with dragons, and all you're making me think about is Daenerys. And I thought Daenerys was a fantastic character until, of course, they ruined her in season 8. But I thought Emilia Clarke did a fantastic job in that role. So then I see this, and I'm just like, it's too close to home. You know what I mean? Like it just
acts like Danny too in some scenes.
Yes,
it's supposed to, like, because like this story,
I get it. Yeah,
this prequel is really, there's a lot of like themes that get repeated in A Song of Ice and Fire, because it's kind of supposed to show that it's just going to be the same shit over and over. People are just going to fucking fight and scheme and kill and do whatever the fuck they want. The regular people will suffer while these people fight over power. But to me, Game of Thrones season 8 left a really bad taste in everybody's mouth. For this thing, I think for me watching it, I have more of a problem separating myself from what we're seeing on screen from what the cast and crew are saying. From people like him coming out and talking about, oh, they're fine with dragons and violet eyes, but see a rich black man and they lose their mind. No, it's because this goes against all of the lore.
The canon.
And when you're talking about the Targaryens and the Valerians, like these pure bloodlines, and like how they would interconnect, and that was seen as acceptable. Like some things just don't make sense here with who they decided to change in this series, and along with all the activist statements we've seen from other people. That's the problem I have.
If the Daily Wire ever gets the rights to Marvel and they cast Ryan fucking Reynolds as Blade, I'll make more hate videos on Daily Wire than I've ever made about anything. Don't mess with Blade. Like, that's the problem fans have with things, is that people that are actively changing something for a social, commentary reason or whatever. If any like right-leaning outlet ever did that with Blade or any character like that, I would lose my mind. You know what I mean? So it's never about that. You can create that narrative and you can find some weirdo, some loser on Reddit or Twitter that probably said something racist, but that's not what the 99% of people have a problem with the lore changes are. They have a problem with the lore changes because they don't want the lore changed for an insignificant reason, so you can virtue signal off of it. That's the problem. So,
Well, I mean, they released that whole thing and they're like, oh yeah, well, we cast black people because who wants to see more white people on screen? Like, well, that was never really an issue in the first place. But the fact that you said it now shows us you only cast black people because you didn't want to see more white people. Like, okay, like, great. Like, what else do you have to like spin at that point except that you tokenize characters for the sake of tokenization? Like, that's exactly what you just did and then just admitted to. So
yeah, and if you didn't want to see white people on screen, you picked a really bad fucking book to adapt. When it's just literally all about the people that are described as super fucking white.
Yeah.
Like that's what this series is
With
about.
purple
So,
eyes.
yeah, there are plenty other stories out there. And if you want, we saw in Game of Thrones, it wasn't just white people on screen, right? They went all around the world. There was a bunch of different fucking people, but you don't want to write that story. You don't want to write the story about that. You just want to take a pre-established character who, by the way, Corlys Velaryon is like super important to the story and ends up being basically a fucking like Chad. Like he's super fucking important, everything that happens. That's the one person you decided that we should do this to. Okay.
Yeah. God damn it, George.
Look at Jay's stare.
What do you want me to do, man?
It says Canadian bear twice.
Yeah, I think it's pretty apparent what he wants you to do.
Yeah.
No, not put the arms up. If he wants
Yeah,
to,
no, yeah, Jay,
put,
you know,
put
you
it
know what to
on.
do, buddy.
$100, man. Nah.
$100 is $100. $100 is $100.
The last suit you'll ever wear.
$100 is $100. I'm just saying. We did get a $50 super chat earlier. I want to get this one really quick. Samuel the Infamous.
I love you, buddy.
$50. Sorry, guys. I poached Cat from for my live show, Screaming Into the Void. Shameless self-promotion. On the bright side, SITV doesn't air on Tuesday. Shout out to my newest co-panelist, the Hijabi Gamer. She's so awesome. And hail Friday, hail Tuesday night's main event.
Nice.
Yeah, so we love Kat. Hijabi Gamer's fantastic. I've been meaning to get with her and see if she wanted to play some games with us. I know she talked to Krista recently because I don't know if it was confirmed or not, and I'm sure SBD Girl is watching. She's probably over in the locals chat right now, but I think that Destiny 2 skins are coming to Fortnite.
Yeah, they're already out.
They're already out?
Actually,
Okay.
Destiny, I think it's Destiny 4 skins.
Yeah.
What?
Didn't
Fortnite skins
go to Destiny?
Just what now?
It's Fortnite skins.
I
are
got you,
available in
Ryan.
Destiny.
Fortnite.
I got it
skins with the
immediately,
Destiny?
and he just standing there like, "What?"
No, I don't even know Destiny, so I didn't know if there was a 4. That's what I got confused on.
Is that a
Destiny 4
girl
out.
or a game?
Yeah, I got the joke once I realized it. But I was making sure it's not because I played the first Destiny on release and I hated it,
it's
and
a
I've never
game.
played it again. Never
Okay.
played it
It's not
again.
on the Taken King.
So
I'm sorry. Was that a girl or a game? I'm just trying to figure.
What,
Destiny?
It's a game.
Well,
a game.
the last
Game,
game
George.
Yeah, Destiny's Child is a girl. Yeah,
Destiny's
He's
Child.
talking about foreskin. The other guy's talking about Destiny. I'm like, okay.
yeah, Destiny's
There,
Child
right
has
there.
a foreskin as well. Yeah, but don't worry, it's 2022. We can change that.
Should I play? I keep hearing people say I should try Destiny again.
No, stay
but-
away from it. Don't touch it. It's stupid.
You're already wrapped up in Fortnite. Like,
Yeah, just stay into
yeah.
Fortnite. It's just a fucking cash grab. at this
I like
point.
Destiny 2, but it's like I don't know. It can't keep me engaged for very long.
My-
Well,
Like,
especially.
Go ahead.
if I had a group of people and it was like like a consistent group of people that were fucking like doing the raids and everything, then yeah, I'd probably be into it. But I don't know. It's
Yeah,
good, but
I almost got back into it when it was free on Game Pass. I played it for a while, and then they're like, "Hey, so we got this new update coming out, and we really want you to pay for it. So we're going to shelve half the content that we already have in our fucking game because we didn't plan out for the next 10 years like we didn't for the first fucking game that we released that we said wasn't going to have a sequel, that we released a sequel for our shareholders, and now we're just going to keep shelving fucking content in our game that you can no longer play or touch, that you have to go on YouTube to find out the lore for because we don't even have a fucking lore system built into the game that is designed around a story and lore." Fuck Destiny.
Isn't the original campaign for D2 not even in the game anymore? The Red Wolf? Didn't they shelve it?
I think the original campaign is Forsaken is gone, and the other one that had K-12 die in it is gone as well.
Yeah, so basically stuff you've already paid for, when they come on the new update, they just get rid of it.
Yeah, they just got rid of it.
You paid $15, $20, $30 for, they just, we got to get rid of it so we can implement this new DLC that you have to pay for that eventually will shelve that you have to pay for a new one.
Yeah,
So
it's like, Destiny 1 came out and was kind of a big fucking mess, but it had a lot of like fun things about it. And then they decided to retool the game with the Taken King. Taken King was a really good fucking DLC.
Yep.
Changed the way the game ran. They got rid of a bunch of guns became obsolete and all this stuff. And they said we're not going to do that again. And they released Destiny 2. Destiny 2 was a fucking buggy mess with a shitty story and it had a bunch of problems and issues. They said, hey, we're going to retool this with this new DLC and everything's going to become obsolete that you were playing with, but don't worry, we won't do this again. And then like a year later, they're like, hey, we're retooling everything again, shelved content, and all the guns that you just grinded for, fucking useless. Get rid of them because we're going to retool everything again. And they're just going to keep doing it and lying to everybody. They promised when EA got their hands off the Bungie, they were going to change things. It was going to get rid of all the predatory monetary practices and stuff. They didn't fucking do it. They're fucking liars.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that real quick? Hang on before you.
100%, because they can say all day long that it's fucking free to play, but it's not. You can't touch the content that you don't pay for. Like if it's DLC content, you cannot touch it. So you literally can play like 2 things in the game free to play. It's impossible to play it otherwise, and you can't earn the content to unlock it. You have to pay for it.
When D2 first came out and the first DLC was coming, it was like a $30 DLC. And they were announcing if you didn't buy the DLC, you lost access to like 3 of the strikes, 1 of the nightfalls. So stuff you've already paid $60, $80, $100 for. If you didn't buy the DLC, you lost it.
Yep.
That's
so
bullshit.
you've already paid for and own, you lose if you don't buy the new DLC. And that's when I quit playing it. I was like, this is stupid.
I'm 100% okay with Fortnite being free to play, and then they just dangle new skins at me, and I'll just buy those up. But it doesn't make it pay to win. So, George, what were you asking?
I was asking because the games that I've played lately are Ghost of Tsushima and the Diablo, but I had stopped playing Diablo because I started seeing that when I went to play online, like you had to start buying so many. It's like you had to pay for everything.
Bro, George, I love the fact that you said I was playing the Diablo.
No, Diablo, because I started. No, that didn't work. It's Diablo. It's just the fact that Ghost of Tsushima was.
I've
my
never
favorite.
played. I know you told me that. You told me. I've never played Diablo. I've never played Diablo.
I did. I liked it because I remember years ago I started it.
Great. Yeah, Diablo 1 and 2
never
are
played
fucking
Destiny.
great.
I never played it. I guess I'm not gonna play it now.
You're not missing out on much. And I'm
Fallout was my favorite of all time. Fallout 3.
Jeremy up here talking about he's excited for Modern Warfare 2. Ooh, that cash grab.
Hey man, but they don't. There's no pay to win element to it. Like you know.
If you play Warzone, there is.
Warzone, there is.
Well, I don't.
Warzone is.
I'm not a big Warzone guy, so I mean.
Well, that's obvious. I played with you before. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Look.
Warzone's
a fucking camp fest.
There's no bots in those lobbies.
No, I found out quick that every update there's a new meta gun. That conveniently is like unlocked at level 40, but it's like it's nice because if you don't have it, it's randomly in the shop to buy. And so you find out the developers are purposely making meta guns and then putting them in the store to just make money off of you. Because if you don't run the meta gun, you can't do anything in the game.
Yeah. Well, the
That
answer
makes
now, they have been trying to fix that a little bit, which is why I've continued to play it. I did stop for a while because the meta got so fucking broken, it was out of control. But yeah, unfortunately, I've played too much of it now. I have to keep doing it.
Yeah, I quit when it was the TAC 30. It was the little SMG that was just cracked. You could shoot people like across the map with it.
Yeah.
So what game are y'all looking forward to in the future?
Splatoon 3 is the first, the next one up, which is a Nintendo Switch game, which would be fantastic. But then I am looking forward to Modern Warfare 2. I liked Modern Warfare 2019. Like I thought that one was a fantastic game. So what about you, Jake?
It's a Hogwarts Legacy.
I'm looking forward to that too, especially because I know that every copy that gets bought, a trans person cries. So I'm really excited about that.
I just saw that they announced you can pretty much learn the dark arts. So I'm like, fuck yeah.
That game does look awesome outside of the fact that the losers on Twitter get so mad about that game. But like the game itself just looks really good.
If you buy this game, even though it has nothing to do with the creator.
I knew Blabs would show up. I knew Blabs would show up. I knew it. I knew it.
Well, and she would fucking do whatever for anything that says Harry Potter on it. But
that is true. But
like legitimately, Hogwarts Legacy looks really fucking cool. So that's going to be interesting when it comes out. Other than that, like I don't really look forward to much. So
I was looking forward to Skull and Bones, the new pirate game. Soft.
Oh,
heard about that one?
No, I don't think so. What is that? The one that's been in development for like fucking. Yeah, I have like no hope for that thing because that it's
good because they finally announced that it's 100% just a ship battler. There's nothing else to it. They're like, you can explore islands. You literally get off your boat, buy supplies, get back on your boat.
We got more people here.
Just like Assassin's Creed Black Flag, like
Yeah,
just the ship part.
Yeah, and the boarding an enemy ship is a cutscene. So there's no actual sword fighting, no pistol fight, nothing. It's just literally you're playing Battleship with a pirate ship.
Wow.
And I'm like, that's stupid.
Now we got Josiah Rises here. Hi, Josiah.
What's up? The way that Eric and I both came in here made it look like we were both working at his warehouse or something.
And we got Ripa here. What up, Ripa? So you guys meet Jake the Viking. We got Jake here in the house. So
what up?
I'll put drunk 3P on the middle to make him feel important. So now you feel good, Jay? You feeling important now?
He needs all the help he can get with that. So
that is true.
Please subscribe to his channel.
He clearly doesn't care about paying customers sending super chats for for him to put on.
Josiah's here.
So.
All I can think about is Gandalf. I just randomly reply that to anything he posts on Twitter.
Yeah. Well, he stepped in.
I can't wait for the Rings of Power version. Gandalf the gay.
Oh man, it's gonna be Rings of Power. Is
more like Gandalf the homeless, right?
Yeah.
Trans homeless, maybe.
Yeah.
More like Gandalf Astari didn't exist in the third or in the second age in human form. So,
Ripa, how you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. Just been fucking busy nonstop. Fuck. I mean,
I loved your video about the Marvel writer or whatever.
Oh, the artist, Mark Brooks, punk ass.
Yeah. Because your point was because he was basically saying like you can't succeed if you're not bringing up Marvel or DC or something like that.
Yeah.
And when you were talking about it, the first thing I thought of was the most iconic video game ad of all time, which is Sega does what Nintendo don't.
And obviously that's especially retarded considering that basically all of the major indies were built upon that, especially like the biggest one that a lot of people point to. I don't remember if people remember like Image and how their promotion fucking look, or McFarlane and how he used to promote Spawn, even when at that point like what was that mid 90s, like 93, 94, when he had like Spawn was like the #1 selling comic at the time. And he came out with those commercials where he had Marvel and DC stand-ins like in the fucking commercial talking about they were representative of his competition and shit, and that was fine. Like that's fine, but even me, I'm not even using it in our promotional material, but apparently I can't do shit without I guess mentioning Marvel and DC. But to you, asshole Mark Brooks, I'm particularly pissed off at him. Because not pissed off at him, he's a fucking loser. It's more of I don't like the disrespect of the artist, right? Like, because he's disrespecting like our artists, like with Cliff, Gabe. We know him and Gabe, which he's not gonna run up on Gabe anyway. He ran from his ass at San Diego Comic-Con anyway. But like with him taking shots at like Cliff, who doesn't do anything to anybody, I take fucking exception to him like trying to shit on my artist. But Mark Brooks, he's upset because Mark Brooks can't do what I fucking do, and that is detach yourself from the fucking mainstream, get off those shitty ass covers that you're getting commissioned by Marvel, and actually create your own shit. And let's see if you can see any level of success, and he fucking can't. We've seen them try to go do that. A lot of these comic pros go do that, from Sean Gordon Murphy, who had a decent campaign, but he didn't do 3.4 fucking million dollars. None of them motherfuckers can do that, so he's just sour. But I take exception to him trying to shit on my artist, like for sure. Like if he coming at me, that's fine, but don't be fucking shitting on my artists or my customers.
Damn right. And look, when you get to Ripa's level, you can hire actresses to stand here. And that's Lady Ripa.
Yeah. Well, when asked how much she was paid, she said half his shit. So
Lady Ripa's like, she's crushing it on Twitter, man. She's crushing it.
She's awesome. Yeah.
My only issue, honestly, Ripa, is I noticed that you were stacking stuff in your warehouse in squares, and I think the way you're stacking shit in your warehouse just isn't efficient, and I'm kind of offended by that because I think I think I might be an expert at warehouse stacking.
That
So
makes
I'm going
sense.
to come at you and I'm going to take exception about it. You know?
That makes sense. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
Not only
I
that,
just
the
gotta
way you're
say it.
bagging and boarding the books as well is completely.
Yeah, why would
What are you
you
doing?
do that? Why would any
Completely wrong.
comic guy bag and
Obviously,
board?
you've never read a comic in your life, Eric. So it's really
apparently,
embarrassing that you're
all
just
these
fake.
damn
You're just a
balls.
passerby.
And there's all these
Yeah.
creases, these
Shit.
creases in the comics.
Yeah,
man. Like
Even
what's going on with
even
all
though
the
they're bagged and boarded in the
And not only that, but like,
Oh.
I mean, come on, we all know how good the United States Postal Service is.
Oh,
The fact
yeah.
that you're taking so much care to protect your product, what do you think? They're just going to kick it around and break shit? They never break anything. What are you doing?
They just
You're
don't
really
deliver
in over your
anything.
head and pandering to your audience, your right-wing audience, Eric. So.
Bro, when I saw the stack shit, I was like, what are you talking about? It's
That
like,
guy was
I wouldn't
completely out
stack
there.
it like that in
Yeah.
my warehouse. And I
Like,
don't fucking.
All right, well, go get a fucking warehouse. Like, that's my thing. Like every time this shit happens, I keep getting reminded. I know he's not the most. One of the more controversial figures right now, but Andrew Tate and his like thing where he would always like with the whole where's your Bugatti? Like what color is your Bugatti? Like, that's how I'm feeling. Like when I get these fucking broke motherfuckers sitting there trying to lecture me on how I should be doing a business that they've never done, not any business to that degree. Not comics, but any business trying to tell me how I should be fucking doing something is fucking weird, man. The unsolicited advice I've gotten from people that aren't even like, it's one thing if someone's like in the industry and they know it back to front and they're like, hey, this is this and this and that. But that's not what we're getting. We're getting fucking unaccomplished weirdos.
Peanut gallery.
Finding, yeah, exactly. Peanut gallery, like weirdos who are just finding things to nitpick to find that are like they're upset. Like the crackheads are like, why would you put it in a tote like that stack? Why wouldn't you put it in a long box? I'm like, dumbass, how do you think they come? How do you think if you get mass shit printed material, you think they just put the books in a long box? No, they don't even fucking they're not bagged and boarded, they're stacked in like 60-pound, 40 to 60-pound fucking boxes on top of each other. So what the fuck are you talking about?
And they're not even people that are like, you know, just giving their way of how they would do it. You know, they're like objectively saying that your way of doing it is the
it's wrong.
way.
It's not even presenting a true alternative. It's like
my
you're just
favorite
wrong.
was Ripple was like, you don't own it, you don't have a fucking warehouse and you ain't stacking shit. And the guy's like, you don't know my life. You don't know what I've done. He's like, just show me then. Yeah, he's like, well, fuck you then. I don't need to talk to you. You're racist, Ripple.
I can't imagine like, so you know, there's these people live on social media for, you know, all of these various amount of reasons, but they looked at the Rippaverse launch, which happened how long ago now, Rippa?
It's about almost a month and a half. I think a
month and a half, and they were convinced that this thing was going to be a massive kind of failure.
By the way, I got all your screenshots. We got them in a nice little folder. We got some prepared for all y'all. Nice. I'm petty like that
and
too.
now here we are, less than 2 months later. Rippa is about to hit $3.5 million.
We might hit it by the end of the stream, to be completely fucking honest, because we're
let's do it.
3.496, I think. So
let's do it. Let's do it. So he's broken every independent comic record by far, including Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, he did better than his Kickstarter.
They don't know. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do.
Well, I think the real problem is these guys are right. Like Eric is clearly pandering to an audience because of like political messaging. He's basically just virtue signaling. The big two don't virtue signal. Like they don't. I mean, sure, this headline's out here.
No.
DC Comics criticized for Hispanic heritage covers featuring Mexican food because nothing screams Hispanic Heritage Month like replacing the Mexican flag and a pretty cool light construct with a bag of tamales.
No,
that's not real.
No, it's real.
It's fucking real.
This is real.
That's real.
It's not just that. I mean, Kyle Rayner's holding tamales. You got Blue Beetle with some tacos in hand.
No.
You got Bane eating some flan.
No.
Look
Is
at
this
that.
real or is this BS?
Wait, what?
No, this is real. No, this is real.
Why did they do this?
Because this is what Hispanic people like, Jay.
I mean, I
don't
heard from Jill
understand.
Biden. I heard from Jill Biden that the Latino community is as unique as breakfast tacos.
I mean,
So-
can Steph? Can you confirm this, Steph? Can you confirm this for
She
us?
loves
Is that like,
tamales.
yeah? Do you feel represented in those images?
I mean, considering the only thing they've represented of our culture is food, I was already called a breakfast taco before, so I mean, I guess it's totally fine to just represent us with food because that's the only thing that we really are known for. No, this is so ridiculous.
Bro, this is the same shit as Miles Morales,
Yeah,
right?
it's
like,
oh yeah,
hey,
absolutely.
Hey, let's take the whitest dude ever who's like, oh, by the way, I'm not just white, I'm also Jewish in defense, right? Let's take this guy who's clearly never talked to a black person before and be like, how can we make this the most stereotypical black person around? Let's have him doing rap songs. Let's have him walking around. Asgard is my hood, right? In my Air Force Ones and my fucking graffitied Mjolnir. That's exactly what this is, man.
My Odin's fade.
That's my competition, and I know these weirdos are getting mad at me for pointing it out, and I'm like, oh, they're gonna make me so much money. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what they're fucking gonna do, is make me just so much money, and I'm gonna, of course, keep talking about it, even if they are fucking upset at the fact that we highlight the fact that our competitors are doing retarded shit. Like, why the fuck will we not do that? But we try to keep, with it being my content, I do my daily content, and we try to keep it tame to that, because all of our promotional items and all that is just stuff about the book, which is what kills me about these crackhead motherfuckers sitting there talking about, oh, well, I don't know anything about your story other than it's not woke. I'm like, that's a you problem. Like, that, who problem is that? Like, we got a synopsis, we got a short story, we got a campaign fucking story that's written on the fucking website. We got trailers. Like, if you don't know what the fuck is going on in this, that's your fault. You are going out of your way to not know about this. But it's just, they don't want to, they too chicken shit to actually just tell me to shut the fuck up. So they just try to concern troll. That's all that it is. I just rather them just tell me to shut up.
Well, and as we've seen happen quite often, a lot of people try to put other people's words in Ripa's mouth, right? So it's like, look, Fox News wrote an article that says it's anti-woke. That's not fucking my problem, right?
Exactly.
Right? Congratulations that like Rian made a video saying that Ripa's going to fucking use the failures of DC and Marvel. Like, that is like self-promote. That's easy promotion, because these guys, as we just showed, are fucking up left, right, and center. They've pushed the audience away. So because I make a video, or Jeremy makes a video, or Jay or whoever makes a video saying, look, Ripa can capitalize on these failures, then they want to put that in Ripa's mouth, and they can never point to a place where he actually did.
No, it's like the weirdo who bitched out on the debate, by the way, that we were going back and forth with on the Twitter sphere, where all the retards
Talking about the call-in you did the other day?
Well, no, not that. No. That guy was retarded too, but I know I'm arguing with retarded people all fucking last week. But no, it wasn't just him. It was some other guy who. It's funny. It's the same group of idiots who call us those buzz terms and, hey, we're hate tubers and it's all about rage and all this. We do this to bait people in and get clicks. And now those same motherfuckers are doing endless videos about me, right? And what I do, and trying to nitpick what I do and down talk me. And unlike them, I welcome that they fucking do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, go ahead. By all means, you're fucking retarded. Don't get me wrong. But go ahead. Like, if you want to make your fucking videos, you just go ahead and by all means do it. Mainly because you show how much of a hypocrite that certainly you are, without me having to ever say anything. We knew that it was not about whether it's concern trolling or whatever it is that you want to call it. We knew that it wasn't about the fact that, well, y'all don't ever like anything. It was more so that there's a group of people that were saying things that were critical of the mainstream, maybe stuff that unfortunately these dipshit leftists now have control of, and they just wanted us to shut up. And God forbid we actually go and build kind of our own sandbox and do our own thing, and they bitching at that too. Like I said this on Glenn Beck's show yesterday. Like, by far the most kickback that I've gotten from these weirdos has simply been me starting a comic book company. Yeah, we've had folks talk shit about me for various other hot takes or whatever it is that I had, but nothing is even close to me just simply saying, okay, I am going to start my own comic book company. right? That right there is what really got these motherfuckers irate, because it's seeing the success it is. And like I've said many times on this show, I think that was just what they were always afraid of. But they're gonna keep making me money, and no amount of just sell it on merit. Like, no, if I get an opportunity to monetize your bitch ass, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it fucking every fucking time. Every like bit of leeway that you give me to monetize your dumb ass, I am going to do it. And there's with these massive mega corporations, trust me, they have guys that make a lot of money to sit there and come up with plans to do the same goddamn thing.
Well, Ripa, if ISOM gets this review, what are you gonna do?
When he leaps off of rooftops and flips backwards to face the camera before falling into a headfirst dive is just full of the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. It gives me goosebumps every time he does it.
That gets me, man. That fucking gets me.
Have you ever heard that one, Jake? You ever heard that one?
Well, that's a re-edit with they put Spider-Verse on there.
They put Spider. I couldn't find the original cut.
Yeah, the original was
never heard that either.
Miles Morales game.
The original
just,
like 9-second clip that used to be on YouTube that had millions of views. I couldn't. It was GameSpot, I believe.
Oh, it's GameSpot. Okay, I know it's one of them.
Yeah,
it's the same fucking shit. I mean,
it's so freeing to be able to swing through the streets of New York with all the exaggerated swagger of a young black teen.
It gives me goosebumps. It gives me goosebumps. That was like a white guy saying that. Like,
Stunning
what
and
is that? What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah,
Jeez.
Stunning and brave.
So yeah, but Jake's just loving this world. He's like, what the hell have I gotten myself into? So
I love listening to it, man. I just love it.
You catch us just as much as we do, just in a different perspective, probably.
Why do you what's going on? Sorry.
But yeah, Josiah, how are you? So tonight, a little later, we're not gonna do it right now, but Josiah made a video here on Geeks and Gamers a few weeks ago, and the director of the series responded directly to Josiah's video.
Ooh.
And we're gonna react to that a little bit later. And look, I'll be honest, I don't think the guy sounds reasonable. The guy sounds reasonable, like he could have a decent conversation. He comes at it from a weird perspective in places, but it's not like something I would just trash the guy over. I think I think it
I would
opens
definitely have a conversation with him about it.
Yeah.
He's trying to make like a reasonable video as to why he wanted to make a race swap, gender swap Robin Hood.
It's gonna be a good one, and we'll see.
Jake doesn't get it that bad. Every time he posts a video or Instagram reel or a TikTok, all his comments are, "I liked you better when you were with Mr. Beast." It's like,
I was like, what changed?
It's just like, I just see all the comments like, "I liked you better when you were with Mr. Beast." I was like, let's have some robot typing that exact same phrase over and over again with different.
Yeah, because Jay never gets any mentions about his channel is built on Gina Carano. That never happens. Every comment. Every comment. They're like, this is the Gina Carano. I like how no one's talking about Gina in times, and then Jay will bring her up. And they go, now the chat's talking about Gina. Like, you brought her up. You brought her up.
Where's the picture?
Sorry that she's a big, important person in my life. It's just that, I spent like 6 months with her traveling America. My bad.
One comment would be like, I don't like JJ. Goes, the whole chat turned against me.
He does it.
They all hate me.
There's been plenty of that tonight. Don't worry. What are you laughing at, Gandalf? Down there.
Okay, see, Jay stepped in it. I don't remember where we were, but you made the comment like how you don't like the Return of the King movie or something, or you thought it's overrated or something like that.
I loved it. I just didn't like that one little clip.
And I was like, bro, you need to chill. You're like, wait a minute. No. And I was like, these are the greatest movies ever made. Yeah. All right. They just are.
Yeah.
And you one little comment doesn't take that away, Jay.
Bro, it's freaking hilarious, man. It's like the worst part of the whole series. I didn't say it ruined it for me, but it's supposed to be a serious moment, and my theater was cracking up.
I would say
it just was like,
I don't know if it's it's not a comedic moment, but it's more of a relieving moment. Like it's like the journey's over. Yeah. Oh, I don't like it. The scene itself is cringe. I agree with you.
I still can't get past the Clerks too when they talk about it.
Every
yeah.
time.
Yeah.
I wanted to like say to
Yeah.
Elijah Wood at every con I was with him, like everything within me, like just held, like I couldn't.
Listen, Jay, much
Cool.
like someone sent me a super chat, a YouTuber, Mediker sent me a super chat. Ryan told me I'll never be cooler than that moment when
That's
Mediker
true.
sent me a super chat. The same applies to you, Jay. The fact that you hung out with Johnny Lawrence means you will never be cooler than that moment. Nothing you do will ever make you cooler than that moment there where you're hanging out with Johnny Lawrence. So,
although I kind of do want to see if Jay says a comment to Elijah if all the hobbits attack him at once, because that would be a pretty great video. Is like Jay running around with all 4 of them hanging off of him.
There ain't gonna be too much running. I've seen some of them hobbits. They ain't doing too much running nowadays.
They are real short though, all of them. Elijah Wood he's a little guy, man.
Wait, Elijah who?
Wood?
That's what the headline is, right?
And we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk about that.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to that one here in just a minute. Now, Jake, what's been your kind of experience with the social media world? Since you've got multiple platforms, you have a pretty large following on. So how's that been for you?
Like in what way?
Just like the criticisms or the chirping, the ankle biters, as Ripa calls them.
Everything negative is about my previous employment with the Mr. Beast channel. Everything. My favorite negative comment is Mr. Beast made you, or you were nothing until Mr. Beast. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Didn't go play football at LSU or anything. That's fine. So I'm like, I just ignore it because I mean, internet's like the shittiest place on the earth.
Yeah. I can't imagine how it is having. I can't imagine how it is with like being part of like a channel with that big a following, and then you're doing your own thing. I'm sure like it just follows you everywhere. Because like shit like us when we had the whole fucking Zack Snyder thing, where like it's kind of all gone away now. With the little thing we had with him, but like there's always people that will never let that go. But you deal with that on another level that I probably will never understand with the element of the Beast channel and everything. But
he did a video. Jake did a video like why I left Mr. Beast, and he wore a shirt that just said butts. And like all the comments were like, "Why are you wearing that shirt? It's such a serious moment. Why are you wearing that shirt?" It's like, oh my god. So
well, just to like put in perspective of how dumb that comment is that Mr. Beast made you. People say the same thing about Ripa, that Jeremy made Ripa. Like
that's
say
true.
That all the time,
even though Ripa had a bigger following, has a bigger following than me, and he's been on YouTube about 10 years longer. And more often than not, I call Ripa up for advice on a lot of shit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, now I did make Josiah, but not Ripa. No, but it is. I mean, now it's gotten to just in our little world. Because it's all about like subs and views.
Mm-hmm.
So now like I hear the whole like, well now Gary is controlling all of it, Nerdrotic. So now like Jeremy's just leeching off of Gary now. Gary's controlling Jeremy's opinions. He tells Jeremy what to do. It's like, wait a minute, I used to be that guy. Why am I not in charge? And even though I never was in charge, I'm talking about that from the narrative standpoint. Like they used to say so they said that I had a cut of every channel. So everybody that appeared on my channel, I had like I didn't know what a multi-channel network was until I got accused of running one. And I'm like, what the fuck's a MCN? And I had to look it up. So I'm like, what am I being accused of?
Jimmy knows like nothing about YouTube somehow.
Yeah.
He's like,
they're like, Jeremy runs all of it. He's got an MCN and he takes a cut from everybody that appears. And I'm going, what is an MCN? Like, I don't even know what the fuck it is. You're accusing me of running.
Then Jeremy's like, oh, that's actually a pretty good idea.
That is a pretty good idea. I wish I would have thought about it prior. So yeah, it is what it is though, but yeah, the internet's just a place where, I don't give the internet anything they can actually, use against me, all memes, comments, negative comments, whatever, you know what I mean? I just roll with it. I'm looking at oh my God, there's some of these memes on local. I just saw one about Jay and Goofy that I really would like to share.
Oh no.
You know what? I'm going to share it here. This is in locals right here. This looks like our Friday Night Tights chat, so it'll be fine. So there you go, Jay. So
Oh my gosh, I am a dog.
So yeah.
God damn.
Look at Jay. Jay's always want to be on Friday Night Tights. You know what happens on Friday Night Tights? You get memed and stuff like that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah. God damn, man. He was
I really struck a
make-
chord with that goofy comment, didn't I? Everybody.
Yeah. I want to say that meme was.
Oh man, it was absolutely amazing.
I'm wearing that same shirt right now.
The one that got me was when Jay was like 2 days later after like everyone was like coming at him. He goes, maybe I'm wrong about this cow thing.
Yeah, there were some people that took it like really seriously,
Especially when I turned the comments off. They got all upset.
Yeah. Oh, so
I laughed so hard.
Jake, are you aware of this whole goofy situation that Jay has created?
I'm not. Please fill me in.
Jay, go ahead.
Well,
I'll let you tell the story,
I made a
Jay.
comment because I believe, like, I was doing some research, and I believe Goofy is a dog, a cow, not a dog, because he dates a cow. All right, because Mickey, Mickey and Minnie are two mice.
Goofy was
I'm explaining. Mickey and Minnie are mice. Donald, Daisy are ducks.
But wait a
Goofy
minute, you've been
dates
to Disney
Annabelle the
World,
cow.
Picture of
He
Goofy.
walks Pluto. Pluto is a dog. He walks Pluto. Pluto
Pluto's a
doesn't talk.
retard, though. We've discussed this. Pluto's a retarded person in the Mickey verse, in the
I
Disney
just
universe.
spit carrots on my screen. God.
It'll turn your skin or your screen skin good.
Are you still killing cats, Jay?
There's no more cats left. Please don't. Like, Jake will never speak to me again. Like,
I've already deleted your phone number, so it's fine.
Like, look, he's like,
this is a cow.
That's what I'm saying. He felt it deep inside.
I
was like,
went
what the
and
fuck?
asked cast members, and half of them said, "Yeah, he's a cow."
You harassed people while they were doing their jobs, and when one person said, "Yeah, I think he's a cow," he was like, "See, everybody else is wrong."
But did it get you to watch the vid?
Probably weirded out by a guy coming up asking if
I want
Goofy
you
is
to
a
do
cow.
that.
That is true. That is true.
Not only that, but like a huge guy, like a super tall guy standing over him. Hey, is Goofy a cow?
Yeah,
And they're like,
excuse me, little high school graduate who gets paid minimum wage from Slave Disney. Do you know this random thing about a character you probably don't care about? Sure, go away.
They're probably on the break from later, be like, "Didn't you see that idiot ask if Goofy's a cow?"
Yeah, but wouldn't Goofy be a bull though?
Up on.
Wow.
Like Goofy
Well,
would
I
be a
mean,
bull.
technically, but that world is kind of weird, so we just say cow.
I keep telling you,
What?
it's worse. He was
Goofy's
married to a
trans.
human woman, and he had sex with her and had a kid.
Yeah, they got divorced.
It doesn't mean he still had sex with a human woman.
No, they didn't. She died.
It was in 1950. They had a kid together. Max is an
They
animal-human hybrid.
Max is the kid.
Goofy's wife died.
Yes, she died.
Yeah,
it
she had
says that in the
cancer.
movie.
She had cancer.
Well, that's
Jay, you have really put yourself in this position. But we did get a $50 super chat for Jay.
Oh my!
From Mike
And
C.
100 from George.
Mike
You're welcome.
C. Yeah, he's already texted me and told me I got to refund him that one since you didn't put on the bear outfit. But Mike C says, "Sack pays, Jay. Sack pays. Sock
What does
pays?
that mean?
SAKPASE.
I have no
I
idea
don't
what that
I
means.
think he's trying to read French.
It's probably French. Sac pie.
Oh, is it sac passe? That's
Sac
Creole
passe.
for what's going on. So then my response is naboule. Did I get it right?
Yes, it's sac passe. That's what
Sac
it is.
passe is Creole. Yeah.
There you go.
Stack.
But then, no, I spoke
What did
Creole.
Jeremy say? Sack pace.
Sack pays.
Sac passe, like,
SAKPASE.
Suck the sack.
The fuck am I supposed to
Say it
say?
again, Jerry.
I'm a fucking American, okay?
God
You
damn.
can't read orangutan.
That's right.
Yeah.
America. Why do you think
America.
I couldn't pronounce
Yeah, no,
Mortal Kombat
yeah, no
names?
fucking question.
America.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
McMahon.
You notice Josiah didn't jump in on the pile on because I would
Yeah,
have
he
brought up
got
his
real
Mortal
fucking
Kombat
quiet.
video. So-
McMahon. Lord Raiden. Oh fucking hell, man.
And
There's a
it
reason
proved,
why
like,
the only
we
Mortal Kombat character I could pronounce was Johnny Cage. So
I don't know who we were with, but Jeremy was with me, and I was like, hey, I speak, like, all those workers are Haitian. I was like, watch this, I'm gonna speak Creole, and they all like freaked out. because they were talking bad about everybody, and I was like, hey, I was telling them, I was like, hey, some white people know Creole, and they freaked out. Like, and I was like, Jeremy, watch this. I'm gonna speak their language. So
yeah, same thing happened when there was a couple deaf lesbians in front of us.
That's
Jay
right.
talked to them.
I speak 3 languages.
Yeah,
not very well, but that's right. Deaf lesbians. That's right.
Yeah.
They were in line.
It's a band. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So moving on. Jay is objectively wrong about Goofy. We all know that.
Yeah. I moved on, man.
Have you finally bent the knee and accepted that you're wrong, Jay?
Of course not.
Are you
I'm
ever
not wrong,
going to?
But I'll let y'all like live in your small little box world that you live in.
I haven't heard any good arguments for him being a cow, to be honest.
No, not at all.
Especially when it says on the internet he is a dog.
Yeah.
But you believe everything on the internet?
100%.
He voices it. So Goofy was in the Disney reality series It's a Dog's Life.
Yeah. His first name was fucking Dippy Dog.
Krista, what do you think about all this?
I think that Goofy is a dog, and I've said that. Jay's not convinced though, for whatever reason, even though all the evidence is there.
Like, think about his nose, Jay. Look at this shit. How the fuck you think this is a cow, man?
I moved on, man. I moved on.
Look at that. She's got a fucking cow nose. She got a snout
and horns.
Oh my god, and horns.
Listen, we already know Goofy's a freak.
You don't look nothing like.
Listen, we already know Goofy's a freak. He was banging a human. He banged a cow. He was like, "That's not enough. I'm going for human women now."
Cow, man.
Look, he's got a pot on his head. I mean,
He brought her a flower.
He brought her a flower.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dogs can date cows, I guess.
Well,
in
listen,
the Disney
that's
world.
what I'm saying. We've already established that Goofy is, he's about, crossing breeds and stuff now.
Somebody in the chat said Jay is wrong and fat. I love it.
That's why, because I've always pushed the theory that Pluto is a retarded person, in Disney, in Disney lore, because there's dogs that are like walking around and talking and shit, but Pluto is like a fucking idiot. That's what I think.
That's a respectable take. That's a respectable take.
Just put a collar on him and walk around on all fours. It's fine.
I did want to remind everyone, because we were talking about October earlier, and we are doing the big October meetup in Orlando, October 30th. So mods, if you can drop links to the event page over on geeksgamers.com. We do have an RSVP limit. We're well over halfway there. So if you're interested, please RSVP. We need to have a head count on that. We're going to have many special guests. Some of them, some big names that I'm not even going to announce because we don't have the limitations for, we have a number, a specific number that we have to cap this thing at, but it's free. You can come, you can hang out. Obviously, we will encourage you to, buy food and drinks, because this is the first time I'm ever going to encourage alcohol drinking, because it'll help pay for the place that I'm paying all for. So all of that will, any beverages or food goes against the cost of that they can sell. So if not, I'm going to be stuck paying a lot of money, which is totally fine. This is an event for the fans. And it's just like anything else we've done, but we're trying to do it on a bit bigger scale, and then hopefully building towards another bigger scale. So it's kind of a gradual process for us, but we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's 2 events, so please RSVP to one or the other. And we look forward to hanging out with all of you. It's going to be awesome. Whole G&G crew, many of the people from FNT. Gary will be there, obviously. Many other YouTube creators, and everyone is welcome. It's going to be awesome. So
yeah,
looking forward to it. Jake, you going to be there? We're going to get you down there, Jake?
When is that, the 30th?
30th October.
I might be doing something really cool with Discovery Plus, so I might not be able to make it.
Look at the big man here. Well connected.
Let's not get
That'd be awesome.
Jay took me to Penhurst Asylum, and I was attacked by bats. And because of Jeremy, I had to spend a lot of time in this room all by myself.
A lot of time. Hold
Why
on.
me? What did I do?
He tweeted out if he gets 100 likes, then he's gonna make me spend like some time in this weird, creepy room. And Jeremy's like, "Come on, guys, we can do this." And he got like 1,000 likes. I was like, "You should have upped the ante a little bit."
He was by himself for like less than 6 minutes.
I was alone, man. I was like, I didn't want to be alone.
6 minutes.
It was weird in there. Scratching and stuff.
Also, if anybody is watching is interested in being part of our D&D channel, I'm going to have Erudai on in the second half of the stream, and he's going to be talking to you guys about some opportunities. You might can be on the Geeks and Gamers D&D channel. So Erudai is going to be on here to talk to you about all of that. So a lot of cool stuff in the works for sure. So
I think all you guys should go with Jake to a haunted house one time and spend the night with him. So do a Geeks and Gamers one.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Do you want to
we've
do
been
that?
wanting. Ninja I've been wanting to do it for a while. I don't
like
want
that.
to, but I will. No.
Yeah,
I'll do it in a heartbeat.
I will.
So what happens is
cry.
you go there and Jake hands everybody a camera,
Yeah.
and then like make sure, and then he sets
all
up
the
some
footage.
stuff.
They'll be like, "Why is all the footage Mike crying in a corner, like alone in a room?"
Yeah. If Steph goes, she's just gonna like think that she actually hears a ghost or some shit.
Doesn't exist because he didn't hit record.
We had a girl and she freaked. We had to walk her home.
I grew up walking around in the woods in the dark, so none of that stuff really bothers me. So.
I mean,
bothers me.
I think that like since obviously Hispanics really like tacos and tamales, you guys also all believe in like ghosts and shit, right?
I do believe in ghosts.
There you go.
I don't believe in ghosts, but I want to believe.
Yeah, but didn't you see that cartoon that came out? What was
Coco.
That? Coco, yeah, Coco Beach.
Yeah.
Cocoa Beach.
Coco the
It's
kid.
Coco, not Coco Beach.
Yeah, where did you get Cocoa Beach from?
I don't know. I live in
It's
Florida.
where he's got
You don't live anywhere near a beach.
Yeah.
I live an hour from a beach from each side.
Yeah, it's not like you see it
It's not
every day.
like it's
Like
outside
No,
your
not
house.
every day, but
when's the last time? Like, when's the last? I guess you did literally just go because you're on vacation, not because you live
yeah, I
in
went
Florida.
to St. Augustine Beach. So
Yeah.
That's true.
that was pretty.
Jay, I think Jay has a lot of experience with ghosts, with how much stuff gets knocked out of his arms unexplainably. So like shit falls over all the time. He can't explain any of it. Yeah, I get it.
I just leave a bunch of trash in Jeremy's car.
Pretty much.
He left his Ray-Bans in my car.
I will say, and before I know George has got to get going here in just a minute. So I just looked. We're actually the headline video over on Rumble, which is awesome. So we're the top video on Rumble. Like the main event is the main event on Rumble. So that is awesome. So love seeing that. So shout out to everybody on Rumble. Shout out to everybody on Odyssey. Shout out to everybody on Locals. We've got a ton of shit going on, and wherever you want to watch, wherever you want to interact is totally fine with us. It's 100% up to you. I think all the platforms offer their own respective positives and negatives. So we just appreciate the support. George, I wanted to talk Lord of the Rings, but we got too much going on.
That's fine.
So yeah. Well, no, I don't want to keep you too long. I know you had about an hour and a half, but real quick on Lord of the Rings, or Rings of Power. So when is the official launch date for Rings of Power? That's September 2nd.
It's September 2nd, but they also are launching it on September 1st. That's the thing. Is tomorrow night they're having previews in theaters around the world, which is the 31st. But then you're also having Thursday at 8 o'clock on Prime, where it's starting. So you'll look at the clips. That keep being released. They'll say September 2nd. But then 10 days ago, they also announced, well, we're releasing it on the 1st. So I don't know if they're trying to cover their ass because the 2nd's the anniversary of Tolkien's death. Or
they're still releasing it on the 2nd, technically, in the UK, because it's 2 a.m. British Standard Time UK. So
correct.
You think if they were like trying to avoid it, they'd move even further.
Yeah.
You think so, but I just think they have one of the worst marketing machines I've ever seen. I mean, come on, since the very first teaser trailer from the Super Bowl, then to the super fans.
That's crazy. I mean, it's been bad, and I heard a lot of people seem to think that John Campea was talking about me and you and Gary and Ryan the other day when he made a passive aggressive video talking about negativity. The difference in John Campea and me is that I'm not fucking scared to say his name.
Right.
And apparently he's too scared to say anybody's name. He wants to be passive aggressive about it. He wants to sit there and dance and, you know, imply and, you know, oh, there's these people. Like, fucking say our name. You know, just say it. Just fucking say that you are upset because we're complaining about a show that you claim that you're excited for. Just fucking say it. That it's not that hard. And yeah, I am gonna keep bitching about it because they deserve it because of what they're doing to the reason. Like Campia said, like if you're a fan of Lord of the Rings and you're not happy with what they're doing, that's totally fine. You can just not be interested. No. This is about trying to get Lord of the Rings fans based on their fandom. You are using something that has a lore, a fan base, a following. You're using that so that you can try to pull people in based on their emotions and their passion for something. And when you sit there and completely fuck it up, those people are going to tell you how you feel. And unfortunately for the people involved with Rings of Power, they have awoken a giant, not George the Giant Slayer, but a giant, although George has been crushing it too. The downvotes and the criticism has been like nothing I have ever seen before in the history of fandom. I've never seen anything like it, and they deserve it. They deserve it because they are trying to hijack something that people have a passion for and a respect for, and they've been following this for, you know, decades. And so the criticism is well-deserved up to this point, and we'll see what happens, but that's kind of where we're at with it right now.
Well, no, I think the worst thing about it is, you know, rings of representation, I keep calling it. And the problem is, could you imagine, we keep seeing, you have people who will come out and they want to defend it and they'll say, how can you attack this series when you haven't seen it? And I always go back. Most of them I ignore, but it's like trailers, teasers, clips, interviews, magazines. All of those things are designed to do what? They're designed to entice you to want to watch it. It'd be like if Eric put out his comic book series and he's like, you know what, we're going to have transvestites bend each other over while they're having, you know, a piss picket with BLM posters. You're going to be like, okay, it's going to go to a certain crowd. If you turn around, you're going to say, we're going to have a Tolkien series without any Tolkien in it, with a girl who wears armor, who's actually not a girl, who's an elf, who actually is haunted by her brother's death, who she knows that all elves are reincarnated eventually. So she really has nothing to go. I mean, one thing after the other. And then you get to the point where you're like, the show is called Rings of Power. Has anybody seen any trailer, heard any interview where you've heard anything about the story about rings? Actually, the characters they've shown us are born. I mean, think about it. The rings were created 1,600 years before the characters you're seeing on screen, for most of them. The Numenorian ones, not Galadriel and the elves. Yeah. So you have people where they've compressed the timeline, they've massacred everything. And then you have these assholes who turn around. Why do you not like it? Well, because I have eyes, I have ears, I'm looking at it, and I'm listening to the director. Then you have this dwarf who in every one of my parody videos, I make her sound like a cow. She goes, moo. It's the Disa. Every one of them, because she drives me. And people are like, why are you making fun of a fat girl? You're a big guy. I'm like, no, it's because she won't shut the fuck up. She constantly goes out, I am the first black female dwarf ever. I'm like, okay, what do you actually do? Did y'all see the clip with her the other day when she tried to pull a Scottish accent?
No.
Oh my God. You got to find it. It's on
I wanted to show this. So this is the I think this is the main teaser trailer.
It's the first one. That's the one that got released during Super Bowl halftime.
Yeah. 1.9 million downvotes to only 130,000 upvotes. We have never, ever seen backlash like this for a series that has never even released. Even if it was Ghostbusters 2016, Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker, Captain Marvel, Last of Us Part 2, all of the controversial things out there, none of them had backlash. They didn't even have backlash, like to the point they weren't even ratioed, not even close to being ratioed before they released. This is insane.
It's because the fact that depending what numbers that you follow, either from HarperCollins or the fandoms around the world, there's anywhere from 300 million to 600 million in the fellowship around the world. That means readers, active readers who have in one point or another signed their name up to a fandom going, I love Tolkien. So the idiocracy that Amazon did and not catering to them. Could you imagine if they had done the series properly? They'd have around 300 to 600 million people every episode being allies, not enemies. You're talking about people who would be out there every day going, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. They'd buy it all. But instead of that, You have all of them who are going, okay, you think you're going to fuck us over the way you did with Star Wars and Star Trek and Marvel? They're like, nope.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's laughable. You brought up a great point, George, about like how many people have read this at one point in time.
Yep.
I think the books have been translated to over 60 different languages.
Yep.
You know, so the idea that, well, we finally need to make Tolkien for everyone. No, like Tolkien has been for everyone. It's always been for everybody. Like that's what it is. That's why it's such a global phenomenon. That's why it's been around for decades and decades and decades, because it's appealable to everyone. You don't have to force these race swaps. You don't have to force the identity politics into these characters, into these races where they're not supposed to be.
Right. Yeah. You have to think about this. In the late 80s, and then once again after Peter Jackson's trilogy, Tolkien's Legendarium, the Lord of the Rings series, beat the Quran in publishing around the world and almost caught up to the Bible. I mean, you're not talking a book that it's like, you know, a few guys, a few girls here and there are picking up. You're talking about something that beat 2 world religions.
Yeah.
It's not a little thing.
Well, and the thing is, like, you know, they tried the same tactics that they've tried with in Marvel, Star Wars, and stuff like that. You know, this attitude of, well, I don't understand why fans are so upset all of a sudden. This is like a new thing, and you know, try to, like, you know, put the blame on like a smaller section of people that say, well, they're just hate mongers or all this stuff. But it's like, no, there always have been like even casual fans that don't like what you guys are doing. And the reason that there are more and more people talking about it is because of how bad things have gotten. Like the reason that every time some new property comes out, people fucking hate on it is because the writing is terrible. You know that they're not putting any effort into it. But then, like George has said, like Ryan is saying, that they finally stepped into the property that had such a vocal voice anyways, because they were so vocal about loving it that they're like, oh, that's funny, because like you can say that this is a small section of people, but the small section of fans are still loud enough to
they're
drown
more
out anything you guys want to say.
sophisticated than what we see with the other ones. Like I actually envy Tolkien's fan base, because man, we would have got some more solid comic book based movies if you know, we had more sophisticated kind of fandom. Like,
you mean like for Marvel and stuff?
Yeah, like for them, you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. I kind of envy it, and that's, you know, I'm saying this as obviously a comic book creator. Like that's the type of fandom you want. You want guys that are, even after you long gone, they're still gonna want you to be honored and want your material to be respected. Like that's what it's about, man. And that's certainly I can only dream having something near that. But that's why this backlash is so much more deep than what we've seen with the other stuff, because it's just a more sophisticated, more dedicated fan base. So even like the people that are considered more casual are far more knowledgeable and far more wanting that source material to be respected than, let's say, the common denominator for Marvel fans, DC fans, or even Star Wars and the like. So that's why we're seeing what it is that we're seeing, and this is a different animal, and they couldn't have done it at a worse time. You know what I mean? You know, considering what we've seen with previous media, this is the worst time to do it. So you took the most sophisticated audience that is not going to give you as much leeway and slack as what the other fandoms do. And during a time where a lot of entertainment is so unappealing, you're going to put that shit out. Like that was a recipe for disaster, man.
It is, but and look at this week. I don't know if anybody saw that Business Insider article that came out. It was describing, I think it was 4 days ago or 3 days ago. They were describing what's going to happen. What are the stakes for Prime? And they were saying basically this series has to succeed for them. And they were saying we had 2 to 3 insiders who were telling us that if they cannot make this IP succeed, there is no point in Prime streaming.
That's basically
what you heard.
Wow.
But what they're doing is you have this desperation. If you look around on social media, you can see that they have their shills out there, these people who call themselves experts. I never call myself an expert. It's something I've loved, I've read since I was a kid. And when I don't know something, I go back and read it. I mean, you have hundreds of thousands of people around the world who speak Elvish. I don't speak Elvish. But you have Business Insider who's talking about the fact that you have these shills, you have these celebrities. Neil Gaiman the other day posted up on Twitter where he was saying, you know, when I was 16 years old, I read the Silmarillion and didn't really like it. This is what I wanted. So they're now both trying to attack Tolkien's writings while praising Rings of Power. What does that tell you? I hear fear. Gaiman has a contract with Amazon. All these magazines, all these companies who use AWS, they use Amazon for their distribution. They're running around afraid. And I'm like, if Amazon weren't terrified, they do what HBO did. Did you, any of y'all, when Game of Thrones first came out, did you ever hear HBO go, this is George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire, HBO's Game of Thrones? No, it's like HBO Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Everywhere Amazon goes, they're like, it's Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, brought to you by Amazon Prime. They know what they have isn't going to stand up for the people.
Well, and I think that it's crazy that there's this much backlash, and we haven't seen like a ton of response from them. Yes, we saw Lindsay Weber, executive producer of this series, like she said, we're all for criticism, we're not for racism.
Right.
You have that line. You have Galadriel, Morfydd Clark. You have her, you know, the one Instagram story that she did, I'm tired of people sending hate towards my black castmates, get off the internet.
Right.
That's it, really. And for something that's had this much massive backlash, everything getting ratioed, everything getting destroyed, it hasn't been that aggressive. And I think it's because, like that Business Insider article said, they're going to treat this as a success, whether it is or not, because they can't afford for it to be looked at as a failure. So they're ignoring all the hate, which I do think in general is probably a good principle for them, like to not respond to fans and shit like that. But then this is going to come out. People are going to despise it. And all they're going to do is say it's the most watched thing on Amazon of all time. This is a glowing success, you know, forgetting the fact that this is $500 million. To put that in perspective, House of the Dragon is a $200 million project, and that's really fucking expensive.
Yeah,
like,
they're just laying the groundwork right now of the narrative that it's going to be a victory when it comes out. So
Yep. Well, it's kind of like whenever Ripa plays Mario Kart, he just pretends he wins. But go ahead, Jake. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I saw this comment in the chat where he says, "You guys think they're going to change their plans because of some downvotes?" It's like, well, this takes me back to Sonic. Remember when Sonic first dropped?
Oh yeah.
Bashed like it got, and then they finally stepped back, fixed it, and then came out and it was a hit. I'm surprised we haven't heard anything like that from these guys, especially with Rings. Like, I'm a huge Lord of the Rings guy. Huge. I've got like 3 Lord of the Rings tattoos. I've got a bunch of swords of shit. Like Return of the King.
There you go.
What is it? Rather Rohirrim is one of my favorite scenes. I love lighting the beacons, like all that shit.
Well, then you'll love War of the Rohirrim coming out in 2024.
See, there we go. But it's like when I first heard that Amazon had bought the rights to Lord of the Rings for the 2.5 billion or whatever it was, I was like, holy shit, this is huge. This is going to be awesome, because Amazon was putting out cool stuff with like Stranger Things and all that. I was like, super excited. But then we get this, and they're not listening to the fans about like the shit that they're putting out, especially with everything else going on and all the dumpster fires that are already across the board. And they're still just like, no, we're just going to keep pushing it out. Why? It's almost like the video game world where they're giving us a shit game that's only 30% done, and they're going to release the rest of it in DLCs.
Well, see, the difference is they haven't. Ryan is absolutely correct that they haven't made direct statements. But if you notice, the people that are aligned with him are the ones who are attacking. You'll have the Tolkien professor. You just had the chairman of the Tolkien Society, the largest society in the world, Sean Gunner. He wrote a letter, and what was his letter? To demystify Tolkien, it stated, why should we listen to what Tolkien's thoughts would be on Rings of Power? That's the guy who's representing, the writer, the author. And his whole point was, he was a human being, blah, 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 blah. And he had his prejudices, he had his vices. So you should let them do their own thing. So they're not attacking directly. But what are they doing? Season 2 has been delayed. The way we know it's delayed is because their other group, the OneRing.net, had already announced that it was supposed to start in September, pre-production. They haven't finished the construction of any of the studios for season 2 in the UK till next year. I think, this is just my opinion, that they're taking how does this season play out? I know they've already said season 2 is greenlit and they have all 5 seasons, but when your studio's not built, I think they're playing a waiting game.
Well, and the thing is,
to Jake's point, I wanted to say to Jake's point, about like Sonic, it's the same thing with like Ghostbusters 2016. Like, it failed, and then we got Ghostbusters Afterlife. Now, I didn't really think Afterlife was that great, but it definitely was far better than Ghostbusters 2016. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they couldn't move forward with Ghostbusters 2016 because it was a colossal failure. No matter how much Paul Feig and the studio tried to pretend that it was a success, it wasn't. And then we got that. But go ahead, Mike.
Well, I was just gonna say the one thing about Amazon that's unique from other streaming services is that Amazon is notoriously brutal about their shows. Like even if they don't tell you the numbers and stuff, they'll cancel shows that if the numbers drop to a certain point, they'll just cut shows. I mean, they do it all the time. They greenlit like 3 shows all at one time because the premieres got really popular, and then the shows didn't make it past season 1, except for like The Tick got season 2 when that came out, but then they cut that right away. So they're known for not continuing to greenlight shows that don't do well. And I think that that's a good point for George, is that, if they were so confident that this was going to work, they would have already pulled the trigger on all this stuff, because they have. They've greenlit shows well before. I mean, they announced The Boys had a season 3 season 3 before, or like season 2 was finished. They tell you when they know the show's doing well.
They still say they have. Yeah, they still say they have a season 2. They haven't said they haven't, but they haven't started production on it.
Yeah,
because
they
their
won't
studio isn't built. Yeah,
absolutely.
And you were also talking different things. We were talking about the budget for The Boys, Vice, another $500 million, which is going into season 2. I personally think it's interesting because this is not something like Sonic where, okay, we reanimate the thing and we throw millions of dollars at it, we reanimate it and it looks better, right? This is like, you've spent $500 million on something. You would need to like start from scratch. But it's like they're taking this perspective instead of what I think they should do. What I think they should realistically do is acknowledge the backlash. Say, listen, we hear you guys. We hear that you didn't like the trailers. You didn't like how we're focusing on this. These are the things. This is why we do think you're going to like this. This is why we do think you're going to think it's like Tolkien-esque and all this shit. But instead what they're doing is they're pretending like everything is fine. They're remaining completely ignorant to it so that then they don't have to acknowledge that and they can play the PR game with everybody.
I was Jackson stuff too.
Well,
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because,
I mean, I was just going to say, the narrative around Rings of Power has changed a lot too, because when they first started to come out with the marketing for that, with like the Vanity Fair article and all this type of stuff, they were kind of going in the direction of, we're going to give a fresh retelling of the world of Middle Earth and all of this type of stuff. But now, after a lot of the backlash that they've received, they started to actually change that narrative, where now they're saying, this is like, we're actually taking a lot out of Tolkien. And it's I don't remember what the showrunner said recently, but he said something along the lines of, this isn't like just a loose retelling of the Silmarillion or anything like this. Like, we are actually trying to be very, very faithful to the work of Tolkien. So their entire narrative has changed over time with all of this as well, with the show.
Well, because originally they said we're writing the novel that Tolkien never wrote. Yep. And that went over like a lead brick, and that's one of the things that started it. But my question is I wonder for Ryan and Jeremy and Eric, because y'all started, years ago in YouTube. Have y'all ever seen backlash like this, or anyone else for an IP?
No,
not even close.
No, that's just unlike anything I think we've ever ever probably will see, because like I said, it's a timing thing as well as the fact that this is just a different animal. So, I remember being one of those guys criticizing what was going on in media, and I know a lot of us kind of saw the change, definitely, with a lot of what we saw, and kind of were ringing the bell on it. And this is something else. This is a complete.
Well, I also think that, like you said, with the timing, because I mean, like, you look at the Star Wars thing, like people like Ryan, not with the identity politics stuff, but Ryan just like before Force Awakens even came out, because of the EU aspect of it, Ryan was already out. But then you had other people, some people that watched the Force Awakens, a lot of people liked it, some people didn't. I was one that liked it. And then you had a small fall off then. Then you had The Last Jedi, which is where it all kind of started to happen. But even still, people took time to kind of get to that point. And then the MCU has kind of been a gradual thing where people have started to see it slowly. Yeah. But so many people now, because of all these other properties, have all kind of seen what's happening in different phases. And they've all kind of gotten to that place now. And then you have something like Lord of the Rings, which is so massive and so beloved. And, now you've got people that have basically been red-pilled across the board from entertainment. And then you add the love for the Tolkien world. That's why the backlash is reaching this point. Go ahead, Ryan.
We've never seen something like this for something before it fucking came out. Like on a franchise this big. These franchises don't get ratioed like this.
No. Like, even the ones that we think suck.
Even
like
Star Wars?
Not even close. Not even
Captain
close.
Marvel. Captain Marvel.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
Even
that shit.
Rise of Skywalker didn't get ratioed. Like
The Rise of Skywalker trailer, which was probably one of the lowest points for a lot of Star Wars, with the backlash from The Last Jedi and the suspecting of what was going on, that had like a 70-30 like ratio. Like it wasn't even close to being ratioed. She-Hulk, that first trailer for She-Hulk that looked so bad, that has like 700,000 likes to 500,000 dislikes. That didn't get
Still
close
positive.
to being ratioed. We are talking about 130,000 upvotes to 2 million downvotes on something that premiered during the Super Bowl, when all the normies could see it, when all the normies were looking at it. This is on a level we've never fucking seen before. So
because I only have experience with this. That's why I was asking. Y'all have experience with all these other properties.
Yeah, this is like, Netflix will put out the Cuties trailer and that'll get fucking destroyed, right? That's a big, big network, but it's some little fucking random thing that only got people's attention because of how crazy it was. HBO Max will put out that stupid Santa Inc. thing. Not a pre-existing thing, a stupid little pet project. Just gets fucking wrecked, right? But never with these like built-in fan base franchises have we seen anything like this.
That's why I think they're making a mistake.
The key is, and this is a point Ryan always makes, you can't even see the dislikes anymore. 99% of the people can't see them anymore. I have the extension. A lot of us have the Chrome extension where you can see them, but 99% of the people that are downvoting these videos don't see it anymore. They're just doing it because they're so upset with it, and most of them don't even know that it can be seen in the capacity it's being seen.
That's not a pile-on anymore. It's not a pile-on. It's not like, wow, look, people really hate this. I wonder if I'll hate it too. Like, you're not going in with that preconceived notion that YouTube is fucking, that's the reason they removed it. All that bullshit doesn't fucking matter. And just because we can see that, I guess we should point out that John Campia's video about complaining about people who don't think the same way as him, that did get ratioed, crazily enough.
Wow. He doesn't. I don't know what people don't realize. This is the largest fandom in the world. It's not a few. I watched your video. I think it was 4 days ago, Ryan. You had this perfect line. You said, this isn't you didn't say jerk offs, like a couple of fools, a couple of cultists, a couple of fans in the background, You used the word. You're like, it is the largest.
Are you sure he didn't say jerk offs? It sounds like something.
He said something like, because he was trying to explain, like,
you tried to make it sound more professional than Ryan would.
Well, no, because he put it. I'm trying to remember the exact word, but he was basically saying, like, Amazon, everyone else is getting this wrong. It's not like 4 fools who are sitting there riling a few people up. You don't get those kind of numbers. That's what Campia. That's what so many others don't get. Tolkien has appealed to people from The Hobbit. Would be almost 100 years in 33. 100 years around the planet. You're talking white people are probably the least group of people who have read it. I mean, all over the planet, Asia, Japan, Mongolia, Russia, you name it, it's been read. So when they're saying, look at all these racists, look at all these phobes, it's like, who are you talking about? The Colombians who read it, the Spanish who read it, the Italians who read it. What?
Yeah, and I think that what some people are missing, and I think what that video, that's the reason it's getting ratioed, is we don't want Lord of the Rings to be destroyed. Like, that's why we're upset, right? Yeah. We would love a faithful fucking. Could you imagine, George, like a 5 or 6 season, like, huge, massive epic about the first and second age?
Oh my God,
that'd be fucking incredible. People would love it. That's not what this is, and it's not what it is because they've told us. The showrunners, the producers, the cast members, everybody has told us this. Now, was there a chance we're wrong? Sure. Yeah. There is a chance that we're wrong. I feel like my perception was very skewed of what House of the Dragon would be based on what they said about it, rather than what I'm actually seeing. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, and I think it's light on the identity politics. Not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. So is there a chance we're wrong about Rings of Power? I suppose there is, and I'll admit it if we're fucking wrong. But I don't think we will be.
I just don't, because the fact that the way the very line when they say when Morfydd Clark said she's haunted on a trail of vengeance, and when you have Elrond and she's a commander of the Northern Armies, I mean, they've reversed everything. It was Elrond who led the armies because it was Gil-galad who asked him to lead him in the last alliance. I mean, so everything is twisted. Once every about 4 or 5 Rings videos, I say there's a 1 in a billion chance this is a troll job, because Nothing else makes sense. I can't understand for them to just completely obliterate the lore. First, and Tarmiriel, she wasn't queen. She was forced to marry her cousin. He took her crown.
She wasn't a ruler. We'll put it that way. Yeah.
Yep.
If we're wrong, that would be if we're wrong about it, then that would be a huge surprise considering the marketing for it and everything that like the actors have come out and said about it, saying how we're able to create something new. We have new characters, and that's all they've been talking about are the new characters and how diverse they are.
Yep.
So I mean, like if we're wrong, that would be shocking considering how they're marketing.
You know, if I end up being wrong, again the 1 in a billion, if I'm wrong, I will jump for joy and I'll say, you know what? I'm an ass. I was wrong, and now I'm thrilled. And they did the worst marketing job ever.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I put this tweet out yesterday. A lot of people, I think they missed the sarcasm on it, but there was a comment I had on my video, and it says, lifelong Tolkien fan here. Having seen the first 2 episodes, I can tell you without a doubt, this series is a triumph of the human spirit. It is truly a cinematic masterpiece. The flashback scene where Gandalf says, "Say hello to my little friend," while introducing the Harfoot to the council was straight out of the books. Tolkien would be proud. Because if you look at any of the comments of any of the trailers, all it is like taking iconic movie scenes and saying like you know, I think they said like when Frodo said, "I could do this all day," I got chills down my spine and all this shit. Like it's all the comments are. The comments are a massive troll. It's so good, man. But anyway, all right, George, get the hell out of here, man.
I will see y'all later. Great to see you.
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry, Jay didn't follow through on that.
I can't believe it. What are we gonna do with him?
I know it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
All right.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, George.
Great
Later,
to meet
buddy.
you, bye.
So have a good one, man. All right. Yeah, that was a good discussion though about Lord of the Rings and all the craziness going on with that. So it is sucked. It sucks because those movies are so good, man. And I've watched the extended cuts recently again, and they never get old, man. Gandalf to me is the greatest movie character ever.
See, he's coming to Fortnite.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
What did you think he said, Mike?
Yeah, it sounded like you said the extended cunts.
Yeah.
I was like, what do you?
I watched the extended cunts recently, and it was just incredible.
It was they're massive and amazing. It was great.
I watched that one too. So
yeah, I mean this whole argument that John Campea is making in this video that people want this show to be bad is like one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard in my life. Like literally, no one wants this show to be bad. You know, when Rings of Power was like first announced, pretty much everyone was excited, you know, about the announcement and everything else. And then obviously when we started to actually get more information about it, people became apprehensive or critical at that point. But
this is fucking Star Wars, bro. It's Star Wars, but people aren't going to be tricked by The Force Awakens this time. When fucking Disney bought Star Wars, nearly every motherfucker in the world was excited as hell. Right? Because you're like, look, this fucking unlimited budget coming in, like to do all this stuff. And I was excited too. And then they said, guess what? We don't give a fuck about all this stuff. All you Star Wars fans that care about this, that care about the decades and decades of stories that got put into these books and comic books and video games and everything. Fuck it. We don't want it. We want to have our own creative freedom to basically just remake.
And that's exactly what they also. That's exactly what they did with this too, with Vanity Fair article where they said we want to create the novel that Tolkien never wrote. It's the exact same thing that you dealt with the EU when they said that they were going to throw all that out the window. So
well, and this is the thing too. Like we have there's a video from October of 2020 that me and Josiah did where we talked about there's rumors that they were to try to make Lord of the Rings the show more like Game of Thrones. There's gonna be a lot more nudity and a lot more violence and stuff. And we're like, why would you do any of that? But that was like a big announcement back then. So it's not like they haven't had time to kind of like test the waters on what this was supposed to be and what people's thoughts were on it. I mean, we've seen so many people leave the project and walk away from it. Actors, producers, writers, experts, all of it. So obviously something behind the scenes has not been going well for them. And for this to be the final product of what they have, this is the best they have to offer anybody, is pretty embarrassing.
Yeah,
very much so. Very much so.
Kind of reminds you of the shit show The Hobbit went through during pre-production.
Bro, this ain't gonna be shit compared to the fucking Hobbit, man. Like the Hobbit, The Hobbit movies are there's a lot of extra shit in there. There's a lot of extra shit in there. But
I mean,
we're talking
production for like writing and everything. They had to get Peter Jackson to come in and just save it so they had movies.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Guillermo del Toro, he quit and everything else. And then they're like, oh, Peter Jackson, here you go. You're the director now. And he's like,
Please.
oh, well, you have 2 months for pre-production. Here you go. It's like, oh, well, fuck. All right.
Why isn't Jay talking?
Picture.
Why isn't Jay talking? He hasn't talked in like 30 minutes.
Well, everyone's
finished his carrots.
Everyone's making great points, and y'all.
I just muted him just to mess with him. So go ahead.
Let me share my screen real quick. My contribution. This is the God dang it.
It wasn't a thing.
Who doesn't want to see a Les Grossman film led by Tom Cruise? They're getting the band back together from Tropic Thunder.
There's no way.
There's no way Robert Downey Jr. is doing it.
There's no way
Robert Downey Jr. are reportedly in talks to reprise their role. Yeah, but he doesn't have to play that same character.
I don't know because
he doesn't have to play the character.
Well, the thing is that Robert Downey Jr. I don't know if you guys knew about this, but Jamie Foxx did a movie. He actually was making a movie, Robert Downey Jr., where Robert Downey Jr. was playing a Hispanic dude in the film. And so I don't know. I could see Robert Downey Jr. possibly come back.
It's a little bit different than fucking blackface now.
Yeah,
but he wouldn't play that character.
Even that thing that he was making with Jamie Foxx was hugely controversial.
I feel like any connection to it will just continue to bring that up and highlight that role that he obviously.
Les Grossman is.
I also don't want a whole movie of that though.
You know what I mean? A Les Grossman movie would be phenomenal, bro.
Come on,
I didn't know that was Tom Cruise when I first saw that movie.
They've been working on that for a long time. I mean, they announced it.
Les Grossman is awesome. What a great.
Maybe it'll come out 36 years later, like Top Gun 2.
I like how I try to throw it to Jay to talk about Gandalf, and he derails it to a Tropic Thunder. So, have you been sitting on that story on Twitter for the past 30 minutes, just waiting for your moment? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, I was.
That's what he's been doing. He's been sitting there, but they're like 2 hours.
I really had nothing to add to the Gandalf conversation, but
Gandalf.
Oh my God, Jay! It's not all about Gandalf.
If you like the video,
well, that's been my best Lord of the Rings video on my channel. Was when I made fun of the whole Gandalf thing. So I'm right.
I don't know. Did we ever
say you talk about that? Then I guess.
Did we ever talk about what Wizards of the Coast did with Aragorn? Because I like to talk about that. Just because it made me really happy when we talked about it, and I got Josiah to get up out of his chair.
Speaking of Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, Aragorn's black now.
Yeah, they changed him to be a black dude with a shield, and I literally got Josiah to get up and scream, and
I literally threw a chair across the room.
I was so fucking happy.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the whole people that have people that are praying to hate it or being negative or whatever. I mean, I go back to again. I've talked about it a lot. When people told me about Cobra Kai, and I heard about it, and I'm said, who the fuck wants to see a couple of washed up actors that I haven't heard of in 25 years on a YouTube original Red story, which whatever the fuck YouTube Red is, this sounds terrible. And I watched it. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. You know what I mean? But it sounded on the premise though, it's like, this sounds horrible. This sounds terrible. YouTube Red? What is
I
that?
love the premise. I love the premise because I watched that video. I watched this YouTube video about how Daniel LaRusso is the real villain in the Karate Kid, and that was the premise of the show, which was awesome.
No, it's a phenomenal show, and they've done a great job on it. Same with Prey. I was so anti that movie when I saw the trailers for it. I didn't love it, but it's fine. It definitely isn't the train wreck I thought it would be. But you don't get over enthusiasm without over negativity. You get both of them. The Force Awakens and plenty of YouTube channels out there that don't get the views that they used to, they benefited off of that praise, that hype built around The Force Awakens, that 2 years of hype and theories and, who is Snoke? Snoke is actually Darth Plagueis. You know what I mean? All of those channels that built up, and again, there's nothing wrong with that they earned their following, their hundreds of thousands of subscribers off of the hype of The Force Awakens. And ultimately 95% of those videos, the theorizing about who Snoke was and Plagueis and Luke Skywalker's role and None of them were true. But they got their following, they made their money, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they don't have the relevance they have anymore because Star Wars went from this over praised to overhyped to now it's like, yeah, it's dog shit and people are calling out. But those channels are scared to death to call it out because they don't want to upset Daddy Mickey. That's all it comes down to. So they're jealous of people like us.
Well, he'll stick his vicious goofy cow on him. And he's dangerous.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's what he does. Jay was trying to build off that Force Awakens hype, though. He was trying to build his channel up. So
it didn't work.
Thought that movie was. I fucking hated that movie so much.
Ryan hated something? You're kidding me.
Wasn't the Rise of Skywalker was the last Star Wars movie in theaters, right? That's
correct.
Hasn't been another one since.
Yeah, correct.
I think Rogue One is getting re-released or something.
It got re-released last week and made I think it made $1 million.
We don't have to do it right now, but Ryan, Jay Schwalbach's got a tip, a super chat over on Locals that I'll have you read later on when we're going through them. That'll be pretty entertaining. So, Jay Schwalbach's a trip, dude.
What the fuck?
Jake, how you good? You need to hang? You want to hang? You want to go? What is your call, bro? You're here as long as you want to be. Okay, it was good having you, man. And we got to play some games with you. We were talking about Sea of Thieves the other day. I know you play that on Twitch a lot. So.
Fortnite, Escape from Tarkov, bro. I'm all about it.
Escape from Tarkov is something I really want to try. I want to play. I really want to try Escape from Tarkov.
I had to take a break.
I have it.
It's in a slump right now, but just hackers and people hiding in bushes like little bitches. But
yeah, we know about that. So
you can actually like become a bush in Fortnite.
Oh, I
did it at one point.
Like yeah.
So I might. So Ryan made a statement on his Twitch stream the other day that if we could get a special guest to join us for Fortnite, that Ryan might actually play, and we may have that pinned down. Ryan, how close are we on this one?
As soon as you give me confirmation of what day it is, I can ask.
All right, so that might be happening in the next week or two. We'll let you know. So Ryan on Fortnite again. That's going to be interesting.
So fucking download Fortnite, I guess.
You used to play it back in the day with Jay, like way back in the day.
I used to play it like what did I have at Jay for like 4 or 5 days?
He won like several matches and then he left.
Yeah, I wanted a couple victory royales. Want to beat the shit out of some dumb kids. Fucking leave. Just fucking.
That's exactly what he fucking did in Call of Duty.
You got Beardo. You got Beardo excited now. Look at there. That's what's up.
Yeah.
What's up, Fear the Beardo?
Fortnite. Mike, I need you to explain something with me.
Okay.
Explain this.
Well, listen, I got to show people how stunning and brave I am, and I thought the best way to do it. You know, when you can't beat them, you got to join them.
Is that Jeremy
I'm a strong black independent woman.
Oh,
yeah, that's Josiah. He's helping me. Come on. Listen, I'm a strong black independent woman, and I'm waiting for my check. I'm going to get my own show talking about how big my ass is and how fat people are really healthy. And I think I can make millions of dollars doing it. I'm going to hire a lot of backup dancers that are also fat people that are and trannies.
We're
going to do it up.
I didn't even notice Josiah. Oh.
There's only one thing. There's only one thing to play.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women, sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Me painting my fingernails was only the beginning. It was a test to see how you guys reacted. I will live off your hate makes me strong. I'm gonna start my own. I'm gonna start everything. I'll get my own Amazon special. Stunning and brave.
Did you like go to Walmart and just buy all of the hefty like kitchen trash bags they had to make that outfit? Is that what that was?
That's absolutely what it was.
Their stock just like fucking peaked yesterday.
Just fucking peaked. They just like I went out to so many fucking places.
Like sweaty. You wore like a bunch of garbage bags.
I feel like that fat bitch is literally always sweaty.
What she probably does is she has it so wide because they have a giant fucking fan under there to like keep her cool.
You're talking about a bitch whose fucking heart rate probably skyrockets to 180 when she stands up. Fucking blood's probably made it gravy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's sweaty all the time.
Some fat people are not sweaty. They know how to keep it, you know.
What, because the grease
locked in.
clogged their fucking pores or something?
Something like
Look
that.
at Ryan. Ryan just looked disgusted when you said that. It was so funny.
It's
just
true,
to watch his
though.
reaction. So, God, I swear, Ryan, if I just thought about like how, like, if I don't know you, and it's not to say that you're not you're pretty much the same person on screen as off screen. You're always pissed off. You're always angry. Nothing makes you happy. But there's also obviously I know you. So like, if I only saw you on the internet, I would have such a weird opinion of you. Like, this fucking guy's miserable. Like,
he is miserable.
Well, then I've met him in real life too, and I was like, oh, it's Ryan. Maybe he'll be. Oh my God, he's so angry. He's like, what the fuck is going on? What are we doing? I was like, oh God.
I had fucking shit to do, man. Fucking.
I was like, wow, man. Hey,
but
it is what it is. The only time he was happy was when he was eating. He seemed really happy when he was eating, and like he'll eat like he eats. I don't understand how you fucking eat that much food and how you do it. Like it's just crazy to me.
He eats like a snake. He takes like two. He chews.
He
twice
does.
and
He's
swallows.
like, oh, and I'm like, what the fuck? And he like disappears for. Then he gets mad because there's no more food. And he leaves, and we're like,
goes to
oh.
sleep.
Yeah, he gets. Yeah, we like look over. We're like, "Where's Ryan?" He's like on a couch asleep. I'm like, "What the fuck?"
I had nothing else. We can't even really talk about it. So you kind of fucking put me in a rough spot because I'm not supposed to fucking talk about what we like this shit yet. So
Better not.
It's like fucking Fight Club.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was some time where I had nothing to do. So and there was no fucking self-service. There was no self-service. So I was just supposed to sit there and fuck off. I jerked off 3 times and I fell asleep.
His mustache.
Josiah doesn't know that the
no
camera's on
idea.
him. He's just sitting here right now.
No idea.
Looking up his next
The
article.
camera's been on you this whole time, bro.
Making a Tom Hanks
Wait, what?
thumbnail.
Camera's been on the whole time.
It's like chewing his bottom lip.
no idea.
He's like chewing that lip, man.
Share my screen for a moment because this is important. The world needs to know that Mike is on his way to find his next victim.
He's on his way. Look at
I'm
that
legitimately gonna hit you with a fucking shovel in real life. Because I told him, he's like, I gotta get a picture of you, and I said, if you take that fucking picture, I'm gonna hit you with this fucking shovel. Because every goddamn time I come and fucking help you with anything, I'm not fucking helping you anymore with anything. Ever fucking again, bro.
I don't know how it happens, but every time I have Mike help me with something, he ends up having to dig a hole for some reason. So.
What does your neighbors think? Like, you got neighbors with
helping
boats. They probably think you're doing weird stuff.
Yeah,
Well, fortunately,
I'm
it
sure
wasn't
they
my
were.
yard, so.
Neighbors with boats, man. They're always staring out
It
the
was,
window.
yeah. Well, unfortunately,
What's going on
it
out
wasn't
there?
near my house, though.
There was this chick that was walking down the road, and she was just staring at us like.
Yeah, I
the
even said
entire
hi to her. I was
time.
like, hi, and she's like, and kept
And then
walking.
she-
and just,
then she
Oh,
was,
you're
like,
a big
walking
man
past us,
holding
and
a
she was still like
shovel.
this, like looking over her shoulder at us. Like,
That's where that you should have pulled the race card at that point. You should have pulled the race card.
well, where we were, I don't want to pull the race card. 'Cause it doesn't go well for me, so, very quickly become a statistic. So,
Lauren T, have you guys seen Retarded Frodo? It's on a YouTube channel called Through a Walrus at My Grandma. Can you play it for Jay regardless, please?
I think I sent it to Jay today.
I used it in one of my videos.
Is it? Can we
Thanks
play
for
it?
watching.
Can we play it?
oh
Hang
yeah,
on.
yeah.
I used it in my
on.
Gandalf
Oh, no.
video. Thanks for
Hold on,
watching.
make sure I do my audio.
He just
Oh.
goes, Gandalf.
What do you mean? That's how I remember it.
Oh my gosh, 1, 2.
God damn.
Oh, fuck y'all for ruining that fucking perfect movie. So,
You didn't have to do much. No.
you know what though? What's funny because Interstellar is like my favorite movie, but like that whole scene with Matthew McConaughey is memed so
When he's crying.
bad, like so bad, and it didn't affect the scene for me at all though. But I thought it would because it just became so massive. And
What
I've
scene?
seen
Revenge of the Sith is like one of the most.
Well, no, in
Yeah, go
Interstellar, when Matthew McConaughey's crying at the videos,
They have him
of
like
his
looking
kids.
at stuff, and he's like,
Yeah,
crying.
so where children are aging right before his very eyes with the video messages, and then people like memed it to like so many things. Beautiful memes, by the way. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was just saying, like, there's a lot of fucking things that have been memed to hell, right? I mean, The Dark Knight's been memed to hell, for certain parts in it. Revenge of the Sith is like one of my favorite movies of all time. That's fucking a meme factory. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's true. That is true.
For good reasons.
So yeah. Memes like, look, if a meme actually ruins a movie for you, the movie probably wasn't that good in the first place. And that's what the sequel trilogy fans are so weak-minded, because they get so mad. They're like, they're memeing our favorite movie. You're like, yeah, welcome to the internet. That's what happens. That's like I've told this to Krista. I'll put her on the spot right now because she's got these voices she does. I told her she needs to take Dark Knight clips and dub over Batman's voice, where he's like, if I get him to you, can you get him to talk? And she needs to do that in like your playful voice or whatever. That would do fantastic on YouTube, Krista, because YouTube's not about talent. Okay, it's about making clickbait bullshit. Shout out to my She-Hulk video that tanked last night, by the way. Anyway, I'm still pissed. Ryan, I called Ryan today. He's like, I knew you were gonna be pissed about that one. I was so happy. When I released. I'm like, 100,000 views, baby. Because I had two videos back to back that hit 100,000 views in like 14 hours. I'm like, we're back, boy. And then I was like, I'm gonna launch the She-Hulk video. It's gonna crush it. 9 out of fucking 10. I'm like,
How does it get 100K views on a video? I don't know how that feels.
YouTube hates you, that's for sure. But
Yeah.
TikTok sure don't.
Tom Hanks in the thumbnail.
TikTok and Instagram don't. Yeah, just put that confused Tom Hanks face that Josiah does.
Not confused. He ain't confused. He's like, oh shit, Ricky Gervais called me out. Better go to Greece.
Look up
the best thing you
could
could
by
Lord.
K-Biz, $200. K-Biz. It's only because no one watches She-Hulk. Thank you, K-Biz. Appreciate it.
They watch She-Hulk videos.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, K-Biz.
Hey, Jeremy, last 100K view video 9 months ago.
Damn.
Holy shit.
What was it called?
We talked to demons overnight at Real Conjuring House.
Damn.
Wow.
Wait,
So
so
you
you
need to do-
tell me the one where you brought Jay on that didn't hit 100K?
I know. Where are y'all fans at, dude? Jesus.
Yeah.
Come on,
come on,
Jay.
Come on, Jay.
Jay was into the
Hey.
chat for every premiere, or he was fucking sharing it out there on Twitter. So.
Jay, I told you to wear the Canadian Bear outfit.
And this is how it performs. Wants me to invite him
Yeah.
back. Jesus.
Come on, Jay. You got to wear the Canadian Bear outfit next time you're in a haunted place. Look at Jay.
Wearing
Jake's
that?
ready. Yes.
I'm wearing that thing.
Yeah. Look.
No for the views.
You maybe
I've
have
worn
some
that
real
thing
reasons.
for the views. It didn't
look,
get 100K. Look,
Yeah,
don't
might
talk
be
to me
some-
about 100K views.
You should auction it off as Gina Carano worn apparel.
I already watched
You ain't gotta
Why
tell
would
us.
you say
True.
that? Well, you didn't need to say that.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Everyone's
What's
yelling
wrong
at
with
me.
you?
What did I do?
Put it on eBay. No one will know.
Jay, what are you doing?
Idea.
Oh man.
Listen, yeah, we all know the real way to get 100K views is to talk about sports that you don't watch, and major sports figures like Tom fucking Brady have no idea who the fuck he is, and somehow BS the whole goddamn video.
Listen, this is how YouTube works, okay? Josiah is a complete fucking idiot when it comes to sports. Okay, in general, he's an idiot too.
Interesting that
Okay,
you add. Yeah, it's interesting. you add when
that's
it comes
true.
to
It's
sports.
true. It's true. Okay, my
Nice of
bad.
you.
He's an idiot when it comes to sports, Mortal Kombat, DC Comics, pretty much anything he makes a video on YouTube. All right, but he gets a lot of views and he gets a lot of subs out of it. This dumb fuck made a video on Tom Brady, and how many views did it get?
Over 200,000.
What the? You don't.
And he doesn't know who Tom Brady is.
I didn't know what the fuck I was
I
talking about.
messaged him. I was like, you don't even know who the fuck. Wait a minute. My favorite part is like one of my favorite parts of this stream was when Jake was like, yeah, I played for LSU, and I was like, yeah. You don't know who the fuck LSU is. You probably don't even know where that is, what it stands for. more. And he's like, yeah.
What is that?
that's
Wait,
awesome.
what is it? What? Where's LSU and what's it stand for? Josiah.
Louisiana State University.
Oh,
it up.
he
just
googled it as
I
soon
watched
as
you
you
read it off
said
the
it.
fucking
He
screen.
googled it. He
I did not. I
googled
was just like, okay, what are the states that start with L? And then I was like, oh, Louisiana. Boom.
Okay, Stefan Nicholson greater than Tom Brady. So, how many of you know about this one?
I heard it's a Fortnite thing.
So, we're playing. I don't remember. I think what it was is I was talking about Krista. So, Krista essentially grew our Sports Wars Twitter account to like 1,000 followers with literally not knowing. And she knows less about sports than Josiah. Okay, but she was posting like the most generic shit because we didn't have anybody to run it at that point in time. And so we're talking about it. I said, she doesn't even know anything. I'm like, Krista, do you know a football player? She goes, Tom Brady. And I'm like, okay. Do you know another one? She goes, Stefan Nicholson. And of course, that's not a football player. So
It's not a
now,
bad
Yes,
guess.
he is.
no, but now, like, so now we've created all of this lore with Stefan Nicholson's
Yes.
career, and all the fans out there have created all this lore. Krista messages Uche. She showed me. She messages Uche, who played in the NFL. She's like, "Do you know Stefan Nicholson?" He's like, "No." She goes, "Well, he played in the NFL." Like, she's just making this story up about it. You
He's
know,
like,
Uche, I don't know who the fuck that is. You know,
He was so curious. He's like, did he just join up? I was like, yeah, you haven't heard of him? That's strange. He's my uncle.
Wow. Holy shit.
Oh man,
What's happening?
That's
Ripper,
terrible.
before you got here, not on the stream, but I did play the penguin video, dude. That shit's the greatest thing ever, dude.
I saw that shit.
You stupid fucking penguin.
Bro, what the fuck? I just looked up the name Stefan Nicholson. Some weird shit came up.
Uh-oh. Is it
I
stuff you
made
can
it
share
up.
on YouTube?
I mean, he's real. This is a NFL.
Stefan Nicholson jailed for 33 years after being found guilty of rape and murder of Lucy McHugh.
Jesus.
Oh, my
shit.
To be fair, kind of sounds like an NFL player, so I don't know.
Did he play for the Ravens? Oh wait.
Look what you've done, Krista! Look what you did! You did a bad thing!
No, he's like this skinny ass meth head looking white dude.
Dang it.
Oh man. Good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah, yeah, that fucking penguin thing. I've watched that video at least 20 times, dude. Like, that just shows
you were in no man's land because you had like some time where it was sitting there and you're like, fuck, what am I gonna do? Like
with the penguin.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
what happened this past Sunday? Did something happen with the penguin again, Rifa?
Nah, it was weird. I ran into it again, and but like the hitbox didn't register. That's how shitty that game is. So, but I for sure hit him. Just nothing happened. I don't know what.
Ripple, all we know is you rage quit not once.
Yeah, you
but
rage quit
twice.
twice. I haven't even talked to you about that.
Oh, the
shit
second
since.
one was like I was just like fuck. Because I was sitting next to fucking my wife. And I was just there, like I wouldn't even like, I'm playing handheld. I was dicking around and shit. I had no intentions on that shit, like seeing the rest of the night through. When I ended my stream, I was already done with that shit. Shitty ass game.
It was so fast too. We looked up and I was like, wait,
We were like
where'd
talking
Ripple
about
go?
you, and we're like, oh, did he get kicked out by something? Oh, no, you rage.
I look over to I was like, I went over to his Twitter, it was gone. I was like, oh damn, he done ended the whole thing. He's
ended
done.
the whole stream and everything. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I like how you all put the fucking white outline on Rip on the fucking snow. Holy shit.
Jay Hailstorm put the perfect music in here too. Throwing bananas at my ass.
Man, you stupid fucking penguin, man.
They're full chicken.
God, I hate my laugh here. It's horrible.
Your laugh is amazing, Jay.
Sounds like I got hit by a car.
All the penguins in chat make it even better.
Jay sounds like his laugh was constipated. And he's
Yeah, it was bad. That was a rough one.
No, your laugh is good, dude.
It was pretty
I
funny
love
though,
Jay's-
like
Jay's
seeing it
laugh is
live.
great.
Because it was like quiet. Like we were all focused. I don't know why I was focused, but we were all focused. And then he just started cussing out a penguin. It was hilarious.
Like the
It was
cows.
so funny.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh
All
my
the penguins
god.
in the chat right now. Oh my god.
Yep, all the fucking penguins, dude. Holy shit. That is great. Oh man, this has been fun. We're gonna get to super chat soon. Jake, you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, bro. Hey, tell them where they can find you. Tell them what you got going on. Plug away. The mods will drop links, man.
Jake the Viking on all social medias. We're heading down to Halloween Horror Nights for some awesome scary stuff, and then I stream every day.
Hell yeah, man. We're gonna be playing some games together with you soon, so I'll get
Yes.
with you and yeah, look forward to doing some more stuff with you, man. It's been
Hell yeah.
awesome, and I'm glad Jay didn't completely give Geeks Gamers a bad name when you met him. So,
That's right.
but
The
yeah,
big bag
man.
of fries with Subway in it was almost
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, it was great. It was great having you, man. So if you need anything from me, man, you just let me know. We got your back, bro.
Oh, yeah. All right, y'all take care.
All right,
have a good night, man.
Have a
Easy,
good
man.
one. All right. And we'll get a rude eye in here in a bit. So, but yeah, we need to start getting through super chats. Ryan, go over to Jay Schwalbach and read that one over on
Is it like on locals or something? Is that what it is?
I've got the live chat enabled on locals. I don't know if Krista's got it in the
I got it.
file or not. So you do, okay.
Oh, in the
So,
file I do not.
yeah.
I can't, but no.
Okay.
I see it on my page here.
you can do you can look at the thing. It's got where tipped and all that. So again, we have a locals account. If you're a premium member, you will be grandfathered in on locals for the time being. So that's a premium member from our website, locals. You can go over there and support us on locals if you want. Obviously, we'd appreciate that. But if you're a premium member, you get that access, and you can get in contact with Krista on that. But we have a live chat open over there for our supporters, and you kind of can do whatever you want over there. Memes are fucked up. Dermy Wormy's out of control over there. But we kind of open up a live chat for almost all of our streams, so our members can talk over there amongst themselves. And then also 221B Tactical, which I've got my shirt right here. I'll be right back and I'll show you guys.
There you go. So Jay Schwalbach sent a tip over on locals. He says, these are the elfish words Ryan needs to learn. Is there an N in front of those? Is that what it is?
Oh no.
Incaputo means kunis vagina. Incaputa means coitus sex. Incaputa, that's the same fucking word. To copulate, have sex. All right. Incapuncel, male organ, penis. Inspog, futura, to copulate, have sex.
Josiah?
What?
Don't you speak Elvish?
Means vagina. In spooth
sounds pretty good to me.
Sex. In spootha, to have sex with. There you go.
There we go. Thanks for getting us demonetized, Jay Schwalbach, for that $12 super chat.
$12.60.
Appreciate that. So, all right, full screen me real quick. So, 221B Tactical, you can go get your Geeks and Gamers shirt right there, and they are awesome. Got the logo on the back. We're also going to have hats and hoodies. Hats and hoodies will be on 221B Tactical as well. And if we sell enough of these, then we will add more colors, because I know a lot of you have asked for different colors. We'll have the green, the blue, red. And again, sky's the limit. The more stuff we can move over there, the more we can add. So 221B Tactical, go check that out. These shirts are awesome. And some more stuff will be coming very soon as well to 221B. I can't announce that yet, but yeah, it's going to be awesome. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's up? Oh, and we also have these patches that you've seen a lot of. Like, I usually have it right here. But we're getting them in green as well. So we'll have that in green.
Green one looks sick.
Yeah, the green one does look good. As a matter of fact, I shared the green one for our members, but I will show everyone the green one really quick. Let me see if I can find it over here on locals. Got to give me a minute. Boop, boop, boop.
Okay. So Yellow Flash before the stream started for $20. Ryan KK Kennel. Thank you, Yellow Flash. John Ghost for $20 with a Woot sticker. Thank you, John Ghost. Emperor Creatine for 20. When people say get woke, go broke, it's actually the other way around. Hollywood got broke because it can't make good stories anymore. So to get money, they go to BlackRock and Vanguard. They're the customer now, not you. Thank you, Emperor Creatine.
There's the green ones right there. Those should be, I don't know if they're on the website yet, but they will be very soon. Those look fucking good.
Yeah,
that looks really good. So I'm really happy about that one. So heck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Are you at 3.5? Are you at 3.5 million, Rippa?
I don't think so. I think we're like at 3. I know we at least hit 4.7. Let me see right now, actually, where we're at.
Jan Hammer says, y'all stop saying y'all things. All right, y'all. Stop saying y'all. All right, y'all.
I'm from Texas, so that's impossible.
Yeah.
I don't think
y'all all the time. I can't stop saying y'all.
Yeah, fucking Texas.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Texans, say y'all.
Steph, like when she says y'all, it sounds like cringe and forced because it sounds like she should have a Mexican accent.
Shut the fuck up.
And then she goes out to a Mexican restaurant. She's like, I'll have the menudo, y'all. It's like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense.
There's some things that I say like properly. I say it properly out of respect.
Respect for who? Fucking soup?
No.
Why do you need to say it menudo like that?
Soup?
Jesus Christ. That's what menudo is.
Hey, but before
Menudo's a band.
Before we continue,
It's also a band.
I do want to react. I do want to play a little bit of this.
Menudo's not a band?
Yeah,
it's a boy band, right?
It is a band.
Yes,
It's
a band, but
probably
it's
named
also
after soup.
It's also a soup.
You telling me like this boy band Menudo was named after soup that everybody went crazy for?
It's soup that's made with cow's stomach lining.
Yes, it was a Puerto Rican boy band named Menudo. It was named after the soup.
Real quick before we continue with super chats, I do want to react to this director. So this director, Josiah, set us up for this one really quick. Give us a setup for your video that got Geeks and Gamers in hot water once again.
What did you do, Josiah?
Yeah, basically I was just I don't know, it was kind of a slow news day, so I was just kind of
So he
looking
just
around
Googled for woke bullshit to react to.
Yeah, basically. And I found this story about, someone was making like a female black Robin Hood story, basically. And I was like, oh, this will be a great video to make for Geeks and Gamers. So yeah, so I made a video for it about what I typically do. And I don't know, it was like probably like almost 2 weeks later, the director responded directly to it. So he calls himself Director X, and yeah, it was definitely a pretty interesting response that he gave. So
yep. So we're gonna try to do this on Instagram first. I don't really like how Instagram videos are on desktop.
Steph sent it to you on Teams.
I know. So I'm gonna try to do it this way first, and we'll see what happens. If not, we'll open up the team. So he also talks to he also mentions Az. So it's Josiah's video and Az's video that are in this that he's reacting to. I personally don't think that it's like I could see myself having a conversation with this guy. All right, but at the same time, there's some points here that I think are come on, bro.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Julian Christian Lutz, PKA Director X, the creator and showrunner for Robin Hood with a Y. And I'm going to respond to some videos I've seen recently about the show.
Can you guys hear it okay?
It's a little low, but it's all right.
I'm sorry. When I read this headline for the first time, I had to laugh. I just couldn't help it because this is just insane. But this is Hollywood. This is what Hollywood is continuing to do. They're continuing to move down the line, just destroying all of the male characters that is throughout history. And now Robin Hood seems to be the next on the chopping block.
All right. This isn't Hollywood. I'm not Hollywood. This was no mandate. I'm just making a show. One day, about 8 years ago, I had an idea. What if we did modern day Robin Hood? And as the process went on, bringing in writers and different people, someone said, what if we did Robin with a Y? And made it a girl. I said, that's interesting. Kind of like that.
That's not fucking interesting at all, but that's neither here nor there. He's making his case, and I can appreciate that he's at least giving his context for why he's wanting to do this.
Let's do that. Let's move that forward. So this is not some conspiracy. The Illuminati did not come together and demand that I tear down a male hero. Because first of all, none of y'all care that much about fucking Robin Hood.
Which
I do.
That's
What?
not true. That's not
That is
true.
not true.
That completely destroys his entire argument in the first place. The reason that you're taking on this project is because Robin Hood has a historical, value. It's a character that it's a name people know. It's a story people know. That's the entire point behind why you're trying to move this project forward, in my opinion. Josiah, I'm sure that was your take on it too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's literally just what they do with everything else. They take something that's already been established, then they tried to profit off of that. That's exactly what it's doing with Robin Hood, because Robin Hood is a popular legend. And, I grew up reading pretty much, any story about Robin Hood I could find. I watched pretty much any movie about Robin Hood that was coming out, even the really shitty Russell Crowe one. And so, it's just, he doesn't really have a legs to stand on here. So,
and a lot of people hated that Russell Crowe movie, even though they love Russell Crowe, because it was like, it was not the fucking story of Robin Hood. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It was so departed from what people were expecting. And
Yeah.
the only reason this dumb motherfucker, you guys would be nice, so I don't care. The only reason this dumb motherfucker used Robin Hood, Robin with a Y, is because they wanted to use the name and push some sort of fucking bullshit with it. That's the bottom line. Everybody knows that. He can lie as much as he wants.
All right, continuing. Awkward pause.
Global TV begins production on Robin Hood. Series to reimagine classic English folk hero as a black female Gen Zer. By the way, I just want to say real quick too that I knew that this wasn't technically something that was made by Hollywood, but
I mean, I refer to Hollywood anytime this entertainment wise. I like when I call Netflix Hollywood, people are like Netflix is Hollywood. I'm like, I mean, it drives home the point of what we're trying to say.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. It's a black female, young girl that makes her Gen Z. I mean, some of y'all, the fake laugh shows me that you're forcing this anger. And I get it, and I understand. I'm a comic book nerd. I'm a real fucking nerd. So I know the pain. I've lived through the movies and the TV shows where they take the things we love and fix them for us.
See, like, for him to say that and then not understand the point being made is so confusing to me.
Well, he never
Because
doesn't give any.
That's the interesting point to this video. When I heard that, I'm like, nobody, like most people in the entertainment world, would never say what he just said.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And for him to say that, but then still have the points he's trying to make, it's interesting. That he doesn't really get our issue with it. But anyway, anybody else want to chime in before I play it?
Yeah, he doesn't give any specifics of what he, found that was wrong in comic book, movies or anything like that. He, I think this is just him trying to toss some sort of bone, like he's reasonable here. And he can relate, but I don't think he really does. So,
and his whole attitude right now is telling me the opposite of what he's saying. So he's just like sitting there like a pretentious snob and saying like, "Oh, I've been there. I understand what you're going through," when it doesn't really come across like he actually does understand the fact that like we do get upset about when the IPs are taken and spun a horrible way.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And there's also like two different reactions, right? There are going to be people who are genuinely upset because maybe they feel the same way Josiah does about the character of Robin Hood. There could be other people that just see this as, wow, you people have no fucking creativity.
Yeah,
so
that's how I would do it if I did a video.
Exactly. So for 8 years ago, I had this idea that I want to do a modern day Robin Hood. And then someone came up to me, unbeknownst, they just said, "Hey, what if we do a gender swap Robin Hood, but she's black and she's a Gen Zer, and we do all this stuff in this show." And that to me is so like that's a vacuum of creativity. That's when you have no creativity left, and someone just says, "Let's take this name that people recognize, let's bastardize it and turn it into something that no one's interested in watching, and it'll get canceled after one season."
And not only that, but it's also oh, sorry, go ahead. And it's also like the Hollywood agenda as well. right?
Yep.
Even though they're saying this is not Hollywood, whatever, you're basically doing what Hollywood is doing.
It's the same worldview. It's the same worldview.
Ain't that some Canadian shit?
Yeah, it's Canadian.
All right.
Yeah, but that's, and like what I'm saying is that is one of the problems in the entertainment industry.
Yeah.
They're not creating anything original. They're taking things that are pre-established that do have a name recognition and a fan base, but then for anybody tuning in for that, they're like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yep.
When they get it, because it's just going to be made for like 18 to 23-year-old like trans girls or something. You know what I mean? That's like the target demographic.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
I'm not fixing Robin Hood. I'm making a modern day Robin Hood, but I'm a nerd, so it's Robin Hood, and that's very important. That is.
You just said nobody cares about Robin Hood. Now you're saying because you're a nerd, Robin Hood's important to you.
I like how he's like, I'm not making a modern day Robin Hood. I'm making Robin Hood, but I'm a nerd, so it's Robin Hood. Like that makes
makes
what kind
no
of an
sense.
argument is that?
I know y'all like Robin
Argument.
Hood.
You're a nerd,
Yeah.
so you're making Robin Hood. Like that
Because
makes no
nerds put a Y in the name.
I bet he thinks Goofy's a cow.
That's a cheap shot.
All right, here we go.
It's Robin Hood. So I get it. I understand why this makes people go, "Yo, what are you doing?" I understand it. I'm not mad at it. But I also, at the same time, bro, that's a fake laugh.
I'm not mad at it, but I'm gonna make this whole video.
Yeah.
about
Hey,
it.
I'm not. Listen.
Let's get into this and see just how absolutely insane this is going to be. And while I laugh, and while this is ridiculous for many reasons, at the same time, this really isn't a laughing matter, because this is what Hollywood is continuing to engage in. This is what they are focused on. It's continuing to try to destroy any strong male character that they can. Any character that is some sort of inspiration or role model for young men, they're going to continue to move down the line and completely decimate that character.
Okay, again, I understand why you're a little sensitive about this with what's been going on recently with our
God,
comic
how
book
condescending.
properties. Two, no one cares about Robin Hood that much.
Wrong.
You just
okay,
said
so, like, this
that
is my
you cared
thing.
about Robin Hood.
He starts out, he's like, I'm not even mad. And like, I get you. I get what you're saying. First of all, Robin Hood isn't a fucking comic book character. So you keep saying that too. Listen, I'm a huge nerd. I love comic books. I mean, I maybe probably didn't read any of the novels that came out, centuries ago.
Yeah.
But listen, that's neither here nor there. I'm not mad. I get it. I understand. But also, I'm absolutely replacing Robin Hood with a black female and modernizing it, even though that has nothing to do with fucking Robin Hood. But I get why you're mad. But listen, I'm not mad about it. And that's a fake laugh. Why are you fake laughing? I'm mad. I'm not mad.
Where's Josiah's fake laugh account in the chat? That's what I'm waiting for. We need a Josiah's fake laugh account.
It's coming now. Yeah.
That was pretty good.
I changed my lights to match Josiah in honor of him being roasted on Instagram.
All right, here we go.
Nobody, stop this. There's no little boy at home like, "Oh, Robin Hood. Oh, Robin Hood is my favorite character." Stop this, bro. It's not decimating some sake. It's Robin Hood.
And there's a reason.
Wow.
What the fuck? Okay, first of all, like,
an insane reaction.
Yeah,
Bitch,
there
I
is
grew up with
literally
Robin
no
Hood.
boy that's reacting to anybody that way. At least I hope not. So,
but like, what the fuck? Like, also, like,
There is
I grew
one
up reading
boy.
Robin Hood. I was a huge fan of Robin Hood growing
Yeah.
up. I like the character. Like, what the
Yep.
fuck? That's the weirdest fucking
There's
like.
so
flex.
many movies being made about it, shows, books, and if no one cared, then there wouldn't be any of that.
Well, if
including
no one
this guy.
gave a shit, he wouldn't be
Exactly.
doing the series in the first place.
Right.
That's the
So,
whole premise
that
of,
was
of this. So
It was like a weird.
basically what he's trying to say is basically Josiah here is fake mad. Is what he's alluding to, or not alluding to. He's basically just flat out saying that, which I don't know if that's like projection or what, but yeah, I mean, I think he's completely missing the point. You know what I mean? Like of what Josiah is saying and what folks like that are saying about, hey, which he acts like he empathizes with. That's people watch characters be destroyed and modernized and all of that sort of stuff, and he's not above the fray. Like you're literally doing the same thing, predictable. Like this would be, I know he's trying to detach himself from Hollywood. I get that, but this is exactly what we expect from like the entertainment acting industry, whether it be whatever it is. I know he says director or what a showrunner or whatever. Like this is exactly what people expect. you know, and you're doing exactly like this is what we've seen. It's very, very predictable, and I know he may have been pondering on it for 8 years, but you know, this is what folks have grown to expect, and it's boring. Like, it's like, dude, here we go, another race swap, another you know, gender swap character of bait that was based upon this, and it's like he's not the first one to try to do this kind of female version of a Robin Hood, but he just needs to say that that's exactly what it is that he's doing, and there's nothing creative about it. But that's part of the criticism that I think he's missing.
Yep. And we'll continue on real quick.
Reason for why they're doing that, okay? Because they don't want men to be strong. They don't want young men to be strong or to seek adventure, to have a drive, to have a passion, to have that fire inside of them. They don't want any of that. They want everyone to be weak, and the way to make society weak is to make your men weak.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Is he wrong?
I'm crazy with that shit, bro.
What the? What was incorrect? That was probably the most same thing that Josiah said. Like, I'm like, is he wrong? Like, and I feel like he was probably like, man, he kind of spitting facts. But
Yeah.
I know, man, that don't even make any sense. You know, goddamn well that made sense, man.
Yeah.
100% on point.
I did just want to point out too, before I forget, that the one comment that you can see from Jesse Romero, big director energy, that's Robin Hood. That's black female Robin Hood. Just so you guys know.
Oh, that's why it has a Y in it. Yeah, Jesse Romero.
Yeah. If they really didn't have any sort of bad intentions with this or anything else, why couldn't they just make a story about some character that was Robin Hood-esque, that had a black female Gen Zer as the main character? Like, there's a reason for why they're doing this, and a lot of it is because neo-Marxism as a whole is creatively bankrupt. So that's one reason for why they're doing this type of stuff, is because they can just steal from things that have existed before, you know, take names of recognizable characters, and then they can just, you know, infiltrate it with their own agendas.
One day I came up with an idea to make a modern day Robin Hood, and I told my friend, and away we went on the fucking digital.
Oh my god!
That went from
like a jump. It was a jump cut scene, right?
from-
Because he's like really internalizing, like, well, damn, yeah, that's what I did. That's actually what I did.
Damn, he got angry like I do.
But I can't show that, so I'm just
He
gonna
got angry like I
jump
get
cut.
angry.
He got
8 years
angry
ago-
almost as fast as She-Hulk gets angry.
8 years ago, I had an idea. I told my friend he could prove it to you. I'll call him right now. I'll get his WhatsApp. I'll tell you. And then, but it really never came to fruition until someone told me, hey, what if you make it a she and make her black? Then I was like, that's it. That's the idea I've been waiting 8 years for.
All right.
And away we went on our fucking journey to make this fucking show. No, there's no bad intentions. I'm
He's
not a
pissed
fucking
now.
neo-Marxist.
He's pissed
And
now.
again,
Yeah.
it's fucking Robin Hood. This isn't a real property.
What? Not a real fucking.
This isn't a real property. Okay, listen. Nobody even knows who Robin Hood really is. It was an obscure thought. Obviously, it's super original. Fuck you. Like, he got angry like I get angry, man. I mean, I gotta respect how he went from 0 to 60 super fast.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe
not
we'll
a
get into-
fucking neo-Marxist.
Yeah,
This isn't
honestly-
even a real property.
Honestly, he
Like,
could replace you on Mario Kart. That would that rage. So,
Yeah, that's
all
fair.
right.
I mean,
he'd probably be better too. Here we go.
My
Here we
thing
go.
is like, I mean, I'm just so tired of you know, we're going through this with Rings of Power. It's the same exact thing, and maybe he hasn't thought of it that way. Where I look at it like this: you wanted to tell a story about a black character, so you took yet again, and it's the same damn thing they were Rings of Power and what they're doing in Lord of the Rings. Despite Africa having all this folklore, because that's basically what Robin Hood is. Robin is English, it's essentially European fucking folklore is what it is. And that can be their shit. That's fine. You can get something out of it. You can enjoy it. So if you wanted to tell a character that was some version of some folklore that was more modernized, or still, I think that's lazy and not necessarily, you know, to just say it, hey, it's the modernized version specifically of this folklore that already exists. But Africa has mountains of that, you know what I mean? That is gone unfucking tapped. I've said this many shows. And instead of like doing that, you're taking what is part of course, English more so folklore and European folklore and just trying to swap and change that. I'm not saying that's why he did it, you know what I mean? But it goes back to kind of this legitimacy of these guys and their stories and all of that. And this is why I specifically take more of an issue with it, because it keeps being repeated, despite, again, you have a fucking entire continent of untapped long-standing mythologies and folklore that has just basically gone untouched.
Yeah, I mean, his point about it not being a property is as irrelevant as him saying that Robin Hood, no one cares about Robin Hood. Neither one of these things makes sense. It not being a property has nothing to do with why people are upset about it. The fact is it's an iconic name. It's a recognizable name. And that's the reason that you're using it and trying to change it up from what it's known to be, so you can get some attention from it. That's the entire point here. And to say that no one cares about Robin Hood, I mean, there's so many different iteration, like there's so many versions of Robin Hood out there. Everybody knows the Disney cartoon from back in the day. Then you have, your live action movies, your comedic movies, whatever. But the point is that for him to dismiss that he says no one cares about Robin Hood is insane. And now, I mean, because I've already seen, I've skimmed through this video. So I think the next point he's going to make is like, he's not a property like a Batman or a Spider-Man or a Superman or something like that. It's kind of the point that he's going to get.
Real quick too. I just wanted to say something I think is kind of funny. Robin Hood with the Y is also a character from a graphic novel from 2012. Like, it's not even, it was a modern retelling where they made Robin Hood a girl in like modern day from like Zenoscope Entertainment. So it wasn't even that original, like original
that was
of an
10
idea.
years ago. That was before his 8 years ago idea.
Yeah.
Huh?
So 2012, they invented it. It's still being printed today. Like the last print that they did of it was 2020. So like, this isn't even an original idea that he had. Like, somebody else already had the idea. There's literally a fan film of that character on YouTube right now with the same like Robin Hood with a Y, a modern day retelling of Robin Hood as a female.
Yeah, but was she a rapper?
Yeah, that's fair. And she wasn't black. Forgive me.
Okay,
he did.
Now it's original.
He found the twist that I didn't see, which was you got to make the girl black, and then it's original again. My bad. I missed it.
All right, before we get started, Jay, you got to go.
Yeah, I got to get up early. I'm heading out to the parks tomorrow. So
advertise.
Going early. Be at Park Hopping. They starting the Halloween Horror Night stuff.
Nice.
So I'll be there
already
tomorrow.
Yeah, already.
And Friday. So I'm gonna go 2 days this week. So I gotta get
Lady Ripple wants to come to the parks. Lady Ripple wants to come hang.
Yeah, I know she talks about that. She does.
She wants to spend all that money sharing by pretending to be your wife.
All right, Jay. Well, hey, you guys.
There he is. Josiah's fake laugh in the chat. That's all I wanted to see.
Hang on.
Did you make that account, Jay? Because when they showed up at the beginning,
not really that smart.
Incorrectly.
I like that. I like that concerned Josiah Rise's face. The picture that they have.
Like classic Josiah.
Yeah, that's like judgmental Josiah face. Is what that is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Josiah, what did he ask? Do you think Peyton Manning's going to do well this season? You have an answer, Josiah? Do you think?
I don't think Peyton Manning even playing football anymore, is he?
That's true. You got that right. That's correct.
Listen, he just guessed that shit.
He really did guess that one. Jim Lee, who is this guy? What does he know about comics?
Hey, it's another great night, though. Thanks for having me on. Rip, are we good for Thursday still?
What time is that again?
8 p.m.
Oh, that's PM. We'll be fine.
Yeah. Rip is going to be on the podcast Thursday at 8 p.m. on the channel, and then I'll be at Park Hopping tomorrow.
I fuck around, forget I'm doing shit right now. 8 p.m. What? That's Eastern, so that's 7 my time.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I can go later if you need.
No, I'm putting that shit in my calendar.
Thank you. And Park Hopping tomorrow and Friday, I'll be live streaming Halloween Horror Nights. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So
Nice.
It'll be cool. And then I'll be doing the Busch Gardens. Also Park Hopping's first Busch Gardens video will be released tomorrow from Locked and Loaded Latinas. It's really good.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
So
Nice.
yeah, they did a great job. So we're gonna release that tomorrow. So that's it. Y'all continue
You
with
gotta go.
Director X.
You gotta go watch Rolo carry us last night on that victory, dude. Holy shit, man! It was two
Man.
teams.
I
Rolo
know I wanted
had,
to play tonight, but I know I can't.
Rolo had no shields. Two teams, and he wiped them all out.
was
It was
insane.
crazy. It was
That's awesome.
crazy. So, all right, Jay, appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, man. No, appreciate
Have a good
y'all.
night, man.
Yeah.
Bye.
Easy, bud.
Bye. We're almost at the end of the part where he's talking about Josiah. So,
like you're trying to make it out to be. It's Robin Hood. It's like Shakespeare. They're literally about as old as one another. And Shakespeare is defined by the many people that take a Shakespearean play and reinterpret it as a modern day military thing. Or remember Leonardo DiCaprio and Romeo and Juliet? Los Angeles gangsters. That's what they fucking do. And that's what I'm doing. And that's well within the realm of this nerd shit that I'm on. This is not Spider-Man. This is not Batman. This is not some modern fucking property. It's Robin Hood.
Oh my gosh. Driven by the injustices of today, who embraces the heroic, hopeful, and playful elements of the world's most recognizable folk hero. She learns to fight for what's right, to care for and lead her followers. And like all Robin Hoods since the first ballad, Robin holds those in power to account by using their greed against social justice, everyone.
Have you never heard of Robin Hood? Do you know?
His examples that he showed really quickly, because I love.
Holy shit, bro!
You probably love that stupid Leo one, didn't you?
Hello.
you can see him fuming with Josiah dancing back and forth. All right, here, let's hear what he's got to say.
God.
Not know what Robin Hood is? Like you can do all this stuff and you can put in the tone of your voice like this is somehow not Robin Hood, but that's fucking Robin Hood. So and now we have another guy. So
He is a socialist.
This guy really, the first guy, this guy really goes for it. And like I said, it's corny because you're pushing it, you're forcing it. But let's listen.
Listen to that guy.
Global TV begins production on Robin with a Y Hood series to reimagine classic English.
If Az doesn't say "fuck my ass, mouth, and tits," I'm gonna be pissed. That's what I hope he says.
English folk hero as a black female Gen Zer. Why do they keep calling race changing political?
He's so upset. He's gonna get so fucking mad about this.
I haven't even seen the ass part. Oh
fuck, that's
so
funny.
I kind of want to watch it.
Real quick too, I thought this was funny or interesting too. Is like he talked about Shakespeare and Robin Hood, and obviously he knows so much about Robin Hood and shit like that. Robin Hood was around almost 200 years before Shakespeare was even born, or was even active as a playwright. I should say, not born, but so
Yeah,
like it's even that. Like that's how old Robin Hood as a property is, and he's like, well, what do you even know about Robin Hood? Because I know about it, obviously, and didn't know shit about it either. So,
And to say that Shakespeare's defined by the retellings is a really stupid.
And when he brought up Shakespeare, he brought up like the Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio, and like they didn't gender swap Romeo and Juliet. Like they stayed true to even the language of the Shakespearean language in that film. You know, they kept like the Romeo and Juliet parts and the Capulets and Montagues. They kept all of that. They just updated it to like a modern telling, I guess. But everything was pretty much the same. There was no gender or race swapping in that movie.
Well, Mercutio was race swapped technically, and so were the Capulets. But anyways, but the idea, but even with that, like people reviewed that movie. That movie is like fucking insane. Like, there's nobody saying like, "Wow, this is such a great." It was like that movie
This
was
is the definitive telling of Shakespeare.
Yeah, everybody was like, "What the fuck is this? Is Baz Luhrmann on coke?" And he is, because he made that movie, and it definitely looks like somebody on coke made that movie. So
He also made
it's
Moulin Rouge, and that's crazy.
Yeah, he
All
was
right,
on coke.
here we
on that
go.
one too,
Yeah.
so.
Here we go. More Az. He's probably really mad right now.
God damn.
Az broke him.
He was mad about Josiah, but he's like,
pause it right now, Jeremy. Pause it for a second. Now, listen, let's hold this guy accountable. He said, "Oh, Josiah's laugh is fake. It's forced." He's forcing this bullshit right now.
Yes, he
this
is.
is a performance.
Yes, he is.
This is an
Yes.
act. He's
Yes.
pretending to be silent. Like, I just don't have anything to say about this.
Yes.
Shut the
Yeah.
fuck up with that.
Yep.
If you're gonna call
100%.
that out, you can't do this bullshit.
100%. 100%.
Robin holds those in power to account by using their greed against them to help her community, comrade.
This is the same shit with the other guy. Do you not fucking know Robin Hood?
Oh, you fucking know
Yes. Robin steals from the rich and gives to the poor and embarrasses the bad.
Go ahead, Ripper.
That part about the Robin Hood story is one, like, I mean, obviously because it has been told, like, and people think of the definitive Robin Hood as someone that took from the rich and gave from the poor. That's not actually what the story.
He steals from the fucking government, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So it was
exactly.
more of people that were already stealing from the citizens,
yep,
right, and getting their shit back, as opposed to just stealing from the rich to give from the poor. That is one of the biggest misconceptions of this story.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Bad guys. That's fucking Robin. Have you not watched these things? Are you just upset about something you don't know, or are you acting like this is something that it's not?
That's a projection.
A young woman whose masked hip hop band, The Hood.
Oh, man. This is glorious, man. Like I like what this is like how this is actually cool. Now you know it gives you more insight on how kind of ass covers things, because now he looks so goofy, like covering ass. In the event that someone tries to like how can you make fun of ass?
Exactly.
It's fucking impossible.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Is known for their inventive videos and anti-authoritarian message.
So again, do you not know Robin Hood?
Oh my gosh,
Bro,
again.
he keeps on coming back to
Because I'm
that.
suspecting
like,
that you were
primary
unfamiliar with
argument.
the legend.
Stupid.
Like, where could I ever have gotten the idea that Robin Hood has a bunch of friends known for making music?
I steal from the rich and keep.
No, he didn't.
Oh my god, he did
Hold
not
on,
just
hold
bring
on.
up Shrek.
Wait a minute. No, he what? What the fuck did he just do? What the fuck did I just watch? What was that?
Merry men, bro.
No, he didn't. He did not pull up fucking Shrek. He's like, Legend of Robin Hood? Did you not watch Shrek? It was the most accurate depiction I've ever seen. God.
Chris is
damn,
happy.
bro.
Chris is happy from seeing a Shrek
Holy
cameo.
shit. And then he like showed Donkey eating an apple. What the fuck does that got to do with Robin Hood? Bro, what?
God. All right, here we go. I had to mute it because I don't want these clips to get me hit.
Yeah.
Robin Hood Men in Tights. Really?
I don't have any problem with him showing these, actually, to be honest with you.
Let's see. He's just showing different interpretations of
He's showing different interpretation with the merry men were fucking singing
Yeah.
and shit like that. I don't have any
Yeah.
problem with this at all.
Yeah. It was funny though.
Yeah.
I mean, Donkey being the first thing he showed, it kind of sets a tone.
Yeah, it was the fact that he started with fucking Shrek. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Like that sets an interesting tone. All right, come on, get past all this shit. I can't fast forward on fucking
No, it's
Instagram. So
stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid.
There we go.
A cluster of rental high-rises in a corner of New Nottingham.
Yeah. I mean, you can smile and joke and give the funny face, but if you nerd with me one-on-one, what's the problem there? She's poor, so she lives in the projects. The project's called the Sherwood Towers. It's at the corner of Sherwood and Forest. But what doesn't line up? On a nerd level, what doesn't line up?
That you're taking your gender and race swapping.
Yeah, I would want to ask this guy if he fucking wanted to talk. I would just straight up say, why did you make her a woman? Why did you make her black? What is your reasoning behind that? We all know what the truth is, but I wouldn't want to hear him nerd to nerd. No, just nerds talking about nerd shit like Robin Hood. I would want to hear him say, why did you change her to a black woman?
Yep. Yeah.
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 A nearby city where the cost of living has skyrocketed, leaving an ever-widening gap between the rich and everyone else, they added.
Like, you make these faces, and this cost of living has skyrocketed. What world do you fucking live in? Is not Robin Hood not the perfect thing to talk about right fucking now, with the gap between rich and poor?
That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
The problem is she's going to be stealing from white businessmen to give to the people in the projects. That's what's going to go on in this show. We all understand that. We know that. And that's not necessarily, like Ripa pointed out, what the fucking story is. But it's what it's used.
Well, and also, like, I mean, and there's minutia to it, but the fact that he keeps going, do you not know Robin Hood? Robin Hood wasn't a poor dude. He was like a fucking like middle class guy that was like, hey, this is kind of fucked up what's happening. I'm going to do something about it. So even the idea of why I made Robin Hood super poor because, you know, do you not know Robin Hood? Obviously, he was a poor person that decided to start robbing rich people. That's not what the story is. And you're telling an English guy that he doesn't know who Robin Hood is. It's from his fucking history.
Exactly. Well, yeah, and this is exactly the frustrating thing that we're seeing happening with like Rings of Power and stuff as well, where they're taking these stories that have timeless messages and then they're trying to basically crumple those down to fit a modern viewpoint of what's happening here. That's exactly what he's trying to do with Robin Hood as well. So
Robin and her band, The Hood, decide to fight back, righting the wrongs of the corrupt elite to give back to the people who are living under their regime.
Again, do you not know Robin Hood?
Oh my God, bro. Like, how many times are you gonna ask?
Listen, if this guy's fucking dialogue is this predictable, shit. That's wild, man.
You not know Robin Hood?
Yeah, holy crap.
You not know who Robin Hood
Seriously.
is?
He's serious this time, guys.
I mean, it's cool if Robin Hood's not something you're into and you just don't know it, and now you're just talking about it. But if you know Robin Hood, that's fucking Robin Hood.
What I find also massively insulting is why didn't they just create an original series? Is television today so bankrupt and devoid of ideas, original ideas, that all they can do is lean on existing franchises to try and push their ideological messages?
Robin Hood is not a franchise.
That's what
so stop this shit.
That's what I was gonna say.
You're trying to take this other shit and put it
though.
on my shit. And that's
it's the same fucking effect. I knew he was gonna say that because he can't actually tackle the argument. He can't actually say why I'm using this fucking property that people know what it is, this iconic character, this iconic legend, whatever you want to call it. You can fucking switch around definitions, whatever you want. But you're using that and you're pushing identity politics through it because you have no creativity. Because you cannot come up with original fucking idea. He will not address that.
Yep.
Right.
That's not what it is. Robin Hood is not a fucking franchise. None of you care this much about fucking Robin Hood. Robin Hood is about 1,000 years old legend. It's in the realm of Shakespeare. And part of doing Shakespeare is sometimes reimagining it.
Why couldn't you have just created a near-fi, which I don't know, what's that like?
Weird.
Science fiction, but not too far from today, I guess. I don't know. Some near-fi series about a black girl who lives in a you know, not so rich part of town in high rises and council blocks with her friends, and maybe they discover some corporate corruption and just make a series like that.
You mean Robin Hood?
Fake laugh, bitch. Fake laugh.
Fake laugh.
Do you not know what laughs are? Have you never heard of a laugh?
What a dumb cocksucker, honestly.
Yeah.
Like for him, he started
once again,
off this
he's
video.
dodging the actual argument.
He started off this video by criticizing Josiah's fake laughs and by saying,
Yep.
obviously, you're forcing it. Now he's doing the same thing. What a bitch.
Yep.
God damn.
All right,
bro.
we're gonna end this here soon. So listen.
You mean the show I'm making right now? You mean that? That's what you mean? It's Robin Hood. You just described Robin Hood. You described the show that I'm making.
Give her an original name. Give the whole thing an original.
I'm bored with it now, but yeah, this guy, like,
Yeah.
I feel like there were,
nailed him.
as
Bro,
broke him.
when Az
So
stopped looking
Josiah,
at the camera like that, I fucking I'm just dying.
Josiah
Right now.
set him up, and then Az broke him. So, look, it seemed like there were, again, I watched I skimmed through the Josiah part. I felt like, hey, this guy seems like he could, have a rational discussion. No, that guy's not interested in discussion. He's the same as any other person in the entertainment world that lives in that world of like diversity and representation and inclusion, and then everybody's racist and sexist, and so it is
Jeremy,
what it
do you
is,
even
man.
know Robin Hood?
Apparently not. Apparently not.
But Robin Hood is not some great like redistribution of wealth story, right? It's that's what this is going to be about. That's about we gotta these corporate overlords who maybe they fucking made their money on their own, whatever happened. We're gonna take their money and we're gonna give it all to the people in the projects. That's not what the story of Robin Hood is. The story of Robin Hood is a story of people that the reason they don't have shit is because the government's fucking taking it from them. They're taxing them an obscene fucking amount because they don't care. They want to fight their wars. They want to do whatever, right? And they're taking that back. They're taking the people's money back from the government and giving it back to them. That's what it's about. So, maybe that's the question we ask this guy. Do you even know Robin Hood?
Yeah, right.
Yep. But I thought that was pretty funny. Az is one, told me about it because he tagged us on Instagram and Twitter. I just didn't see it. And poor Blabs, she probably just turned all the notifications off on Geeks and Gamers Twitter account for a while after after the Prey review situation. Good Lord, the mentions were bad. But it's always a good idea to turn notifications off of anything Ryan Kennel's involved in anyway. If you're on social media. So.
Bro, I wasn't even a part of the fucking Prey thing.
Oh man, that was good stuff though. So good job, Josiah, getting us getting us some traction over there, getting us some more people responding to us, showing just how irrelevant we are apparently. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
welcome.
No one cares about Robin Hood, so
yep, nobody at all. All right, let's see. All right, what?
It's just like a weird pause.
Yeah, it was a weird pause. All right, so we're gonna continue on again. We still got a ton of people here watching, so please consider going over to 221B and picking up a Geeks and Gamers shirt. We're gonna be starting to ship those very soon, and then the hats are pretty fucking cool too. So, the hoodies are cool, and the next thing we're gonna be launching over there, hopefully within the next few weeks, maybe the month, that's gonna blow everybody's mind. But in order to get to help that, I want them to see how much support we're willing to push over there. So, please consider going and checking that out. So, all right, let's get this party started.
Tricky for $20. According to Edache's video, not sure if that's a creator. So what is Goofy anyway? Art Bell, one of the creators, says Goofy's actually human.
Oh, Jay.
Goofy ain't human. Goofy's a fucked up.
I'll be right back,
human.
Ryan.
All right.
He's
there ain't no way that's real.
No.
Dippy dog. Guicho GF. Guicho girlfriend. I don't know. Canadian 20. Instead of inserting their own characters and stories into Lord of the Rings, they could have just done an original series and say they were inspired by epic fantasies like Lord of the Rings. Tolkien fans might have watched it if it was good. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a CW shit show. That's what it looks like. And you can do that, but it's don't bring Tolkien into it if that's what you wanted to do. Divine Rydia for 20. Someone should let this man know he's cultural appropriation, the British culture and lore. That's true. That could go for anyone involved in Rings of Power or Director X, who we just watched there.
Yeah.
I will say
Kinda
too, the
agree.
fact that the lead actress like replied, "Big director energy," a little cringe and weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we know how she got the part.
Yeah, it makes me wonder how. Oh, this is why you cast a black female in the role. Got it. But she has 56. She has 5,600 followers on Instagram. Wow, she's so well known. Landed that role, huh? Crazy. But the couch is comfy. Adam Ellenberg for 10. It's almost that time for college football, everyone. Get ready for Georgia to get upset against the Gamecocks. Spencer Radler for Heisman. Hashtag Go Cox. Be interesting to see what kind of season Spencer has, actually. It's going to be a very interesting season. So thank you, Adam. Yeah, it's crazy that fucking football is back, basically. Jared the American for 5 will be my last super chat for a while. Also, when I was looking for classic WWE moments last night, I found the Kurt Angle "Boy in a Man's World" clip. Well, Jared, hope everything's going all right, man. We appreciate the support, dude.
Yeah, 100%. And dude, Kurt Angle does not get enough love for his heel work in WWF. Yeah. Like when they did the "You Suck" chant, like I remember there was this one where they were chanting "You suck" so loud, and he told him to stop the music. You know, and he's like, "I'm a hero.
Suck.
I'm a hero."
He's
like, "I'm gonna go back out there. We're gonna start the music, and if you guys don't cheer for me," and it did again, and he got so much heat, and it was so good. Ripper remembers that shit. Like that was Kurt Angle's heel work is legendary.
He was a great bad guy. Yeah.
Dude, Kurt Angle, I was the fucking undisputed champ of WWE 2K. What was it? 2K13 at the time. 2K13 on the fucking PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, whatever the fuck it was we had in our office. When I was working mid, so I was working overnights, and when we had nothing going on, we'd all go into our little fucking maintenance office and we'd fucking play. We had a belt there and everything. And if you won, you had to immediately defend your title. There was nothing fucking no else you could do. And then after you defend your title, there was a #1 contender match to see who got fucking next up. So I fucking won with Kurt Angle, and then I defended the belt with Kurt Angle. And then the next day in the #1 contender match, I used John Cena and I fucking won #1 contender. And I said, we're never fucking playing again. It's done. I'm never going to challenge Kurt Angle. Kurt Angle is a champ of all time.
Dude, do you think I can get away with playing this, Ryan, or not? It's not on WWE's channel. You think I can get away with this? Let's see.
Does it say anywhere property of WWE on it?
Oh, no.
You're gonna fuck yourself.
You're probably gonna get the audio, even if it's not on the channel. You're probably gonna.
Yeah. God. All right.
Yeah. You know how they're the literal worst, bro. Like you can't give any semblance of it.
I'll just drop it in the chat so you guys can get it because they're gonna hit us.
Dude,
probably.
It was so good though.
It's one of the best heel moments ever. Kurt Angle gets angry at the crowd for chanting "You suck." It was in 2005. What's up, Rude Eye? How you doing, brother? You're muted.
Hey, hello. How's it going,
man? How's it going, man? Give us a few. We'll read a few super chats and we'll get you in here and talk about D&D. Killing it over there, man.
Absolutely. Hey,
appreciate it. Hey, Ruda, what's up, man? Blue Shell for 10, RIP Ryan. What happened? That's from a long time ago.
They're just anticipating something, I guess. They're probably happy.
Blue Shell.
JS Pena for 2. Latent grooming. Thank you. Riley Connor. That's pretty good. Riley Connor for 10. Hail to my bros. Feeling optimistic after the Candyman Sam Hyde called out that pillow biter Hassan. Also, Netflix woke Resident Evil died of monkeypox. That's a great super chat. Dude, Hassan calling out, or fucking Sam Hyde calling out Hassan was one of the funniest things I've fucking seen in a long time. And the fact that Sam Hyde looks like he hits like a fucking dump truck.
Like a fucking truck, man. I was like, holy shit.
My God, dude.
Yeah.
Hassan Biker, I kill you.
Hey, this is pretty cool. This is my first time watching main event live from beginning, and I just realized that it's been more than 3 hours since it started. Yeah, we usually go about 3 or 4 hours. Sometimes some of them went up to like 6 hours.
I had not forgotten that it's been 3 hours.
Yeah, we got it. We can't have those 6 hour ones, so that's too much.
Kiel the Third for 2. Clock Rainbow breaded with monkeypox. Thank you. Joe Ball for 10. What's up, Joe Ball? Rings of Power got you down. Well, I got the cure for your pop culture woes. Death, 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 live on Indiegogo. My 300+ page mega epic, and manga. Check it out. Death, Death, Death on Indiegogo, guys.
Again, we met Joe at Anime Matsuri. So
hell yeah.
Love it, man. You guys go show some support. Mods, if you can drop a link, if you can go get that link for Joe Ball.
Robert Wiles for 5. Thanks for all you do for me. You help get me get not so stressed out tomorrow. I'll start my swimming fake leg. Hopefully I'll be approved. Be blessed. Yeah, I hope you get your fake leg, man, for swimming, man. I know Robert was talking about that earlier. So I'll stare WJ for 10 pounds. What would your response be to Disney defenders who argue Return of the Jedi was a woke movie for its time for making the Battle of Endor be reflective of the Vietnam War?
I mean,
the ways in which the fucking Battle of Endor could be like some sort of allegory for the Vietnam War, I feel is very very light compared to what we the heavy-handedness of what we have going on today.
And the biggest problem with it is the current real world politics. Current. These people are all anti-Trump. They are all trying to push that narrative. And if you disagree with them, they hate your fucking guts, which they've shown us over and over again. These are real world impacts they're trying to make. And so that's the problem with it.
So, okay, so let's take the war in Vietnam. What part of Return of the Jedi makes you feel like they're trying to tell you the war in fucking Vietnam's really bad? We shouldn't have been in there. You know what I mean? Like,
well, imagine what it felt like, getting attacked by these teddy bears hiding in the grass.
Yeah, is it when that one fucking Ewok gets fucking blown up and is fucking like kind of smoking and he's like, is that the moment when you're like, that's like napalm in Vietnam? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Or the part where they dropped out in the ATST or whatever and murdered them with rocks. They were hiding in the bushes. They were beating us to death with rocks. It was awful. It's like, oh yeah, not a perfect allegory.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Now and listen, there have been stories about fucking tyrannical governments and things like that, and people rising up and resisting. Those stories have existed since the beginning of time. Since the beginning that we had entertainment where people wanted to tell stories that were inspired by things like that happening. The difference is now you have people doing this and making it about Donald Trump and like acting as if Donald Trump is Hitler. Like that's who they feel like he is. And that's what makes it so ridiculous and so non-believable. And they think, not because they're trying to tell a tale from our history or anything like that. They're doing that because they're trying to change culture. That's why this ramped up in 2016, because the people in fucking Hollywood said, we are not going to let something like this happen again. Yep. That's the difference between current day entertainment and shit that happened in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, I mean, you can find like historical events to help with your storytelling, to inspire it, to tell a story. There's nothing wrong with that. It's when you're trying to tell a story to change culture, to try and shift things that are these people are literally trying to shift elections with their fucking movies. Like that's the problem. That's where they feel like their entire, existence surrounds is like we have to affect elections with our movies and shows. It's insane.
Well, they're not even subtle about it.
Yeah.
So childish, man. You did not know the Vietnam War. The teddy bears was coming out of nowhere, everywhere with them spears and shit.
Well, here, so we can don't let Rudai go. But want to do something for tabletop. Only problem is I have barely working PC and a brick laptop, but trying to save up for PC. But I super chat Ryan to let him know he's short. He said so on Sunday. So yeah, I mean, so that's the whole point of like we're bringing a Rudai on to kind of. So Rudai is the dungeon master for Geeks Gamers tabletop. He's been doing a kick-ass job. I did not think this channel would be where it's at. I'm blown away at the job Rudai's done. So you've done a fantastic job. And
well, thank you.
So we're doing really good over there, but we've kind of used up almost all of the Geeks Gamers team in terms of their time, and there's been a lot of great efforts over there. So now Rudai, floor is yours, buddy.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know that I am the Geeks and Gamers tabletop guy, but from time to time I do have sources that give me other breaking news. Would it be okay if I broke a little news that I just got from a hot source while I was watching you guys?
Okay.
It's about a Disney remake.
It is. It is.
Okay,
You've heard
yes.
about it?
Yes, you're entitled to share. Yes, this is interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to share my
interested.
screen if you'll just
I was
allow me to
wondering.
do this.
I was
real
like, where
quick.
the hell? I was like, where the hell
Oh,
is he
no.
going with this one? Here we go. Oh, here we go. God damn it.
God damn.
So you might not know.
No.
Breaking news. Epic Mike has been cast in The Little Mermaid remake. You might have been wondering why it was delayed. They're working on the CGI.
Here, let me point something out though. If I did get cast in that role, I'd be way fucking better than what's her name, Jenny McCarthy.
Oh my
Her
god.
fat ass getting cast in that role.
Oh god.
You know, I was just getting ready to say too, Arudai is the only person I've ever met that's more evil than Jay Hailstorm. The thing is, Jay Hailstorm can't hide it, and this motherfucker does it by wearing a fucking halo on his head, going, "What did I do? I'm completely innocent about everything."
I am just reporting what a source told me, okay? I am just the bearer of the news. You can't hate me.
Oh man.
Oh, I absolutely can. 100%.
That's really good. That was really good. Holy shit. What the fuck? All right.
I knew
Go
bringing
for it,
him here was a
Rudai.
mistake.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Geeks and Gamers Tabletop. Very exciting, but having a very good time with that. And by the way, I really appreciate that you guys heard me out because, I messaged you guys a bunch. And I kind of showed you what my concept was, and you guys had a meeting with me, and we talked about it for like 3 weeks, I think, before we finally decided to fire off with the channel. And
I was almost not
really
going to do it. I was almost not going to do it. Ryan convinced me. So you thank Ryan. So yeah, he's not as bad of a guy as everybody said. It wasn't because I wasn't interested. I just was like, man, we have so much going on. I don't know if I can handle it. He said, you just need Rudai just to handle it. You need to let him handle it because he's like, but we need to do this. And so Ryan's responsible. So if it all fucks up, Ryan's responsible.
That's right.
If it keeps succeeding, I'll take full credit. So,
I would like all of the credit and none of the blame.
I think the truth is he just wanted to have his on-screen D&D debut. That's why he's going to be on Advanced Geeks and Gamers. But yeah, we've been having a lot of fun with it over there. If you guys have been watching, we have Advanced Geeks and Gamers, which is actually finishing up this week. We're going to have our season finale. And that show's kind of been taking basically this culture, the memes from Tuesday night and from Friday Night Tights, and taking those memes that you guys all know and love, like Ryan Cat and Jay's opening the door, that sort of thing, and turning it into D&D quests and kind of infusing our own humor and stuff into it. It's been a lot of fun, a lot of laughs. We've had a lot of guests on there. We had Chrissy Mayer on there playing as Frost Furian, for example. That was a lot of fun. It was pretty cool. So we did that, and then eventually I did end up doing a more serious, quote-unquote serious show with some experienced players, Secrets of the Frost Maiden, which is every Monday. But one of the problems I have run into with Advanced Geeks and Gamers is everybody's just very busy. We have a lot of really talented people in Geeks and Gamers, but because they're talented, their plates are full. And so it's hard to book people for the shows. And so I told Jeremy I really need to expand the team. And so he's giving me this opportunity to reach out to you guys, everybody who's watching now, to let you know that we're looking for people to do a few things. I'm going to pull up my thing here so I can read it here.
it's just volunteer stuff, but obviously being on the panel, and occasionally, obviously me and Ryan are going to still be involved in the final decision-making process and everything like that. But Rudai will do the legwork and get everything rolling from there.
Exactly. Yeah. So when this Thursday show wraps up, we're going to be replacing it with a different show. We're going to be doing a different system because I've heard you guys, you would like something a little on the non-D&D side. So we're going to do Starfinder. And so we're looking for people who are interested in tabletop, who have preferably played some tabletop, and we don't have to do too much hand-holding to teach. You got to have a webcam and internet, obviously, and be reliable to show up. But if you're interested,
so Josiah 6 months ago would not be able to play.
Josiah would not have qualified, unfortunately.
Yeah, so he died. And what the hell?
Yeah.
Is Josiah listening? Is Josiah listening right now?
Yeah. Wait, what?
You couldn't tell. It didn't look like it. He looked like he was like somewhere else.
He literally didn't respond to anything I said. He just looked.
You said
pissed.
he died,
Like,
went to hell, and he's like,
yeah.
I mean, I have died before, so it wouldn't be the first time. So Thanks, Mike.
All right.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. Sorry, Rude. I derailed all that.
No,
what
you're
you're
good.
saying, 'cause Josiah didn't even play off of it. He's just like,
Sorry, I was trying to answer some emails real quick, and I totally was not listening at all. I'm sure.
Well,
it was
now
great,
that
though.
you do have your internet and stuff back, maybe you'll be interested in this. But yeah, so basically, just I've included the email to rude@geeksandgamers.com. And just send kind of an email saying, hey, this is my experience. These are the systems I've played. This is why I'm interested. Here's a picture of me. And then I'm having you link a video. You can either link it directly, put it on YouTube, send it through a Google Drive, basically of you explaining a character that you've made. It doesn't need to be for this show, just any character. You could just even say, pick a movie franchise you love and pretend you're making a character to put in that movie franchise. And just explain, hey, these are the characters I'm making. This is how I made the decision for skills. This is how I would play them to bring them to life. And I'm just kind of watching these videos to kind of get a feel for you and compare you to other videos to establish chemistry and that sort of thing. And then from the people who submit, I will be picking about 2 to 3 people to bring on to that cast. And of course, as Jeremy mentioned, I won't be the only one signing off. So there'll be some layers to this. But the other thing that we really need, we've got a lot of applications already for the cast member. So it's already starting to be a bit of a crowded field, but you're still definitely welcome to apply. But where we've not gotten a lot of people yet is on the second part, which is video content creators. So I'm looking for people who are familiar with specific systems. Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, Pathfinder 2nd edition, Warhammer 40K, OSR, because I heard you guys want some OSR content. And I'll be doing Starfinder, so that covers all of our bases. Same exact thing. You're going to be submitting a video to the same email, but the only difference is in this video, you're doing a mock video as if you were recording something for us. So you would just either review a product, review a system mechanic, or make a video about some lore. Then I'll be looking at those and kind of evaluating all of that. And then basically I'll go through all of that stuff, and I will review some of my thoughts and decisions with Jeremy and Ryan. And we'll invite some people back for some conversations, kind of feel them out in person, and select people from there. So if that sounds exciting to you, if you like tabletop, and I should mention what Geeks and Gamers Tabletop is about, is it is a channel about tabletop and all those types of games. So if you like Magic the Gathering, war miniatures, tabletop RPGs, that entire sphere, even tabletop, just board games, this would be the channel for you. It's been really exciting, and we're having a good time over there.
Heck yeah. I like it.
That's
Awesome.
a very stretched statement. Good time. Yeah, sure.
I've even tortured several people on this panel. It's been great.
You got a trailer you want to, or an intro you want to play real quick, right?
Yeah, actually, I sent you. Are you able to pull it up? I sent you the link. I didn't know if I could do it from.
Yeah,
Oh,
you sent it to me on
Jeremy the
Teams.
Yeah.
Okay, give me just a second. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, so if you want to get an idea of what we do over there and what one of our productions looks like, Alaska Jeff, actually, from our community, made this intro for our current show with Rakeda and Quarter Black and Epic Mike and Amanda Miller, and I'm missing somebody. Oh, Disparu.
Disparu. All right, here we go. I'll play some of it.
Dragon.
It's just 4 minutes, so I don't want to know if I play the whole
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
We'll see.
play the whole thing.
All right, here we go. This is actually really cool, though.
Icewind Dale has become trapped in a perpetual winter.
This is fucking
Ferocious
cool.
blizzards make the mountain pass through the spine of the world exceedingly treacherous. And this land has not felt the warmth of the sun in over 2 years. In fact, the sun no longer appears over the mountains, not even what should be the height of summer. In this frozen tundra, darkness and bitter cold reign as king and queen. Dalefolk live in a scattering of settlements known as 10 towns. Most residents blame Auril the Frost Maiden, the god of winter's wrath. The shimmering aurora that weaves across the sky each night is said to be her doing, a potent spell that keeps the sun at bay. Although each town has resolved to appease the Frost Maiden with sacrifices of one kind or another, no respite from winter's fury seems forthcoming. The caravans come from the south and travel between settlements in this never-ending winter, and has left everyone feeling isolated. 10 Towns is a place to test one's mettle, and in the spirit of heroes who have come before, leave one's mark on this frigid land.
I said I wasn't only going to watch a little. I'm going to watch the whole fucking thing.
Disparu killed that ferret and the chat hated him, by the way.
Yeah, he did. He murdered it for no reason at all, too. Yeah. Fucking Ricada.
I got to put Geeks and Gamers, not Jeremy Prime.
I think he changed it on the shorter one. This is
Yeah, I know. That is fucking
That was
awesome.
Yeah.
That was fucking awesome, man. Well done. So, Rudai, tell everybody who was all involved in that project. I want everybody to have full credit. So, explain how that all came to be and everything. So,
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, the cast is kind of shown in the video. We've got Epic Mike, Disparu, Nick Ricada, Amanda Miller, and God, I always forget somebody each time. Who did I miss? Quarter Black?
Ricada,
Quarter Black Garrett.
Ricada,
Yeah,
and Quarter Black.
So
nobody cares about Quarter Black though. So.
So then I reached out to Jeff because he had done some other animations and videos, and I said, hey, I got this idea for an intro. Is this within your realm? And he was like, dude, I would love to do this. And I thought it turned out really good. Pretty cool.
Hell
Did
yeah,
Jeff,
man.
Did Jeff narrate it?
He did. That
was my main question when I was watching that.
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
he did narrate it.
Jeff is great.
so that's that's kind of the that's really the gist of everything we have going on over there. If you want to get involved with that, where can they go, Rudai?
Yeah, so go to G&G Tabletop spelled out because they won't let me put a plus sign in the name on YouTube. No, I mean in the like
the
edit,
actual
like,
name,
just the title you can, but the URL you can't.
Oh
URL
yeah. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so if you look for G&G Tabletop, you'll find our channel there. And even if you've never played D&D or stuff before, come watch it. I can't tell you how many people are in the chat who say, I've never liked D&D, I've never liked tabletop, I've never even heard of this stuff, and I'm loving this. This is so much fun. When you tell a good story and you're not worried about, putting your politics into things, you're just having a good time, people are going to love what you're doing, and I think you guys will enjoy the channel. So check it out.
Hell yeah, man. Well, thank you, Rude. I appreciate it, man. And again, fantastic work over there, buddy. So, yeah, you want to hang out with us, fine. We just got to run through super chats now. So if you want to hang, you can. If not, you're free to leave. So whatever you want to do.
Sure, I'll chill for a bit.
Okay, cool. Ryan.
All right. Big Raj, Canadian $2, thumbs up. Thank you. John Q Ghost, a game controller super sticker. Thank you, John. Cowboy 1 for 5. Hey Jay, can you get the flashlight ghost from Penhurst on FNT? Samarado for 20. The way Milady leaps off rooftops and dives headeth first through the machinations of the castle right into the lake and escapes is just full of the accentuated bravado of a youthful minority. It gaveth me venereal sores. Holy shit, that's good.
Wow.
Ryan, do we want to confirm what you sent me yet, or do we want to tell people this live now, or do you want to do this another time next week, maybe?
I think we're set to go for this Thursday.
All right, we'll do it. We'll do it at the end of the show.
Okay.
We'll leave him. We'll do a little teaser for him.
And we've got a Fortnite announcement.
We got a Fortnite announcement. We got a special guest joining us with Ryan. Ryan is coming out of retirement to play Fortnite with me, Krista, and a special guest that we're going to announce at the end of the show.
I'm like Tom fucking Brady. Slain Hope for 10. The haters act like a racist inspector looking for any reason to shut him down. If Ripple was woke, he wouldn't have reached 200K because these Uncle Toms don't support any of the crap they champion.
Yeah, that's very true. They don't spend money on fucking on the projects that they act like are so awesome. So yeah, that's what the Rippaverse is, the result of an actual comic book life for trying to appeal to people that have money to buy comic books.
Yep.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, like it is very weird how obsessed they are with you right now. I don't know if it's because you're responding so much, so they like all know they
one
can get a
of
little
it
bit of
because
attention.
Rippa does. Rippa will give him the attention
Yeah,
they want
like,
until he challenge. Like did old boy
No,
respond?
he
to
didn't
your-
accept it. No, he was like he said some fucking shit where he was like, why would I go on his channel? He would do this, and that's like, oh yeah, he would fucking
Yeah,
Because
cowards,
most of them
man.
they aren't gonna like actually engage with me, so they end up blocking me, chain block, fucking protection of tweets and shit. But yeah, these little irate motherfuckers, man, they're so fucking mad, man. It's crazy.
I mean, look, it's just obvious to me they hate black people.
Yeah,
You know? They're all racist.
That's the
They're all
only thing. I
racist.
mean, I'm black, therefore
Yeah, they hate black
criticizing
people.
me, and that
anybody,
means that's true.
Anybody
That's how it
that
works.
has not purchased the Rippaverse
I don't
or
make the rules.
criticized Eric July is a racist.
Yeah,
that's just the rules. So we're just following the rules. You're racist. If anybody criticizes Rippa, you're racist.
Yeah, when Rippa told me that he wants all the first people to experience ISOM, he wants it to be all the black people. So if you're white, he wants you to buy a copy and give it to a black person. And then stand there and apologize for being yourself.
No, you gotta
while they're
stand and
reading.
protect them while they're reading.
Yeah, there it
just
is.
to make
That's
sure
it.
nobody will come attack them while they're reading the book.
Exactly. That no white folks interrupt
Yeah.
your entertainment.
So that's
Low-
what. So anybody out there, all these reply guys, just they're racist. Just say, hey, if you just hate black people, just admit it.
Yeah.
You don't have to hide it. Your mask is falling off. Just admit it. Just tell them, hey, we know you're racist. We know you don't like black people. And if you don't show receipts for showing their support of the Rippaverse with your own money, you're racist.
No.
That's the rule.
Get out here, you racist!
Those are the
Well,
rules.
like, I just real quick, I think it's funny because a couple weeks ago, that same person that we're not going to mention invited Rip on his show and said he won't come on my show. He's scared. So then Rip was like, "Hey man, we can simulcast. You know, you ain't got to just come on my. We can do it together. Like,
Yeah.
No, why would I do that? That's obviously a fucking trap. Obviously, we're not on neutral ground with that. It only works for you. Like you did this. Oh my god, these people.
Insane.
Man.
Yeah, it's amazing to watch.
No.
That's the one thing I
Yeah,
don't
here we
like,
go.
is I
Here
have
we
the
go.
most-
Yes, that's what I was
if you
going
don't
to
like
highlight.
ice up, you ain't black. Yeah, that's how it works. Hey, you
Right.
ain't black.
That's right.
Tell me and Ryan on the same page. I was going right for it. I was like, oh, I got to highlight it. You're right. I already got it.
Lowlight River for 20 Norwegian. Still clean, bitches. Love y'all. There you go.
Hell yeah.
You on? You're like trying to get off drugs or something? I don't know what's going on. It's still clean.
It was cleaned up on. It was either I think it was alcohol or drugs.
There you go. I'm glad you're still clean.
Yep. The Light River's been following this channel
a long time.
Forever. When I used to mispronounce the name because it's spelled like
I would say like if I just saw it, I'd say like Loliet.
Yeah, I think I said something like that.
Loliet or something. That's how I'd say it, not low light.
Yep.
Iron Knox. Maybe he just said that because he knew it was easier for you. Iron Knox for $10. Hail TNME. Hail Ripaverse. Keep on creating. We'll keep supporting. Thank you, Iron Knox.
Yeah.
Or it's actually iron oxide. So it's iron and then 0x lowercase c ID3. So iron oxide. So rust. That's what iron oxide is. Jaeger Bomb for $2. Jaeger Bomb 2 for $5. Last Jedi was terrible. I'll point out the silver lining. The film was a massive red pill. Showed us that wokeness is a lie and Disney was BS. It did do that. Effin' Dave for 10. Look what's happened with all Amazon's games. They've either been canceled or they're like New World, hot garbage. Why would their original streaming content be any different? Well, the difference is they've actually come out with good streaming content. I think like some of like their gaming shit has been a disaster. There's no doubt about that. But they have had good streaming stuff for a while. They've had a couple of good, decent like streamers that they've done. But it wasn't necessarily anything this size. And they had the ones that they had fucking woke people behind it. They didn't give a fuck about the franchise. Those were dog shit. The ones that they had people that actually cared about what they were doing, those turned out to be good. So,
yep. And shout out to our Odyssey viewers. You guys are always supporting over there on Odyssey. We got super chats over there. Damn, Odyssey's got a pop out chat. What the fuck, man? Odyssey their UI is so good. It's so good. Odyssey's doing a great job. Radicalized.Ryan with that is an awesome profile picture. It really is.
Me is fucking Anakin.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So yeah, Odyssey just got such a smooth, buttery UI, dude.
They really
it's
do.
So good. It's so good.
Malik Gurley for 5. Can't stay and watch tonight. Out at the theater watching Two Towers. PS to hell with Rings of Power.
Nice.
Yeah. Fellowship played yesterday nationwide. Two Towers is playing tonight, and then Return of the King tomorrow. Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew Conley for 10. Finally became a premium member on the website. Thank you. Have you guys heard about Truth Social getting rejected by the Google Play Store? I've heard about that.
I did.
Also,
not surprising.
Would you be willing to do a fan meetup near DC or Richmond?
I mean,
yeah, if it makes sense.
Yeah, we're willing to do any meetup anywhere as long as it makes sense. I mean, obviously it's there's financial, decisions have to be made on that. But yeah, as far as True Social goes, yes. Yeah, and this isn't surprising. And I'm shocked that they got into the Apple store. You know what I mean?
Only a matter of time.
Yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all. It's I don't want to get into that discussion. I do have a video coming out on D-Day Cobra, though. I have a few choice words about one Ben Shapiro, motherfucker.
You're mad that he went to that podcast.
He's a fucking coward.
You?
He's a fucking coward. He's a fucking coward. Look at Trump. Just shut the fuck up, Shapiro. You always was an ever Trumper. You always was a fucking ever Trumper. You try to pretend that you're not. Now you're back on it. We'll save that for D-Day Cobra.
Yeah.
God damn.
Again, Jeremy's
Fucking
mad.
dumb motherfucker.
He got scared when he saw Ben Shapiro at the podcast conference, and that's what happened.
Just standing there.
Just fucking own it. Just own it, Shapiro. Quit pretending that. Like, just own it. Why do you have to pretend that you ever fucking supported Trump? You never did. Just own it. I have no respect for somebody that tries to play every fucking side of the fucking equation. You're 2016. You was a never Trumper. You called him racist and sexist. You said he was dangerous for the country. You said he was never going to do anything. He came in and he fucking obliterated every argument that you made with facts. Facts don't care about your feelings, Ben. And then you pretended that you cared, and now you're back to the anti-bullshit. Just fucking own who you are. Anyway. Fucking dumbasses. All these Republicans are pieces
Stop being
of
a
shit
Daily
anyway.
Wire shill, Jeremy. Wayward culture.
He got
for
invited
5.
to the premiere. He's working with Ben now. No, the fuck I'm not. I'm not working for anybody but Geeks Gamers. That's why I beg for your fucking super chats and to buy my merch. I don't take advertisements or money from anybody. So yes, that's why I'm always shilling for the merchandise and super chats and locals and premium. Because I'm taking any money. I'm not taking money from anybody except for you. I work for you. Nobody else. Anyway, go ahead.
Wayward Culture for 5. Hail, great to see all you guys. Glad I can finally catch a stream. Question: is shadow banning on YouTube legit? Feel like it's happening to me. Thanks. I think that shadow banning of certain topics is certainly a thing that happens on YouTube. In terms of channels, this is what I think. I personally think that you have to be pretty high up there for them to actually go and try to turn something off for your channel. Yeah, like I don't know. I guess I'm not sure like where you're at, Wayward Culture. I don't think YouTube cares about what I'm saying. I don't think YouTube even cares about what Jeremy's saying on Geeks and Gamers. Like I think that they're clamping down on some fucking like bigger players than us, in my opinion. I think everybody thinks whenever maybe one video doesn't perform as good as the next, that something's going on. It's just YouTube. Like things change month to month on YouTube. The algorithm's constantly changing.
And on that point, and I'll follow up on that. This guy, why can't I become a member here? But I could on Nerdrotic channel. Are you on mobile? I guess there's going to be some. So you should have the option. Now we don't have gifted memberships on this channel still, because my channel is under attack. Yeah, thank you, Red. I get the fuck out of here.
I haven't seen a single new member tonight, actually.
We've got one. We have one member. We got one new membership, but yeah, we don't. We still don't have any gifted memberships over here. I don't know why. To Ryan's point. Oh, go ahead, Krista.
All right, I was just gonna say, if you want to become a member, just click the description, and you should find it's a red circle says "Become a Geeks Gamers YouTube member" here. So just click that link, and it should take you directly to the site to sign up.
Yeah, if the join button's not working, that link should work.
Yeah.
So yeah, to Ryan's point though, I mean, like, I don't understand YouTube, and I never will. And I have 10 fucking channels. So last night I called Ryan. I'm like, bro, fucking rocking. I got back-to-back videos hit 100,000 subs, and I know what I'm doing now. And I'm gonna launch this She-Hulk video, and 9 out of 10. Yeah. I'm like, what? What? How?
I even predicted what the thumbnail was going to be.
You did before I even sent it to you. I'm like, I don't understand YouTube. I don't know how it works. I don't know how the algorithm works. It's worse than a woman. I don't get it. It makes no sense. And like I saw that Corey Kenshin's video about like he accused YouTube of being racist with his 14 million subscribers.
Well, what he said was, I don't know if it's about race, and I'm not saying. I realize because he did say calling somebody a racist is a serious accusation.
He gave a lot of context. I watched this whole video. He gave it a lot of context, and he had valid reasons. I legit actually did a reaction to the entire video, but my audio. OBS did an update, so my audio was blown out. So I did like a 35-minute reaction. As a matter of fact, I may just give that to our members, even though the audio is jacked up. I even had Jeff look at it and try to fix it. He couldn't. So if Alaska Chef can't fix it, nobody can. But anyway, I reacted to the whole video, and I kind of rolled my eyes at the beginning of the video. But as I watched everything he was saying, he actually had valid points about everything he was saying. But I came to the conclusion where I said, ultimately, YouTube is just broken. Like, it's not racist. It's broken, because I have seen so many problems from my perspective. I brought up Tuesday Night's Main Event getting taken down for no reason. You know, I've seen other people have problems that I've never experienced. I've experienced problems and other people have never experienced. It's just such a massive platform that it's broken for so many different reasons. That's ultimately what I think. So,
yeah. I mean, what do you think, Rip? You've been on this platform a long fucking time. You've seen, depending on like what you're talking about or when you're talking about, you've seen peaks and valleys and fucking ups and downs. So what do you think?
It's hard to say. I mean, for me, I think it's just that algorithm is the algorithm. I just think that it's an ever-changing thing with this damn website, and just I do believe that there's certain things that happen that that they do manually that will boost or de-boost, however you want to put it, content and types of content. I mean, they flat out admitted that technology exists with the whole COVID stuff and how they were boosting what they call authoritative content, basically, you know, giving preferential treatment to those individuals that were peddling that narrative, which they were all wrong on, by the way. And now we can say that shit on YouTube without any consequences, which is fucking awesome. But that's an example.
Remove all the different warnings and strikes and everything that everybody got? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. That probably won't happen. But I think that's more of what happens. I say that because even with the explosion of my channel, people that know that Supergirl video was the one that blew up. That Supergirl video just got in the algorithm, and it happened 6 months after I released that video. And it is my first million view regular video that I did, and it just blew up randomly. And I went back. There was no new episode or anything that happened that would have made that pop up. It's just the algorithm doing what the algorithm does. And hell, maybe been a I don't know, some rogue employee said, "Fuck it, I like this guy. On my way out, I'm gonna push this button and get him in the algorithm." I don't know, but I think there's a lot of that. So you combine the algorithm as well as how they kind of manually themselves boost, because we know that technology exists and deboost, derank certain material. It can go either way. So it's a matter of figuring out where you fit in, and this is why it's so important when you are on something like YouTube, into finding that engaging audience that will at least go out of their way to like go watch your shit, because you know we can't all depend on like notifications and shit. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean,
Speaking
even
from sorry.
Go ahead, Arodi.
I was gonna say, speaking from like the viewer perspective, because I started out watching you guys long before you guys pulled me on. I'll notice inconsistencies across the board. For example, I think what that person was talking about earlier, from the mobile, I can't join as a member on this channel, but I can on Friday Night Tights, and I did. So I was able to sub to Nerdrotic's channel using mobile, but I couldn't do it here, and I can't figure out why.
It may be a glitch right now, like YouTube's going through it right now, if I had to guess.
I've always heard from Apple users they can't do stuff on this channel. That's been for a long time. The membership, nobody could buy. This has been a year-long process on this channel.
So when they first came out, I know that it took a while for that to happen, like on my channel, like a month or two.
Yeah, for me though, like this is good. This goes back over a year. Apple users could never find the join button. I could find the join button on Android, but not Apple.
Yeah,
so it's not
showing up for me.
So
crazy.
Yeah,
Do you have an Apple phone?
I do.
Fucking loser.
But no, I mean, yeah, that like even my channel just like a couple weeks ago, like all of my videos were just tanking for some reason. Like they weren't getting any views. And then
now it's blown up.
I wasn't really doing anything different, and then suddenly my videos were just taking off again. So
That's
like,
that algorithm.
I guess that's the thing, is that don't get discouraged when
there's no reason our Fortnite video should not have done better. There's no reason. It's fucking sad.
Exactly.
Honestly, I'm thinking about unlisting or deleting that Fortnite video and putting it on another channel like Play or whatever. Like, there's no reason this fucking shit should have done better. I'm gonna play it for all of you right now. There's no reason this fucking video should have done better. We put a lot of fucking time, effort, and energy. You know what? If I sit down and bitch about Brie Larson, get 100,000 views.
Easy.
I fucking put some creativity into some shit. Okay,
Yep.
Put some time and some editing into it. I don't know. Fuck you. 12,000 views. Go fuck yourself, Jeremy.
If you built your channel doing these videos, maybe it got more engagement.
It's so stupid.
All right, guys, we know there's a team over here. There's a team over there. It's just going crazy over there, so we have to be careful.
This is why I didn't want to play Fortnite. This is ridiculous. I hate this game.
I think there's a team over there.
John 3PO, shut the f up. All you've been doing is behind the entire time, wandering up. What are you doing now with that stupid outfit? Josiah, why are you dancing? There's people shooting at us. And where are your shoes? And Johnny, it's the worst Batman outfit I've ever seen. I don't know if you bought that in the Epic Games Store, but that's a ripoff. This is fucking ridiculous. And why am I being censored by Fortnite? Fortnite is for kids. I'm down. I'm down.
So what's the plan? All right.
Someone get me.
It's getting crazy over here. Let's keep moving. Let's go. Come on.
Oh, hey, come back here. They're going to throw 3VO. I hate Fortnite.
Dude, it was so fucking hot.
Oh,
you guys have no idea how hot it was.
You were only out there one day, motherfucker.
Don't matter. It was hot as hell, man. We have four more versions or four more parts to that we're working on. That's why I'm wondering, should I put this on another fucking channel like play or clips
See what happens.
just see what happens from there.
Yep.
Can I put it on TikTok?
You can. Yeah.
Yeah, TikTok chance has a big chance of blowing up on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes. So
The
I'm
algorithm's
very
really
proud
weird
of it.
too,
I'm
so,
very proud of that video. A lot went into that, and more to come. More to come. We're not going to stop. So,
yep,
we're not going to stop.
All right, let's get to some of these Streamlabs. Flash for 15. Ripaverse, Northeast Battalion reporting. Heavy fighting on multiple social media fronts. Battle lines holding strong as additional reinforcements arriving. We're now pressing forward and taking ground. Flash out.
That's awesome.
Sounds good.
That is awesome.
Appreciate
Right
that
update.
Icon Alice for 10. A reminder that at Mario Kart, Jeremy has lost to Steph, Krista, Ryan, Ripa, Jay, me. Oh.
What?
You've lost to everybody in Mario
Well, of course I have. It's fucking Mario Kart. It's designed for that
Jeremy
shit.
even lost to me. So.
It's designed. It's designed to make retards that aren't good make them feel like they're good. It's like Fortnite with the bot
Sounds like a
lobbies.
pretty shit game to me. That's the case.
I mean, and like I didn't even beat you in just a race. Like I actually like beat you in points and everything. Like I got trophies over you.
Wow.
So
highlight.
I mean, that's like multiple.
Life.
That's a multiple. It's not a highlight of my life. I just think it's funny that you
like
practice
guys,
this game. You
you're
used
like
to
the
brag
guys.
and shit about.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, look at me! I'm ready to whip my dick out and beat everybody this week. Every week you announce it.
You are like
Mike,
those
you
guys.
don't got no ears.
You're like those guys.
They don't exist. I can't hear Jeremy right now.
You're like those guys that, like, in 5 years from now, they can be like, Eric July, he responded to me on Twitter once. That's the highlight of their fucking life. You in 5 years and be like, I beat Jeremy one time in Mario Kart.
No, I'd actually brag more about throwing shells at Ripa.
In 5 years, those guys are gonna be like, one time 5 years ago, Eric July fucking verbally raped me on stream.
Call myself the Nintendo Letterman and talk about
it. You ain't got no ears, Lieutenant Mike.
Snake Plushkin for $10 over on Locals. This whole thing seems like an attempt to turn Tolkien into Beverly Hills 902-Alpha O. They have made a deliberate effort to exclude Tolkien fans from the production team. I mean, I agree with that. Dude, that whole thing about like the guy saying he could turn Sauron, like I can fix him. I can fix him. I can fix him. I can
you
fix
can blow my
him.
back out and I can fix him, make it work.
They're after the CW
I'm a super
audience.
fan. Yeah, I'm a
After the
super
CW
fan.
audience, and they're ain't even an audience for CW shit. They never made money. Why is everybody going after that audience?
They literally lost money. It's worse.
Krista.
Operating at a loss.
Did you take screenshots of that tweet that I told you to take?
Yeah.
All right, share that.
Okay.
I don't know how many of you saw this shit, but this is Disney Star Wars fans right
Oh
here.
yeah, I've seen it. I've seen
Oh
it.
my god. This is what we were talking about.
They're shipping Obi-Wan Kenobi and young Leia.
Yes.
Like they're shipping like 50-year-old
what?
Obi-Wan and 10-year-old Leia.
Yes. Yes.
No
That's
way.
this is the freaks that Disney Star Wars has
Here,
pandered to.
I got
this
it.
is
here.
this is what
You
we
got
were
it?
told.
Okay.
Oh, they deleted it. They deleted it. Or they protected it.
And my
tweets.
replies.
I got shit.
He has it. Okay.
Right here. Look at this
What the
psychopath.
fuck?
I can't believe there are actually human beings in this fandom who actually ship 51-year-old Obi-Wan with a 10-year-old Leia. These
No!
are Raylos. This is Disney Star Wars.
No
fan.
fucking way.
Mhm.
I got news for you.
What does it say?
It says,
fuck.
and then they
Means you're
kiss
a
with their
pedophile.
Yeah.
and then they kiss with their mouths open while he grabs her by the waist. No need to
Oh my
show it because
God.
we all know they kiss. And when he brings her back to Alderaan, they somehow get married with the full approval of Bale. I'm shipping the characters, not the actors. I know it's obvious, but I feel like I should clarify it. 5 likes.
It doesn't.
Jail
matter.
now.
It doesn't.
Jail.
matter.
It doesn't
You
make
go
it
to
better.
jail.
That does not make it better.
I show them. Sorry, I do. I love Obi Leia. I know I'm the worst Star Wars fan ever, but I adore it. It's so sweet. Obi-Wan would feel so guilty, and I love that.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god.
That's so
Yeah, that
disgusting.
guy's
Jail! You go to jail.
Now, let me point out.
pedophile.
Disney Star Wars will call out some nameless DMs, some faceless DMs on Instagram, 4 or 5 of them. They will call it out with their account. Are they going to call this one out? Are they going to say that we do not accept the fact that you are sexualizing children? Are they going to do that? No, they're not going to fucking do it. And that's our entire fucking problem with them using their social media bullshit for their virtue signaling. They don't believe in this shit. If you're going to create a standard of using your company as your vehicle to tell the world how you feel about something, you created that standard, and we know that you're not going to be held to that standard. Fuck Disney Star Wars. Disgusting.
So disturbing. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
it gets worse. Also, the age gap and the freaking size difference.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
These are fictional characters, LMAO. It's clear your intentions are pure. Thanks for understanding. You're so sweet. Tiny and big.
Stop it!
Jesus,
okay,
man.
I'm sorry,
Motherfucker, these
but
people's nasty as fuck.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm coming back to this because Obi calling Leia his tiny wife. She is small and needs to be protected.
This motherfucker has got to go to the deepest, darkest hole.
Obi and his tiny young bride.
Oh my god! No, stop!
Wow. I'm
Yeah,
I don't know.
These are the
Like
type
that's
of people
just
that like
fucked up.
excuse, maps.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
push
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
type
Yep.
of shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Disney Star Wars account, like they reply back to like these weird people.
Oh, yes, they do. They absolutely
They
do.
reply back to these weird people. So it's kind
They
of like they're
100%
enabling
do.
them as
Yep.
well. So it's kind of you're enabling that behavior. So like the next step is like this type of shit, which is disgusting. It doesn't matter if they're like characters. The characters are still the ages that they're playing. You know what I mean? Like the characters are still that age. So it doesn't matter if he's shipping not the actors, the characters. You're still saying that it's okay for like a 50-year-old man to be with an 11-year-old child.
I gotta go.
Yeah,
get
it's
my
just
popcorn.
not what is
this? The Middle East?
Yeah.
It's fucking shovel time.
Steph, I don't know if it's your microphone sounds kind of like
My
off.
microphone is shit.
But you sound low. You sound low.
Well, like
Stephanie, do you need a microphone?
Yeah, my microphone's
Done.
There we go.
I got you.
I just want to point out too,
That would
because like
encourage her
this
to
happened
talk.
on the CW a lot, like in Arrow.
That was good. That was good. That was good. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say this happened on the CW, like with Arrow. Like you had season 1 and season 2 Arrow. A lot of people thought it was like really great stuff, and I think the quality was pretty good. But then all of a sudden we noticed this one character started getting a lot of screen time after season 2, and it was because the showrunner got really, really excited about all the fans and all the shipping and all the fanfic about Felicity, and kept pushing that character. Flat out admitted, I think it was on around season 5, that that's what he was doing. Said he loved Felicity and he was never going to stop pushing her as a character in the show. The ratings fucking tanked, and lo and behold, when he left and a new showrunner stepped up and said, "Hey, we're going to focus a lot more on the storytelling again," the ratings went up for a little bit, and then of course they fucked that up and went in a different direction. But like once again, that was just the beginning phases of what they're doing now. You cater to this audience, you're going to keep catering to them. They're going to get more extreme, and because you cater to them once, you got to keep doing it, and not realizing that you're completely tanking your shows, stuff like that. But they don't give a fuck about these properties. They just want to feel whatever validation they can feel from whoever they can get it from. So, yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay. Back to here.
That would encourage her to talk more. That was good. That was good.
Grundy Peebo for $1. Disa, more like Disa nuts. LMAO got him.
It's so fucking stupid. It's good. It's a fucking name. I was trying to get through the fucking name first. Grundy Peebo for $5.
What's his name?
Why was that so funny? What was that so?
It's so fucking bad. But it's like how Ryan reads it too.
It is too. You,
Oh, his delivery
nuts.
sells.
Got him.
Disa. He misspelled Disa too. He spelled it like the way Jar Jar Binks would say it. You know what I mean? Like with 2 E's.
yeah.
Fuck. I'm fucking dying.
James Fowler for 5. Once I dropped this massive shit and I was so proud. I can understand why Rian Johnson feels that way.
Oh man. That was good.
Grandmaster Chris for 5. Rian Johnson should be proud. Without TLJ, we wouldn't have FNT or TNME. Also, hey Ryan, just got done listening to the audiobook of New Jedi Order Destiny's Way, and the whole series has been fantastic. Legends is the only true canon. Thank you, Grandmaster Chris. Yeah, I think Destiny's Way, if it's unabridged, yeah, fantastic. A lot of the New Jedi Order ones are abridged, so they're only like 3 hours long, even though the book's like a 15 to 17 hour book. But yeah, even abridged, it's way better than anything Disney Star Wars. Money Wilson. Money Wilson for $5. Remember Terminator Dark Stool director admitted he fucked up? Here is Ruin Johnson pleasuring himself in an interview. Still, Jar Jar ruined George Lucas's Star Wars with his reboot movie. I agree. Enoch Maman. 3 super chats here. The employee told Jay that Goofy's a cow because he was terrified of what he thought was a giant retard. I mean, after all, retards have twice the strength of an average human being, so that makes sense. Jay was too obvious as usual to notice. The worker the worker probably told Jay, that's right, big guy, Goofy is a cow, and if you want to be, now high five. All right. The worker then bought Jay some tater tots and lifted his shirt up and blew on his belly. Jay then let out a girlish giggle.
Oh my gosh.
Jay never thought anything was amiss.
Oh my God.
He's used to being treated like that. He honestly thinks it's a normal interaction between two adults. Too oblivious to realize he's being treated like a retard. Oh well, at least he gets a lot of free tater tots.
I'm so glad Jay's not
Just
here.
kept fucking going.
Oh my God, man. Holy shit.
You definitely got
I
your
can't
$3
fucking
worth there.
Oh my God.
God fucking damn
Oh,
it, man.
Jesus, man.
Y'all are killing us. Y'all are killing us.
What's this? Normal.
Man.
We need somebody to illustrate Ryan's narration the same way they do like the Amber Heard like testimonies and stuff.
Oh God.
Oh, that'd be good.
Holy shit. Fuck, bro. That was so good.
What else do we got here? Let me go back to these super chats. I'm just reading. I'm not even processing it. For the Emperor for 10. I wonder when the massacres of a certain group of people happen for them to all disappear. Yeah, I agree. Where are all the black hobbits in Fellowship of the Ring?
Yeah,
you gotta explain where all the black elves, where all the black dwarves. Well, not really the dwarves, I guess, but all the black hobbits. You need to tell us.
Yeah.
Some sort of hobbit cost. I don't know.
Yep.
Ken
Limited time in the
That was
movies.
very, very eloquently put, Ryan. Because I was like, how do we say the word without? That's a big no word on YouTube. So the Hobbit cost. I like it.
Yeah. Hear that? Jeremy likes the Hobbit cost. They even admitted it, and they all laughed at it.
Except for Rippa. Rip would look at him.
looks
He's
so
very
uncomfortable
uncomfortable.
when
He's
we
so
talk about the
uncomfortable.
Hobbit cost.
He's so uncomfortable.
Ken Lipson for 5. From Mike's stream with Carrie, bring Carrie on Mario Kart. # Team J Hailstorm.
Oh yeah.
We heard Carrie Smith wants to play Mario Kart. I told Mike she probably sucks. She's a woman. I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
John Thomas. No, that'd be cool to have Carrie on though. I would love to hear her like scream and swear. It'd be funny.
Yeah.
John Thomas for 5. Pixels was on last Saturday. Yeah, it's lame and pretty stupid, but still funny as fuck. What main event person would be the Fire Blaster? By Pixels, do you mean that movie with Adam Sandler? I never saw it.
Yeah.
It looked so terrible.
I don't remember much about it. I like a lot of Adam Sandler movies. I can't even
How many Adam Sandler movies that were made after the year 2010, other than that Halloween one, do you like?
I like Just Go With It. I think that was fantastic. I like both grown-ups
Is that after
movies.
2010?
Yeah. I think Just Go With It with Drew Barrymore. I think that was after 2010.
Maybe.
That's not with Drew Barrymore. Just go with it. It was Jennifer.
I mean that's
Aniston.
Jennifer
It's
Aniston,
blended.
and yeah, blended is
okay,
with Drew
that-
Barrymore.
That
Yeah,
one is
So I
definitely
like-
after 22.
Blended was
yeah,
good.
I like Blended. I like Just Go With It. Blended is good because that's the one where him and Drew Barrymore
They go to Africa.
the Africa, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Just Go With It is where he's the doctor and Jennifer Aniston. Yeah, that one's fantastic as well.
Yeah, that
I
was
think
good.
it's so fucking funny. That part where
You just really like Adam Sandler movies.
I do like Adam Sandler movies. I do. I like the Grown Ups movies.
I don't like the Grown Ups ones. The first one was like okay, I liked it. It was funny. I didn't need another one.
Yeah, 51st Dates obviously is
Oh,
fantastic.
51st Dates is
so-
great.
Dude, Mr. Deeds, I love Mr. Deeds when it
Mr.
came
Deeds
out.
is awesome.
Yeah.
Like holy fuck,
Great.
dude, Steve
Yeah.
Buscemi, like
Yeah.
talk that squirrel over there, whatever.
Mhm.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
enjoyed The Wedding Singer. I don't know if I'm the only
I
one.
like The
but-
Wedding Singer.
No, I love
yeah.
The Wedding Singer. I just watched
One's
it.
all right.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So yeah, I do. I genuinely like a lot of Adam Sandler.
What about
There's
Jack
some
and
of-
Jill?
No, fucking
No.
terrible. Fucking
I like it.
objectively terrible.
We didn't
in
even let him
every way.
finish it. Really?
No,
No,
yeah, no. Yeah, it's
You're gonna die, clown.
yeah. That's not
Mr.
in that one,
Bandito
but-
for 10. I
Oh,
love
I know.
Ryan's
I was just
anger.
saying that one.
Mr. Bandito for 10. I love Ryan's anger and his giant forehead. Thank you. Salvatore Pisano for 2. This one is for George the Giant Slayer. Step up. Thank you, Salvatore.
Hey, look at this one. Did you hear the penguin you hit?
Oh shit.
Right. Did you ever play Ripa? Did you play Super Mario 64?
I don't think so.
Bro, the fucking you used to be able to like pick those penguins up and like throw them off cliffs and
Mhm.
shit.
Yeah.
And somebody, dude,
I
somebody
never had a
fucking-
64. That's why.
Oh my
That's shocking, man.
God.
How the hell did you miss the 64?
I mean, I went from Sega Genesis. That was my first one to right into PlayStation. Yeah,
Wow.
after that, I never had 64. I had PlayStation 1, 2,
Okay.
a Game Boy, but that I never had a like my partner had a Dreamcast and an Xbox, so that was
Well, like the
I never had
64
64.
Oh no.
Well,
Oh,
I
no.
played it. I just didn't own it. I mean, I played it like at the Rick. We played Smash Brothers, but I never owned it.
This is gonna be fantastic.
Yeah,
I already
probably
know.
Ripa's mindset from Sunday Mario Kart from Zamaximus here.
Oh no.
This is from Mario 64. It's like a legit right out of the level.
That's so good. That's so good.
With the fucking mom
Look,
walking up behind him too, look angry.
Hey, I think I'm especially in our little world here. Like, I think I probably, it's an unpopular opinion. I love The Boys. Like, I love all 3 seasons. I think that's a fantastic show. I think it takes shots at both sides. I don't know the comic. I don't know any of that, you know. So I don't. But just as a
Comic
show,
is bad.
so
Yeah.
I love that show. So I watched the first season, and then I heard everybody say how woke it went. So I was like, fuck it, I'm not watching it. And then I finally was like, I want to see what's going on here. I binged 2 and 3. I think they're great. I think it's a great show. So
Yeah.
yeah, I love it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I definitely like parts of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're certainly taking shots at certain sides for sure.
I think it's a good. I think it's a good show. I do really think
They
it's a
take
good
shots
show,
at
but
both
it's-
sides.
Well, showrunner said they didn't. But
Oh no!
yeah.
Well, see, I found out about what the dumbass showrunner said after I watched it because I called Ryan and I'm like, "What's the problem with the show?" And he told me, "I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me! These people are so deranged."
But
Like,
I don't
they're
think
so
you need. I don't think you need like. I guess the quotes from the director and all the people who make it like that is like definitive. Hey, this is it. But I don't think you need those things to tell what they're like to pick up what they're putting down.
I just
Like,
think
that's
they're
why
bad.
season 2 for me, when they like so clearly made these like Trump supporter comparisons, because it went beyond. This went beyond a Trump comparison.
Mhm.
This, like, we see that from a lot of shows, shit like that nowadays. This became a Trump supporter thing. That's what this was about, specifically in the latter half of season 2 and a bunch of fucking season 3. It's about Trump supporters. That's, I think, is kind of the crossing the line, like way too much to possibly like really enjoy something anymore.
I just think the writers are. I think the writers are stupid enough that they think that they're being clever, and they're actually making fun of themselves because they don't realize they work for the company that they're literally making fun of in the show. But that's just me personally. But you know, I didn't hate season 3. I thought some of the dialogue was a little on the nose, but that's just
Homelander is such a fantastic fucking character. He's fascinating.
But also something that happened specifically to Homelander at the very end of in a certain tussle with somebody, I was like, that's the stupidest fucking thing, because that's not how that would even work. But you know, that's just me though.
Mo Zamboni for 10. Steal from the rich, sell drugs to the poor. Robin Hood. Thank you, Mo Zamboni.
I like how Ripple looked up for that. He's like, what the?
Mandalore for 5. As a published writer, I'm comfortable saying TLJ was not only a bad Star Wars story, it's arguably the worst trilogy bridge film ever created. Yeah, that's like
100%.
That's always been my thing. It's like I think there's room for that type of story in Star Wars outside of the Skywalker saga, but that you cannot make part 8 of a 9-part series like that. It's just, you can't do it. Rocker for $10. I will remake Ghostbusters and gender swap the main characters. Everyone will love it. P.S. I can't think about the Robin Hood story without thinking about Disney from like the 50s. Yeah, that was back in the day where they were like reusing fucking scenes for things. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I rewatched that the other day. Heron of Alexandria for 5. With the retcon of hyperspace crash to being 1 in a million chance, I think Holdo was trying to escape, but crashed instead. Well, it'd be more believable if she crashed if it was Rose Tico, but they already pulled that joke once, that movie. So Ivan for 5. Not Ivan, just a random Ivan. Rian Johnson is nothing more than an internet troll, a bad one at that. He's trolling the fans and the media. He doesn't care about Star Wars. Thank you, Ivan.
No, you 100%. What's up, Chris?
Ripa needs to bounce. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right, Ripa.
I got so much shit to do.
Dude,
but you got a bunch more comics to ruin the way you're fucking
I know. Okay.
No, man, I know how much it is for you to be here, man. I appreciate you being here.
Nah, it's all good, man.
Just real quick, I want to point out it went very quickly from these comic books don't exist to man, you're stacking them so ineffectively.
I've never stacked them like that. What are you doing?
Right? They're all bad. And then everybody
this man bought fucking plastic totes from Home Depot.
That's how crazy my detractors have gotten. They have resorted to the fucking totes that I'm goddamn using.
Just so everybody understands, like those totes are so much more effective. Like they're so much more effective than the long boxes for storing something at a warehouse.
Yeah.
Because one, you know it's hot as fuck in there and it's humid as fuck in there. I'm sure it's fucking AC and shit, but it's not meant for necessarily storing some of that stuff. So you need that kind of weather protection for that shit. Like legitimately more so than a long box would provide. These people are idiots, man.
People are retarded, man. They don't. The flexibility of the box is everything. They just don't put 2 and 2 together.
Or heaven forbid, sprinkler goes off, fucking leak, flood, whatever.
It could be anything, man. Like those totes are durable. They're and like I say, just the flexibility of them is so important for us in terms of how we're doing our business. So yeah, man, they're just finding shit to be mad at. They'll move it. Everybody will get their books.
That was my favorite one. That was my favorite one.
Oh, you showed the entire. Oh yeah, the guy with the previews. Why don't you show just 10 pages of? I'm like, why the fuck would I do that, man? Why would I show you guys that many fucking pages of my books with a letter spoiling a goddamn story? Like, goddamn,
10% of the book.
So, you know exactly. It's like oh man.
I take screenshots of every single page and send them to my DMs so I can look at them and verify each page is real.
Oh man, it's these fucking broke motherfuckers, man.
Like at this point, I can't even like fake make up some kind of thing that'd be outraged about because they're like actually outpacing the jokes.
That's true.
Like next would be like, wow, you wear those kind of shoes in your warehouse? I would never wear those shoes in my warehouse. Why aren't you're not wearing safety gear? I'm calling OSHA.
No, the ones that kill me are the ones that are like, let me talk to your CPA, give me your EIN number, and then maybe I'll leave you.
that shit there is, and that guy, that one retard is still doing this shit. He's like, why don't you give me provisional access? I'm like, what the fuck? First of all, I'm not a publicly traded company, you idiot. But why the fuck if I want, who the fuck are you? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's insane.
Give me power of attorney. Sign over your rights to me right now so I can verify these comics are real. I promise I'll give it back at the end of the day.
That's the one thing I don't like. My detractors are so fucking stupid, man. Like, I expect better of my fucking detractors. They need to. They're not qualified at all because this shit is bad. But no, I'm about to get to work and get up, keep working. I'll be at the warehouse later all day tomorrow. We got a bunch of shirts and shit that we've been getting folded up and everything. So yeah, man, I'm gonna be working. But I appreciate all the support. Almost close it in, probably maybe by the morning. Who knows? We'll be at that 3.5 officially at the 3.5 million mark. So yeah, man, that's fucking nuts,
awesome, man.
So yeah, man, I appreciate y'all. Obviously, it's always good to be here.
And be uncomfortable by Ryan and Jeremy's back and forth. So
yeah, exactly.
I think Ripper was more uncomfortable by the Obi-Wan shipper.
Yeah, I heard that.
That shit was fucked, man.
I just put out a tweet tagging Star Wars about that shit.
We'll see if they denounce it publicly.
I
doubt
love
it.
it.
I'm pretty sure they got some people in there that shit that work for them. But yeah, thanks, guys. This has been wonderful as always, man. Yeah, we'll see you next week.
All right, man.
Take it easy, man.
All right, man. Peace out.
All right, later. I see everybody's happy to see Alaska Jeff in the chat with his hang on.
There's the man.
Yeah.
Look at the fucking profile picture.
I know.
So good, dude. It's so good.
Like a $5 Walmart blanket fleece. Just needs like a fucking like a hawk or something, like where Jeff
That's
is,
not, Wait a minute. You don't talk like that, Alaska Jeff.
I know, he said yo-yo.
That's not you.
No, someone was asking him what his favorite form of entertainment was.
Yo-yo.
That was his answer.
I want to know why
That's
you
how
have the
he needs
polar
to
bear
greet
in
me
his
from now on.
profile
Yo-yo.
picture. Like,
Because he's from Alaska.
that's not where polar bears are from.
Well, just imagine that they're from here.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
It's cold though.
That's true.
Molly Gluten for 10. Just watched the clip Jeremy posted on an ad was of The Patient starring Steve Carell on Hulu. Actually looked good. Haven't been this excited in a long time. Not included Top Gun 2. The Patient starring Steve Carell. I haven't seen it. Not sure. But thank you, Mostly Gluten. Fantastic Mr. Oxford 5. Talking about Rian Johnson. There's also Tim Miller, who directed Deadpool, a good comic film, but directed Dark Fate, a disaster Terminator film. Yikes.
I have not seen Terminator since Salvation, which I love Terminator Salvation. I know it's not a popular movie, but I know it's not a good movie either, but I love it. And but I haven't seen one since. I don't believe. I don't think I've seen anything.
Terminator Salvation.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was like a great movie, but I liked what it did with Terminator franchise, and I liked that it was pushing it in a different direction.
Yeah.
And just, hey, let's fuck with the timeline again. It's like, Jesus. The Last Man, 1984 for 10. Halo is UN propaganda with the game using UNSC. Name one other sci-fi series that the UN is the world's government. There are a lot of sci-fi series where it's not necessarily the UN, but it's some fucking form of that. It's just like, kind of evolved or whatever into something else.
And also, I mean, in Halo, they're kind of the bad guys until the other bad guys show up. So
Alaska Jeff is setting you guys straight. So there you go.
There you go. They have a ton of polar bear. Josiah, what the fuck are you going to do about it?
I have a hard time believing that. I'll debate him. I'll debate him on it.
Wait, look. Oh man,
they had to. They kept getting shot.
I want Jeff to go out in his backyard and take a picture of a polar bear to prove it.
Would you want to take him a picture of Russia too? Fucking Sarah Palin. Liam John Smith. Anyone who's like fucking like 23 years old is not gonna understand that reference.
I believe. I don't believe him.
Usually I would say I don't believe people that don't have profile pictures that are just letters, but I believe Max. I think Max is right. Liam John Smith for 2. His own trilogy might work, though likely dead. I hope it's dead.
Yeah.
Kayla Teixeira for $10. Y'all are great. Random question just for fun. If you ever had the chance, would you rather fix woke Marvel or woke DC right now in its current state? Like a Kevin Feige.
Marvel.
I care more about DC than I care about Marvel.
I care more about DC than Marvel, but I think Marvel's just heading down a terrible road right now.
Yeah, like DC is like just a fucking mess.
Yeah.
It is somewhat a woke mess as well. It's not nearly as ideological driven as Marvel is right now.
Yeah, Marvel's a disaster.
I feel like
right
where they both stand right now, Marvel's in a much worse place.
I think I'd say DC only because we had a period of time where we had good Marvel, and we really haven't had a good solid period of time where DC's been good in like a big universe the way they have.
That's debatable.
I mean, I have my
I like the old movies like when I was younger, but like their current attempt to try to make a universe, I don't think has been as solid.
I feel like we're getting back to this Mick Foley argument, but that's okay.
That's because Mick Foley is the greatest of all time.
No, that's not true.
Chris says, "Hey, Jeremy, recently watched your interview with Taj Jackson. Do you still have contact with him at all?" Absolutely. I haven't talked to him in a while, but I can shoot him a text right now. I've been thinking about kind of getting him back onto the channel in some capacity just to catch up with him. But yeah,
that's who we're playing Fortnite with, actually.
Taj is great. Really appreciate Taj. So I actually might shoot him a message. And since you asked, yeah, it was a great interview. By the way, who are we playing Fortnite with, Ryan?
All right. So I told him when he was saying he was getting into Fortnite and he wanted to play, he might be interested in playing with Geeks and Gamers, but he didn't know. I mistakenly made the offer because I didn't think he would call me on it. I said, listen, man, if you go on there, if you stream on a G&G stream, I'll even play some Fortnite with you. That man is Drew Hernandez. So
Hell
Drew
yeah.
Hernandez is going to be playing Fortnite with myself, Jeremy, and I think Krista. On Thursday,
I'll have Krista stream it on Twitch. So
on Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern. So
yeah, Drew Hernandez is awesome. Love that.
Looks like I need to download Fortnite. So I don't even think I want to play around before. I think I just want to fucking go in with my level 1 person.
Oh, bro, please do. We'll get Chris. The lobbies won't be the best lobbies anymore. It'll be Ryan lobbies. The best. Look at Josiah. He wants to play so bad now because of Ryan lobbies. Look at him.
Yeah, so that'll be fun though. I'm really excited. Drew's been playing a little Fortnite and he was interested in joining, so it's gonna happen. And I'm gonna join too.
So we will stream it. I may stream that on the main channel. I was telling Ryan I'm probably just gonna start streaming more games on the main channel and just unlisting them, and then we'll start putting them back on Geeks and Gamers Live. Geeks and Gamers Live will be reborn. I know it's been dead for a while because we haven't been unlisting our streams, but the gaming streams, we're all gonna start moving those over there. So it'll be good.
There you go. Yeah, give me that default skin. Yeah, do that. And knock him on for 5. I hope that when Jay dies, he's buried in his Canadian Bear outfit. We would all know that's what he would want.
God damn. He just really went for it, man.
He's gonna be so upset that was only a $5 super chat.
Well, the 3 that were before that describing his goofy tater tots, that was $1 a piece for 3 of them.
So fucking good. It was the twice the strength of a normal human that fucked me up.
Yeah.
It's so fucked up. Like it's science.
Yeah. Dingleberry Baggins for 10. When Galadriel said there's some good in the world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for, I realized this would be a great adaptation of Tolkien's work. There you go. Thank you, Dingleberry Baggins. Frieza for 5. Does anybody remember before Destiny came out, the devs were saying this is going to be game of the year?
Mm-hmm. I do.
I don't
There's
really
a lot of hype
remember-
around Destiny.
I don't remember the hype up to Destiny. I just remember after Destiny and the hype that was after
camera's
Destiny launch.
Fucked.
Yeah, I remember they hyped up the story, and it was going to be this really story-driven thing, and then literally, I think it was like 6 months before it came out, they had them gut the whole story out and everything. It was really fucked up. Yeah.
Paul Anderson for 5. I beg to differ. I've personally given a bunch of dollar bills to Destiny at many clubs. They're looking for that. They're looking for that DLC. Rest F the Cripple for 5. Destiny also doesn't give a shit about their PvP anymore. We went years without adding new maps.
Yeah, they fucked up the PvP really bad. Yeah, they started just adding in guns and adding in ability that were so fucking broken and meta. You couldn't play the PvP anymore. So it was just everybody ran the same shit. Yeah, it was really stupid.
I like meta PCs. Where's the lamb, sus, for 5? Hey, Jay, if you haven't done Dollywood yet, let me know. I have Pigeon Forge, Tennessee connections. Also, I got news for you, Bear. That means you're Canadian.
Wow.
I got news for you. Private chat, Ryan. Maybe we get Jay Hailstorm to make that. Or he's like, I got news for you. I think that'll be good. So, all right, I'll be right back.
All right, Tearing the Black for 5. Time for a whole diss track, Rippa. Mark Brooks needs the no Vaseline treatment since he's talking down.
God
There you
damn.
go. What the fuck? Boriquidamus, maybe? For 2. Great to have Saz Katzroy on the stream. Does anybody know what that means?
Repeat that? I don't understand.
Great to have Saz Katzroy, S-A-Z-H. S-A-Z-H. I'm gonna look it up, and I'm hiccuping.
Yep, I'm looking it up. Yeah.
Let's see. S-A-Z-H. Katzroy. Saz Katzroy, voice actor. Saz Katzroy is a playable character in Final Fantasy VIII. I've seen that guy, but I don't know who he is. But there you go. Oh, is that you? That's you, Mike.
Yeah.
Epic Mike.
Yeah, they're like, as soon as they're like, man, a black guy with an afro, it's got to be the only other black guy I've ever seen with an afro. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Hold on. Let me look it up. This is you.
You just got to put a little canary in your fro, and then you're good to go.
Yeah.
That's you, Mike.
With that. Lucky me, you know.
Wow.
Just like me, spitting image and everything, you know.
Exactly I'm the like you. chicken. Do the pose, Mike. Do the pose.
No, I absolutely will not do the pose.
Damn it, I can't do that.
Yeah, well, Jeremy can do the pose. Listen, you can leave it on me all day long.
No, well, I was trying to do trying to get it so that you could be the fucking solo person, but I guess it ain't gonna work, so that stinks.
Yeah.
Anyway, sometimes I wish Streamlabs was a little bit better.
Sad day.
Yeah. Still, you have an afro and you're black. Robert Wiles,
Thanks.
5. Please,
I
Jeremy.
just figured this out.
Robert Wiles, please, Jeremy, read this. Our postal service good my ass. They sent out the leg I sent to Garrett without scanning it. Took 1.5 months to get to him. Damn.
Wow.
There you go, Robert. Wayward Culture for 5. Every time Rippa calls someone a crackhead, an angel gets his wings.
It's true.
Very true. Tactimuse for 5. Are plugs allowed? If not, well, too late. Just spent $5. So Tactimuse wants a plug. Just a Nintendo fanboy gamer. Stream on Saturdays. Working on a music tier list for a game. There you go. Check out Tactimuse. Ivan Ortega for 2. Set your heart ablaze. Is that some fucking anime shit?
Yeah, it's from
Sailor
Demon Slayer,
Moon?
Ring
Demon
Goku.
Slayer.
It's
Oh.
Ring Goku from Demon Slayer. Yeah.
Is that fire bitch?
Yes. He's a
Guy?
hero.
He's a fucking badass hero.
Yeah, he's a hero.
Oh well, I've only ever seen female cosplays of it, so I assumed it was a woman.
No, yeah, no.
Huh?
He's a
You
man.
were Rengoku.
Yeah, I haven't seen tons of it, but I feel like I was the only rare one.
I've only seen 2 Rengokus ever, and both were female.
Interesting. I've seen a lot of males because that's what he is.
Well, I don't fucking watch anime. J.S. Pena for 5. Tamura Morrison handled the criticism of Boba Fett being fat like a champ and got in shape. I love that. Like Tamura Morrison, that was incredible because he got asked about like getting into shape, and he's like, "Listen, I heard online they were calling me Dad Bod Fett, Boba Fett. I didn't like that, so I got in shape. I got to the gym, got strong." It's like, bro, that's exactly what it should be, because he didn't look like he was ready to play Boba Fett. And
I'm using an accent.
that's what he
That's
fucking
what I
sounds like. You ever heard him?
Dude, I had mad respect for Tamara Morrison. He put in the work, and Boba Fett failed despite his trying to make him not fail. So,
let me see if I can find that clip. Tamara Morrison, fat. I don't know. Jim, maybe. Let's see videos, because it's from him. Let me see. Fat. Let's try fat. Tamara Morrison responds to fat shaming. This is from. Oh God, I don't want to promote this guy. He sounds lame as shit.
Probably.
Anyway, I'm not gonna fucking spend too much time looking for it. Somebody finds it. You see him. Bird Up for 5. Can we get a live stream of Rippa playing Penguin Land or Arctic Adventure? Maybe Bird Up. Slain Hope for 5. Hey Ryan, fuck Slain Hope. Would you kindly show Jeremy how to enable credit card only donations to Streamlabs? I don't like giving PayPal or YouTube money. Slain Hope, I did it on my channel. I need to get access so I can do it to over here. So because Jeremy needs to link the bank account information. I believe that's how that works. I did it for my channel though, Slain Hope. Taker for 5. I am not Jay. I'm very memeable. I say weird things, and maybe I'm a little clumsy, but I know Gina Carano. I got news for you. That means you Jay.
I got the clip right here, Ryan. I'll send it to you on private chat.
Okay, that was really good, Taker.
That's good. Yeah,
Holy
That was
fuck.
good. That was good.
There you go.
Holy shit, that's good.
It's only 30 seconds, so
Yeah, here you go.
Yep.
This is why I talked the way I did, Steph. All right, Tamara Morrison reacts to being Boba Fett.
Because I had to go in the back to tank and they were going to see this half of my body. So I had to do some bench press and some curls. And I tried to cut back on the beers so the stomach wouldn't be out too far. Because some of these fans were calling me Boba Fett. So then I started doing a sit-ups. My trainer got me doing a couple of 100 sit-ups. Man, I need to go back to the gym anyway and get some stuff back.
There you go. That's a weird fucking video.
yeah, I did. Yeah, he was like, "Oh fuck, this is bad."
But
yeah,
yeah,
it's
he talks weird though. Not weird. I mean, that's how he talks, I guess. But Frieza for $5. Call them what they are: African dwarves and African elves. I don't know what the fuck they are. Liam John Smith for 2. Do you think those making woke crap even like it? I think they think it's stunning and brave.
Yeah.
Andy Mack for $1.50. Cat sticker. Thank you, Andy Mack. Death by Snoo for 5. There are some friends of this channel who have firsthand knowledge of first season of Lord of the Rings. You guys are not wrong to say it's going to be woke. Yeah, I mean, I'll be real. Like, Gary and Az know exactly what the fuck's happening in this entire first season, top to bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they know it. They've told me. Told a lot of people what's going on. So, yeah, I'd be shocked if it wasn't exactly what they've said. Yeah. I love Scotch for $1. Thank you. Nathan Deal for 5. Make Ryan read. Regarding the Rings of Power, there hasn't been a backlash this bad since Kunta Kinte. Oof. That's
hell. God damn.
It's pretty rough, Nathan.
That's a real fucking rough, Nathan. God damn.
Yeah, that hurt Mike.
It hurt a lot more than me. Fuck.
Christian for 2. Opinions that Disney's doing an Aragon series. I don't think I've heard that they're doing it. I don't know anything about it. So, what about you, Mike? Anybody read Aragon?
I heard that. Well, whatever the name of the fucking company is, they're doing spinoffs of everything that they can. They're doing a Gandalf spinoff. They're doing an Aragorn spinoff.
Not Aragorn.
Oh,
Aragon.
Aragon, the dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna fuck that up a second time. I doubt that they're gonna do anything good with it. So,
It can't be worse than the first movie. Well, actually, I can't.
I bet you,
The
yeah,
first movies are
with
pretty
what
bad.
Disney Plus has been doing, it's going to probably be much worse.
They could do worse, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's a
You
low
like
bar.
it, Steph?
Yeah.
Huh?
You like it?
Yes, I like Aragon.
Yeah. I've never read the books, so I don't know. The Woke Breaker, what's up, man? For $5 says, I love Interstellar. Great minds. Well, sharing that with Jeremy. I don't know about that. Keep up the great work, everyone. Hail the Rippaverse. Thank you, Woke Breaker. Jack Hudson for 2. Dog sticker. Thank you for the dog. John Thomas for 5. Jeremy needs to send a cease and desist letter to BetterHelp. They stole your logo. With BetterHelp, like the fake online one that Philly D was shilling. Let's see.
I kind of want to look.
It looks like leaves and hands or something. Yeah, it looks a little bit like it, yeah. Fantastic Mr. Knox for 5. Imagine if a non-black director swapped the race to make a Mandela film, they would lose it. They can't say otherwise. Robin Hood will flop. I think it will as well. Seacom Lou for £2. Please look up IMDb Back to Sherwood.
Please don't.
IMDb. All right. Back to Sherwood, the adventures of teen descendant of Robin Hood who travels back in time to help fight against her ancestors' enemies.
There it is.
Is her name Robin? With a Y?
I don't know.
Top cast. It is Robin. Amy Castle plays Robin Hood in 13 episodes.
Holy shit.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Not a new concept then. Except she's going back in time.
Aiken for $7.99. Robin Hood is a British folklore. They're culturally appropriating. Why doesn't he do something African, put white people saviors in it? I don't think he'd like that. That's not Shakespearean. Robin Hood comes from the Shakespeare era. What's Dolly doing up here?
Oh my god.
Dolly the goat. I don't know if we're ever going to see those fucking videos.
I know.
I recorded these fucking videos of the Geeks and Gamers house months ago. I was fucking hilarious. I was funny as shit while doing it. It was all off the cuff. Recorded these things without. Where the fuck are those videos at? Alaska Jeff.
I have some.
Well, the fuck? Nobody even understands the Dolly the Goat story because they haven't fucking seen that.
Yeah.
I was up till like 4 a.m. eating old Taco Bell and fucking Mexican candy and shit to do this.
Yeah.
Out of the trash.
Yeah. Azul Zul. Azul Zul for £5. Robin Hood is English culture. Doesn't that make it cultural appropriation? It does.
Yes.
Cowboy shit for 2. Just coming in. Dude sounds like the breaded guy. He kind of does. Zenny Biscuit for 2. Az is my favorite red coat. Oh, there you go. He's a Brit, but we love him, Zenny Biscuit. For the Emperor for 5. Robin Hood was a nobleman. He did not grow up poor. Thank you for the Emperor. Robin of Locksley.
Middle class, but yeah.
Mike Hill for 5. If he steals from the rich, then he would have stolen from different people, but he just stole from the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Yeah, the government.
The Master Nader for 2. Robin Hood wasn't poor. He was nobility. Get the fuck out of here. Everyone's fucking roasting this bitch. Yeah. Master Nader for 5. If you want to do a modern Robin Hood, you would do a dystopian setting like authoritarian government, like V for Vendetta. I agree that I think you can do it. I really do. For the Emperor for 5. I'm Robin Hood, or in Robin Hood, the high taxes are because of King Richard's crusades. Exactly. The wars. Moondoggy for 5. Brat, nerd with me, brat. Nerd with me on one-on-one, nerd to nerd. We could have a nerd off, my nerder. Thank you, Moondoggy. Madcat for 2. Rippa, when are we roll out the comics? Or when is the rollout for the comics? I think they're getting ready to start shipping shit. So I don't have a date for you.
Pretty soon.
Originally it was supposed to be end of August, books start getting mailed out. And now we've seen signed books ready, like bagged and boarded, ready to be put in an envelope. So I assume very shortly they're going to start sending them out.
I don't know if I don't know if you've asked people to share your tweet, but I'm asking everybody to go share Ryan's tweet. Fuck Disney Star Wars. Please go share this. Put as much attention on as you can. Share it. Tag Star Wars. Because this is what happens. This is what happens when you as a company take a stand against anything. It is not your job as a company to take a stand against anything. So the moment you do that, now you're responsible for everything that the fans or people that are saying they love this part of Star Wars. You're responsible for all of it now. This is the whole point. That's why I say, like, I know it's like Geeks and Gamers isn't like on the level of a Star Wars, but it doesn't matter. It's all relative. Like, I don't have no one with the Geeks and Gamers access is supposed to have an opinion with the Geeks and Gamers account. The individuals that are part of it can say whatever the fuck they want, but you can't use the actual account to have an opinion. So fuck Star Wars.
Yeah, that's why I'm basically just like, hey, if I tweet something, don't retweet me, Blabs.
Yeah, I always tell Blabs, do not retweet political shit from me. I was like, don't ever retweet the D-Day Cobra channel. Don't do it.
Or like, if I make a fucking tweet that's like, shut the fuck up, you dumb cocksucker. Probably don't tweet that.
It's probably safe just to never retweet anything me or Ryan says, period.
Almost, yeah. Zozamas for 5. Has anyone mentioned Galadriel's dress looks like it was inspired after a chest binder? I don't know. Thank you, Zozamas. Mike Hill for 5. Speaking of Dungeons and Dragons, what's your opinion of the new movie coming out? I haven't seen too much on it, to be honest with you.
It's just going to be a fucking meme fest, and they're just going to. I mean, it probably might be entertaining, but they're going for the comedy aspect. Whatever, people will be like, haha, it was funny, so I liked it, and it must have been good. Probably won't be worth a shit, though.
Basically. Yeah. Let's see. Spider Claw for 5. That's Melissa McCarthy, not Jenny. She's blonde, hot, and actually funny.
There you go.
Did someone say Jenny McCarthy's?
I called her Jenny. I couldn't remember that bitch's name. It doesn't matter. I'd be a much better fucking Ursula than her and Jenny McCarthy. So.
Is Jenny McCarthy the one who talked about vaccines a while ago?
I don't know.
Like
maybe.
Before COVID, like other vaccines? I think so. Dermy Wormy for 2. I'd love to help. I just know nothing about it. I think talking about D&D.
You were right though. Yeah, she did.
Yeah, there's a lot of like autism shit. I remember.
Yep.
And Nakamamon for 2. I'm a terrible person. I think you're all right. Slain Hope for 5. There's no sweeter sound than the sound of a shovel bouncing off the skull of a pedo. 100% more therapeutic than wind chimes.
It is.
Thank you, 100%. Slain Hope. Well, yeah. Mike would know. Pissed Off Pat for 5. You should make Drunk 3PO give DSP $1 every time he says Goofy's a cow.
I need direct tips.
Drunk 3PO, just super chat me $1. Thank you, Drunk 3PO. Graf von Tyrol for 5. I heard Jeff Bezos wanted his own Game of Thrones. Everything about that rubs me the wrong way. Yeah. Probably. Mm-hmm. Ty Sloan for 2. Thoughts on China and Hollywood maybe separating? Not sure exactly what you mean. I do think, listen, China did not allow a lot of shit to be released in their country, and they have fucking movies that are making a shit ton of money at their box office that they're releasing. So I personally think it would be a bad idea for Hollywood to continue to pander to China. We saw Top Gun, make $1.4 million worldwide without China, without a China release, without a Russia release, without all these big fucking ticket releases. And the box office cut that we get from releases in China, that studios get, is much lower than the box office cut they get from everywhere else around the world. So I think it's a smart move just to stop pandering to China. Instead, just make movies that normal people want to watch. Don't worry about some little fucking thing here and there if it's going to get released in China or not. Just make your movies.
100%.
Mm-hmm. All right. Can Jay get Stefan Nicholson on FNT? Tell Ripa that Genghis Khan died. R.I.P. Genghis Khan.
God damn.
It might be a 6-hour one. We'll see.
No, we're almost done. Eddie P becomes a new member. Thank you. Weston, channel member for 7 months. George, hail everyone. Also, Mike, bring back the milk jug. # milk slinger Mike.
All right, I'll work on that for real. Yeah.
Billy Go Boom, member for 10 months. Ryan Johnson ripped off the "we're running out of gas" scenario from BSG. Thank you. Scott McKenzie, what's up, Scott? Member for 2 months. What's the motivation to alienate part or a lot of the fandoms? They hate you.
They hate you, and they are trying to force a fandom that agrees with their political messaging and their social messaging. And if you stand up against that, if you criticize them, if you hold them accountable for it, they'll paint you as a toxic, racist, sexist, misogynist. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. Well, they convinced themselves of the lie that you were the minority, and that they had a bigger fan audience that they could reach out to and reach, but that doesn't exist. So,
yep. And shout out Cam Man and all the mods tonight. You guys have been crushing it on the links. Really appreciate it. Check out 221 Be Tactical. Get your gear over there.
JG, member for 5 months. Will Epic Mike be at the Orlando meetup? Do I have to bring a shovel for pictures, or will Jeremy supply one?
I'll probably be bringing my own shovel, but I mean, I got plans. You know,
there you go.
Working on it. Just see how we carry him through the airport or not. So,
Weasel DeGhostick, member for 2 months. Jay's the worst grifter.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Weasel. Sorry for Jay. Eric K, member for 13 months. Polar bears are in Alaska, you stupid fucks. I added the part at the end.
Oh. Sounds about right.
Let's see. Radicalized Ryan with that $25 shooting star over there. Thank you again. JM the Elite fan, Buddy and I were discussing it last night. He's disappointed and pissed about the new Madden game. Meanwhile, I'm having a blast with Xenoblade Chronicles 3. In my opinion, Western entertainment, gaming especially, has gone downhill bad, while Japanese gaming is still high quality. I actually have the new Madden. I'm trying it out. I like the face of the franchise mode so far. But yeah, I mean, if you buy a Madden every year, it's probably going to feel exactly the same. Yeah. Let's see. Deadfool with a couple chats. Hey, Jeremy, you and Ryan should show a music vid to lefties whenever they tell you they hurt their fifis, and give a massive middle finger to wokeness. I'm not sure what video that is, but thank you. And then, and Mike, with your conversation about hippos with Josiah and Ben, I got news for you. That means you're a conspiracy theorist. No fucking way hippos came from whales.
It's fucking science. I don't give a fuck what you say. Go argue with the scientists, not me. I don't know what to tell you.
Trust the experts.
They have a fucking common ancestor. They're basically cousins, and I want you to go yell at a hippo and tell it it's not a cousin of a whale. Watch what happens.
Fake news.
Yeah, well, go tell the hippos that.
I will.
Get right in their
I'll
fucking
straight
face.
up. I'll straight up put my nose right against it. I'll be like,
yeah,
nope,
fucking bit in half.
All right, I think we're all caught up.
All caught up. We got locals caught up too.
No.
Yeah, we'll have to include the locals. So again, I love the live chat feature on locals, because so pretty much any stream that we're gonna do, I'm gonna have the live chat enabled over on locals for our members over there. So that's super cool. Really do appreciate that. They're doing a great job over there on that platform. And yeah, so good stuff. Odyssey, Rumble, shout out to Rumble having us on the front page over there. Really appreciate that. Odyssey just continuing to kick ass with their UI. And obviously here on YouTube. So thank you guys so much.
Jeremy Wormy for $1. I don't know if the stream will see this, but I love you all. Nick's actively debating the PokeTuber that banned me from his community for asking unapproved questions in his political channel and Discord. He DM'd me after he did and called me all the words we got called. He hurt my love of Pokemon for months. But the upside is I found all of you, from the racist Ryan, the dumbass Jeremy, and the sweet Krista. I love you all.
Appreciate you, Jeremy Wormy. Nice. Appreciate you.
Ha for $4. I want to apologize for last night, Jeremy. You started to say my name wrong, but then
I got that one. Yeah, no, you can read it, but
then he said for another $1, help.
Probably from all the fucking memes. Look at this Alex Arrow Cave meme. And then they got one of me with like no hat. Like, what the fuck? You guys are savages over there in the locals chat. The fact, I think it was Chris, and this just shows Chris's just complete innocence. She like you can share gifts and memes over there on locals in the chat. She goes, YouTube should add that. I'm like, no, they should never add that ever. It would be a disaster. It would be a disaster if YouTube added memes and gifts.
Oh my god!
Holy shit, it would be bad.
Everybody's channels would be canceled. Like not just the Geeks Gamers, everybody.
Yeah. Oh man. But anyway, that's it. Thank you guys. Another Tuesday night's main event in the books. Again, check out Geeks and Gamers Live because we're going to start doing the re-uploads over there for the gaming stream. Sorry that channel hasn't been active, but we're working on it. Other than that, guys, got anything you want to plug really quick? Go for it.
The Rude Eye's evil. You can find. You can
have a good night, everybody. No,
you can catch it firsthand this Thursday, and you can catch it firsthand on Mondays. You can watch him do it. I've told y'all.
Yep. We do have our finale this Thursday.
He has
so
fucking
come check it
horror
out.
of his
There you
behind
go.
his head. He did that shit on purpose. He says he didn't. He knew what he was doing when he framed it that way. It's fucking evil.
Mike is just upset because he died in the very first episode of Advanced Geeks and Gamers when he was supposed to be the most experienced player. That's what he's upset
No,
about.
you
By the way, check
targeted
out.
me deliberately, and then this is what happened. And everybody got to see last time I came back exactly what happens when an experienced player plays.
This is what we have on our channel. Wholesome content.
And Nick Ricada. Oh man, well, good stuff. All right, well, great job, everybody. Obviously, check out everybody here, their respective channels. Epic versus doing some really cool stuff. Looking forward to some announcements from Josiah very soon, hopefully on that.
We might
go ahead.
actually have something to show people pretty soon here.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's going to be coming pretty soon. So
nice.
I have a new channel.
You really?
Really?
Subscribe to my channel.
What's your channel? You didn't even tell us what
Care
it is.
Bears.
It's literally just. I'm just gonna put shorts up here. It's literally
There you go.
just gonna be shorts.
Yeah.
So because
well, Josiah has a channel
Ryan's
like that
shorts.
too.
Is
Does
it?
he?
Well, yeah, it's called Josiah Rises Plus this week. I don't know what he's going to change it to
Wait,
next.
plus this week? Is it called the plus? If it's
It's
called
called
plus
Josiah
this
Rises
week,
Plus.
no. If he
But-
changes it to plus this week, I will subscribe right now and promote it on every channel.
There you go. Look, this one got 1.7 thousand views.
Nice.
Look at that.
That's
So
crazy.
I'm just doing an experiment. So I want to test it out and see if there's any point in doing it. I know obviously YouTube's pushing shorts a lot right now.
Yeah, they are.
So, and I want to kind of do it without clogging a bunch of people's feeds that don't want to see any of that shit.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Man, Ryan being respectful of the audience. God, even he's better than Hollywood. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know, right?
So, all right, everybody. Thank you. Great job to Krista, Steph tonight. Rude Eye, great joining us. Shout out to Jake the Viking. It was awesome having him on. George the Giant Slayer, Drunk 3PO, Josiah Rises Plus, whatever. Epic Mike, RK Outpost, and me. Ty Sloan. Do you think Hollywood doesn't understand Chinese culture? That's what a rep over there said. I mean, I doubt they will pull out still a big market. It's not that they don't understand. They just don't fucking care.
Yeah, and Chinese markets don't give a shit about Hollywood. So
Well,
Yeah.
there's a disconnect, but there are some things it's like they know the Chinese audience doesn't like black people. That's why they fucking try to shrink them in their posters and shit, right? But also like you can't say stuff about like ghosts. I don't think you can say the word ghost or spirit or something like that in Chinese markets. So when you're trying to market a movie like that, they have to change the wording around and the dubs and things like that. I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of different things that Hollywood's been trying to understand about the Chinese market, but they can't.
This is the shit you get to see over in the locals chat.
God.
Fuck.
Jeez.
The fuck?
God damn it. I'm scared to scroll up anymore. Terrified. Anyway, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Remember, we're going to be streaming with Drew Hernandez on Fortnite next Thursday. It's going to
Yeah.
be awesome. So
This
thank you guys.
Thursday.
There's this Thursday. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Either way, we're good. So this Thursday, probably do it here on the main channel, Geeks Gamers Twitch. And we'll probably do it another couple of places too. So anyway, thank you guys. Have a great night, and we will talk to you later. Bye, everyone.
Good night.